Section 20 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 17. In the Chinantla, Part 2. Just outside the townhouse, under a thatched shelter, a group of old women were cooking atole in great ollas until a late hour. This gruel they ladled out to those men and boys who had been working, and doled out to them drinks from black bottles. The men and boys, with their red head clothes or neck clothes, went forth from time to time in groups upon some public errand. Towards evening, 8 or 10 little fellows came from the forest with bundles of firewood upon their heads and great machetes hanging at their sides. In the morning, the same group of youngsters came in loaded with bunches of green leaves and holly to be used in decorating the church. At 8 o'clock there was a procession in the churchyard. The saint, dressed in flowing garments, was carried about, accompanied by banners and a band of music. During the festival, everyone drank. Even the little boys of 8 or 9 years, who brought in their loads of wood, received their spirits, which they drank like old topers. There was no evidence of bad temper as a result of this drinking, but an increasing stupidity. When in the morning we found our breakfast to consist of nothing but coffee, we realized our mistake of the night before and promptly betook ourselves to the house of the secretario, where we spent the following day. The demands of the church during the day were so heavy that we did little work. The day itself was dark and dismal. In the late morning, the boys brought in great loads of poinsettia, from which they fashioned brilliant rosettes and garlands for the church. At night, a wooden platform was brought in for a bed, upon which Luis, Manuel, and I slept, while the others made a bed of broad boards upon the floor. Being behind with his developing, Luis set to work as soon as the lights were out, and kept at it until 1:30. Scarcely had he come to bed and promptly fallen asleep, when there was a pounding at the door, which was almost immediately after broken in. Rising, I called out to see what was wanted, and 4 or 5 Indians, all very drunk, came staggering in. The oldest of the party carried a great machete, and one of them closely hugged a bottle full of spirits. After begging pardon for disturbing us, they built a smoky fire near the drying negatives. Fearing that their drunken movements and the smoke would work disaster, I made them change their place of rest and fire, moving them to the other end of the room. There they built another fire, and before morning they had consumed 3 bottles of spirits. What with the firelight and smoke, the noisy laughter, the loud talking and constant movement, it was impossible for me to sleep. Only for a single hour, when they fell back upon the floor in drunken slumber and their fire burned down, did I get a bit of rest. It seems that they were an official guard put to watch the town store of grain, which was kept in the building, and which was subject to the depredations of animals. During the following day, we completed our work upon Chinantla. The type is one of the best marked. In the child, the nose is wide, flat at the tip, with a straight or even concave bridge. The eyes are widely separated and often oblique. The mouth is large, the lips thick, and the upper lip projects notably beyond the lower. The face is wide and flat at the cheekbones. With age, this type changes. The nose becomes aquiline and of a moderate breadth. The upper lip becomes less prominent, the skin lightens. For 2 days more, days of darkness, rain, and cold that penetrated to the marrow, we remained prisoners in the village, waiting for the horses for which we had sent the day of our arrival. It was impossible to make photographs, nor was it feasible to look around the town or into the adjoining country. The secretario, indeed, showed us the way in which spirits are distilled from the sap of sugarcane, and we had ample opportunity to examine the dress of the people and the mode of weaving. All the women dress in garments of home-woven cotton, and the red head clothes, so characteristic a feature of the dress of men and boys, are woven here from thread already dyed, but in other places. The little figures of animals or birds of geometrical designs worked in them in great or yellow worsted are woven in, at the time of making the clothes, with bright bits of wool. At last our animals appeared. They had been sent from Papalo, and we made arrangements, as we supposed, for using them through to Huauhtla. The animals arrived at 9:30 in the morning, and the mozo with them reported that the roads were bad from the constant rains of the past several days. We decided to leave that afternoon, stopping at Huauhtla for the night, and then making an early start to push through in a single day. The presidente, alcalde, and other town officials accompanied us to the border of the village, where they bade us adieu, begging for a real for drink. As we left, the sky was clear and the mists were rising from the valleys. For the first time, we gained some idea of the beauty of the country all around us. The houses of the town are well built, with walls of poles or narrow slabs neatly corded together in a vertical position. The roofs are thatched with palm. They pitch sharply from a central ridge, and the ends pitch also from the ridge in independent slopes. The top is crested with a comb of thatch neatly applied. Off to the right from the village lay a magnificent valley, with massive rock walls clad with green forest. The low masses of clouds and great banks of mist but emphasized the impression made by those parts of the scene that were visible. Soon we had passed the ridge and looked down again into the Huauhtla Valley. The road was not as bad as we had anticipated. As we made our upward climb, we found that the flame-colored orchids, few when we last passed that way, were out in quantity. They are a terrestrial species, and the colors are a beautiful combination of flame red with chrome yellow. The other day, only the outer and lower flowers of the racemes were blown, but on this occasion the whole cluster was in bloom. We noticed strikingly what had before suggested itself to us, that through this district flowers of certain colors massed themselves together. Thus, on this slope, the hundreds of bunches of flame-colored orchids were rivaled by clusters of a tubular flower perhaps an inch in length of almost the same hues. Along the green road near Tepanapa, all sorts of flowers seemed to be pink or flesh-colored, while along the jungle bank, near the coffee plantation, everything was blue or purple. When we reached Huauhtla, neither the Presidente, the Secretario, nor the Segundo was in town. The big topil, whose head was healing, did the honors of the place. We had intended to make an early start, but it was 6:30 before we mounted and were on our way. Going back over the old road, we soon reached the little coffee finca in charge of our mystic friend, and here we left the familiar trail for what our guide insisted was a better one. We struck up and up the slope to avoid little ravines, which he assured us were very bad. At last, when it was certain that he had completely lost his way, we started down into the forest. For a time we followed the bad and disused trail, but soon even this disappeared, and we tore our way through the tropical vegetation as best we could. Often the men had to cut the way with their machetes. Sometimes we slid for yards over the wet mud. Frequently our heads were caught by hanging vines, and faces and hands were scratched with brambles. When at last we came out upon a cleared space, we found ourselves at the Chinantla village of Santa Maria. Perhaps there were 4 houses in the village. Our appearance caused great excitement. Our pack animals bade fair to destroy the maize and other plantings in the field. In the trail were oxen, which had to be gotten out of our way for fear of being driven to frenzy by our mere passing. They assured us that we were on the road to Tepanapa, so we completed the descent to the brooklet and started up a trail which at any time would have been steep, stony, slippery all at once. We were compelled, finally, to dismount and lead our animals. Frank, before he did so, tumbled his horse 3 times down the bank. At one place, 2 of the 3 horses fell together in a struggling mass, and for a moment things looked serious. All the animals but my own fell at least once before we reached the summit. From there it was an easy ride over a level district until we were in sight of Tepanapa, which by sunlight presented a most attractive appearance. The houses are spread over a gentle slope to the very edge of a little barranca. Each had a little enclosure with a group of banana plants. Butterflies of brilliant hues lazily flew about, and a few birds uttered their characteristic cries. We could not, however, delay. Before us lay a tremendous ascent. The first part, which we had passed after dusk, we found rougher than we realized. Rock masses here were covered with a thick cushion of brilliant crimson moss, a kind of sphagnum. The gully trail had not been improved by the recent rains, and it taxed our animals severely to reach the summit. Arrived in the district of the trees loaded with beards of golden yellow moss, we caught a magnificent view back over the valley. With one sweep of the eye, we could almost follow our whole round of wandering. The ridges on which lay San Juan Huauhtla and San Pedro Suchiapan both were in sight, as were the valleys in which Santa Maria and Tepanapa lay, but the only actual feature which we could see and recognize was the little coffee finca this side of Huauhtla. The combination of great mountains, blue ridges, and bare rock cliffs was grand. Here our road forked, and at this point we had a moment's excitement. We met an old Indian man with a baby tied upon his back, and his old wife, carrying a burden, followed after. Before them a black bull was calmly walking. The moment the old man saw us, he waved his arms and cried out in great excitement, "Toro, muy bravo! Bull, very fierce!" and hastened forward to catch the lasso wound around the horns of the beast to lead him out of our way. Just then the bull took matters into his own control and, with a snort and plunge, started wildly away, dragging the old fellow at a wild run down the trail, finally whirling him and the baby into a heap by the roadside, while he himself took up the mountainside. It was after dark before we reached Papalo. After much grumbling, supper was prepared and a solemn promise given that we should leave at 7 in the morning. When we were ready, no animals were to be seen. The Presidente asserted that the price which we had paid was only to that point, and that if we wanted animals for Huahtla, we must make a new arrangement. This was sheer blackmail, because there had been no misunderstanding in the matter, and a liberal price had been paid. After wrangling for an hour, we shook the dust of Papalo literally from our feet and started to walk to Huahtla, telling the town authorities that our burdens must be taken by mozos to the cabecera before 3 o'clock, and that we should pay nothing for the service. Probably we should not have been so ready to take this heroic action if we had not remembered that the road was downhill all the way and good walking. Still, 15 miles is 15 miles, and the sun was hot, and though we left at 8:30, it was 2 o'clock before we entered Huahtla. We had no adventures by the way, except the killing of a coral snake which lay in the middle of the road. At 3 the mozos with their burdens arrived, and felt it very hard that we kept our promise of paying nothing for their service. End of section 20. Section 21 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 18. To Coixtlahuaca. 1900. For a day we rested at Huahtla to make arrangements for a trip to the land of the Chochos. We complained bitterly to the Jefe Politico regarding the miserable animals which had been supplied us for our last journey and demanded something better. Frank had had enough of practical anthropology and left us, so there were but 4 to be provided. At 8 o'clock the following morning, 4 decent horses and 2 pack animals were waiting at our door. A mounted arriero was in charge to accompany us. Although he had been inefficient on the preceding journey, the same jailbird was sent with us as mozo whom we had had before. At 8:30 our party of 6 persons started, passing the river, which we forded. An excellent road took us for a league over the sandy plain, which was fairly grown with trees, supplying a little shade. The great pitahayas were in bloom, and their white flowers looked well against the ugly, stiff green branches. The roadside was bordered with acacias, which in full bloom presented masses of golden balls and perfumed the air with their delicate odor. Passing a considerable sugar hacienda, the trail struck into the mountains, and for 3 hours we made a steady ascent. The road itself was excellent, but the sun beat down with fearful force, and the heat was reflected from the bare road and the rock cliffs along which we traveled. At one place the vegetation consisted of a curious mixture of gigantic cactuses rising as single stalks as high as telegraph poles, but larger in diameter, and palms. Arriving at the crest, we saw a long plain stretching before us, presenting a mingled growth of palms and pines. At the very border of the ridge stood a hut of poles, where we stopped to drink tepache and to eat broiled chicken, which we had brought with us. We found the old woman, an Indian, neither Quichotec, Chinantec, Mixtec, nor Zapotec, as we might expect, but a full Aztec from Cordova. She was bright and shrewd, and as we chatted with her, we noticed a little chicken a few days old, awkwardly running about with curiously deformed feet. Upon my noticing it, the old lady remarked that the moon made it so. I inquired what she meant. She said, "Yes, we know it is the moon which shapes the bodies of all young animals." We followed the road a long distance over the hot plain, passing San Pedro Jogotepec to our left, and shortly after struck up the mountain side and had another long and steady climb until at last we reached the crest of all the district. Here and there we encounter bits of limestone, which always, in the southern country, makes the worst roads for travel. The rain erodes it into the oddest of forms, leaving projecting ridges almost as sharp as knife edges, with irregular hollows beating the surface, so that it forms a most insecure and unpleasant foothold for the animals. Not only so, but the surface, rough as it is frequently as polished as glass, and, whether wet or dry, is slippery to the tread. Walking over these jagged surfaces of limestone is destructive to any shoe. A single afternoon of this will do more than a month of ordinary use. Troublesome as these limestones are, as roads they are ever interesting, because the masses by the roadside present the most astonishing and beautiful forms of waterware. Upon a mass 8 or 10 feet across, there will be worn a system of ridges and intervening channels, which, in miniature, seems to reproduce the orographic features of the whole country. While we were passing over one of these limestone stretches, a little before reaching the summit, we found a spot of unusual difficulty. The two pack animals were together, one tied to the tail of the other. The second had several times acted badly, but in passing over this bit of road, he jumped and plunged, so that his pack loosened and slid to one side. Plunging, kicking, and falling, he dragged down the unfortunate beast to whose tail he was tied. The old rope tugged and creaked, and for a moment we expected to see the very tail of the forward animal pulled out and both packs destroyed by the struggling beasts. Fortunately, at this moment, the rope itself broke. The forward animal was loosened and quickly quieted, but the other one kicked and struggled, with our load of plates and developing trays under him. Quickly cutting the ropes that held the burden, we tried to release the animal, but it lay exhausted, and for a moment we thought it dead. Really, however, it was not hurt at all, and the loads themselves appeared undamaged. The burdens having been repacked, we again started on the journey. At several places on this road, we had noticed cairns, or heaps of pebbles. On inquiring from Don Manuel, the funny little man who had the animals in charge, we learned that every Chocho Indian passing the place adds a pebble to the heap to secure good luck and ensure his safe return home. At the summit, we found one of these piles of stone surmounted by a cross, and learned that when the Chochos reach this spot, they always stop, repeat a prayer, and dance for good health and fortune before the cross. It was now almost dark. There was no opportunity for sleeping in the hut, and so we prepared to lie down outside. The people in the house prepared tortillas and beans, and after eating, we rolled up in our blankets and lay down on some dried corn husks on the ground. It was a night of suffering. The cold was so great that our blankets furnished no protection, and the place swarmed with fleas innumerable. At last, at 4 o'clock, 2 hours before sunrise, we started on our journey in the hope of getting warm. The air was damp and heavy, and until the sun rose, we had a desolate journey. We were again upon a limestone district, with interesting features of scenery, and with few difficulties in the road. We passed many oblong hills of limestone, the horizontal layers of which upon the slopes present tiers of steps, one behind the other. These hills were astonishingly overgrown with trees, and formed masses of the darkest green. There was a great deal of subterranean water, and sinkholes produced by caving over such streams were frequent. The soil generally was a residual red or brownish clay. Flocks of gray pigeons were startled from their roots by our passing, and little doves were plentiful, great hawks and small eagles were seen in pairs, hovering high in the air. We passed several little ranches, to one of which the name of El Zapato is given from a footprint which is said to be painted on the rocks at that point. Finally, we saw before us the hill behind which, Don Manuel assured us, lay Coixtlahuaca. To mount and drop down behind it seemed a simple thing, but we had to traverse the whole length of the rather irregular ridge, which seemed interminable. The road which led up to it was called the Rio Blanca, White River, an appropriate name, as it was broad and deeply worn into the soft rock of which the ridge consisted. When we reached the crest, we found the ridge extending as a flat plain of light, buff-colored tufa, with many trails worn deeply into it, and giving out, under the bright sunshine, a frightful reflection of light and heat. Long before we reached the end of this dreary stretch, we saw Coixtlahuaca and its adjoining Indian villages, Nativitas and San Cristobal. As we drew nearer, the view was striking. The town is broad, but of little depth. Its streets are laid out with regularity. Its great church, with masses of ruin on either side, is conspicuous. The plaza is large for the size of the town. To one side of it are the portales and the town house and jefatura. To the right of the town and behind it is a large walled cemetery with many gravestones. Back of all rise hills of tufa, such as we had just traversed. The houses, similar to those at Huauhtla and in the country between there and here, appear to be constructed with a view to cold. At least 2 houses usually occur in one enclosure. The one more important corresponds to the god house of the Aztecs and the other to the cook house. The former is very built and has low, carefully constructed walls and a high, abruptly four-pitched, heavily thatched roof. Going to the jefatura, the young clerk there was much impressed by the documents we presented, and asked us if we would accompany him to the jefe's house, so thus no time would be lost. Upon arriving at the house of the jefe, we found that the wedding was about to be celebrated in the church. The jefe received us with magnificent promises. We should room at the palace, arrangements should be made for boarding at a private house, beds and proper furniture should be brought immediately, and the following day we should journey on horseback through all the Indian towns of the vicinity. This was all very fine, but we told him that meantime we were hungry, we had eaten nothing since the night before, and then had fared badly, and that we must unload our animals, which we had left with the rest of our company standing in front of the palace. The unloading was done at once, and we were given the schoolhouse for our quarters at the rear of the patio of the palace. At this moment, however, everything else was neglected for the wedding. This we all attended, and it was indeed an occasion. The bride in white, with veil and orange blossoms, was accompanied by her mother, godmother, and other female friends. She was really a pretty and wholesome Indian girl, and the groom was a decent young mestizo with grey wool sombrero and linen jacket, cloth trousers, etc. He and his godfather were bustling about attending to all sorts of preliminaries. In the solemn procession which took place to the church, the company of ladies preceded. The jefe and myself led the line of male friends, and when we filed into the church, the building was fairly filled. The special friends, including our party, moved in procession to the high altar where the ceremony was performed. The bridal company knelt with candles in their hands. Other candles, some of enormous size, were burning in various parts of the church. The priest, with much ceremony, gave the sacrament of the communion to the couple, and then fastened 2 golden chains, crossing about both their necks. A scarf of satin was placed upon them so as to cover both, passing over the head of the woman and the shoulders of the man. From the church, our procession dwindled to the particular friends and guests of honor, walked through the village to the justice court, where the civil ceremony was performed. The matter having been accomplished, with full respect to the requirements of the law, we thought again for dinner. The jefe told us that tomorrow we should go to our boarding place, but that today we were to dine together in state. Time passed, hour after hour lagged in, until the mozo and arriero struck for money with which to buy themselves something to eat. Meantime we waited. Finally, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we were summoned, and the jefe, myself, and our companions started down the hot, dusty main street. On and on we walked, until at last the Jefe himself impatiently demanded of our guide how far we had to go. At last we heard the strain of music, and shortly found ourselves in a yard crowded with people, among whom 2 bands of music were present, one with stringed instruments and the other with brass. It was the house of the bride, and after a moment's waiting in the yard, we were ushered by the Jefe's clerk into the building. It had been cleared of all its contents, and a long table set in the middle ran lengthwise of the place. Benches were placed beside it. A line of vases filled with bouquets occupied the middle of the table, and between these were bottles of wine, Catalan, mezcal, pulque, tepache, beer, etc. The ladies were already seated. We took the remaining seats. The company consisted of the bride and groom, their parents, godparents, families, and particular friends. And then we had a dinner which amply compensated for the 36 hours through which we had been fasting. Good bread soup, stews, broiled meat, mole prieto, chicken, beans, sweetmeats, coffee, with the beverages before mentioned. Dishes, when they came in, were politely passed across the table to the ladies opposite. No one ate till all were served, and when we were through, the place was cleared, and another room full of friends sat down to the bountiful repast. And then a third, and then a fourth, till everyone had feasted, even to the commonest, and the musicians, to whom abundance was carried after those invited in had eaten. Through all this lengthy feasting, the bands of music alternated with each other. When all had eaten, the women quickly cleared the house. The tables were moved, and all the chairs of the neighborhood were set stiffly around the walls, after which dancing began, continuing through the night. After having eaten, we stepped outside to visit with the crowd. Among them, several drunken men showed a special friendliness. One of these insisted upon showing us an idol, which, from his description, should have been a rather beautiful piece. It turned out to be a very crudely made head, wrought in coarse cellular lava. Considering the material, the work was really fine, nor was it a fragment broken from the body, as there had never been more than what we saw. From here a yet more drunken dulcero insisted on our going to his dulceria and bake shop, where he told us that he had a much finer piece. We found he really had an enormous head, made of coarse but rather bright red stone. It was another example of the same type of separate head, a type which must be characteristic of the district. Notwithstanding the fine promises, we found no beds or other furniture when we returned to our room. This was not, perhaps, surprising in view of the excitement over the wedding, which might drive lesser matters out of the mind of the great official. With difficulty, we secured some mats from the chief of police, and made our beds with these upon the desks and benches of the schoolroom. But though we remained in Coixtlahuaca several days, no beds were forthcoming, though we referred to them often enough, nor did the private boarding-house materialize. We, however, found a little place in the village where we got plenty of good food cheaply, nor did the ride on horseback through the neighboring villages, which had been so pleasantly suggested by the Jefe, materialize. However, each day of our stay, we were assured that all arrangements had been made for it to take place on the morrow. We have already mentioned the plaza as large in proportion to the size of the town. On Sunday it was crowded, and while many things were bought and sold, the trade in sombreros surpassed all others. This was a specialty of all the district. Throughout the Chocho towns, they make an excellent grade of palm hats, and everyone engages in the making. Both men and women braid the palm, and in every yard there is excavated in the soft, turfaceous rock a cueva or cave in which they work. Here the palm is left between times, and here 2 persons generally work together, each braiding at a hat, while a little cross cut in the rock wall looks down upon the work, for good luck. These caves have a narrow opening upward, and are scarcely large enough to admit the 2 persons who sit at their work. The object of the cave is to keep the work moist, as the planing cannot be well done if the palm dries out. The Monday we were there, the victory of February 5th was celebrated. The day began with music by the brass band from the roof of the Presidencia. The band, a large one, consisted almost entirely of boys about 15 years of age. Only the director and one among the players were men grown. At sunrise, the national flag was raised, and at 7 the church bells were rang. Through the afternoon, games of ball and cockfights furnished amusement. Among the crowd at the house of the bride, we had met a little, stout man of about 25 or 30 years, who considered himself superior to the other people, and who variously attempted to make himself familiar. At several times during our measuring and bust-making he had hung around, making smart remarks, but we had never invited him to submit to measure, as he did not seem to be a really full-blood Indian. He had made a nuisance of himself, but finally, one day, when he was standing in the crowd, which was looking on, he called my attention to a friend of his, remarking that here was a good subject. On calling this young man to be measured, we met with unexpected resistance. He was purely Indian, short, well-dressed, and well-mannered, but he refused to be measured. We had some little trouble with our subjects that afternoon, and therefore insisted that he should undergo the operation. He refused. Of course, the officials were on our side, and the police led him off to jail. When he saw that there was no escape, he consented to be measured, and they brought him back, under guard, until the operation was performed. So much feeling had been raised by the matter that his foolish friend, to whose jocularity he owed the unpleasant experience, thought best himself to be measured. Accordingly, measures were taken, although it was after dark, and a candle had to be used in reading. As our day's work was done, we returned to our room, making ready to go to supper. The crowd had departed. To our surprise, we found these foolish fellows at our door awaiting us. "Sir," they said, "we would speak with you a moment." Going aside with them, I asked their wishes. They then launched out, with weeping and groans and much wringing of hands, into a dreary tale. They were young teachers waiting for appointment. One of them had a little family. It would be a dreadful thing for them to be taken away and forced into the army. It was impossible to convince them that there was no harm in the matter. After long discussion and elaborate explanations, they cheered up somewhat, but insisted that I must go to the house of one of them, the one who had given trouble, to take pulque. We went 3 abreast, each one of them taking one of my bracitos queridos, beloved little arms. As we went, they alternately indulged in admiring exclamations. "Ah, severo, what a maestro! How fine a gentleman! How amiable! Say, Manuelito, was there ever such a one?" At the house, which was neat and clean, I met the mother and 2 little ones, who would be left behind in case Severo were forced to go into the army. Then the pulque was brought in and sampled. As I was leaving to go to supper, they said no, I must go to my room. They would accompany me. In vain I reminded them that my companions were waiting for me at the eating place. I must be seen back to my very door, then I might go where I pleased. But with them I had gone forth, and until they saw me home again, they would be responsible for my person. Coixtlahuaca itself is largely a mestizo town, but immediately in its neighborhood and on its outskirts are Indian villages. All chochos know Spanish, and but few talk their own language. There is little of interest in their life and nothing characteristic in their dress, which is that of mestizos in general. But the physical type is well defined. The stature is small, the face is short and broad, the nose is wide and flat, with a fat, flattened tip. The hair is somewhat inclined to curl, especially on top behind. Despairing of the promised trip through the villages, we issued orders for our animals to be ready early one morning. Only after vigorous complaints and threats were they actually ready. The owner of the beast, which I myself mounted, went with us on foot, and a mozo was supplied for carrying instruments. In spite of fair promises that we would leave at 3, it was 4:40 before we started, though we had risen at 2:30. Our arriero was the best we ever had. Far from sparing his good horse and grumbling at our speed, he was continually complaining at our slowness. "Why don't the boys want to go fast?" he would say. "Don't you want to get there at a good hour? Why do you go so slowly?" And then, striking the horse, he trotted along at wonderful speed. We reached Huauhtla at 8:30, stopping an hour to feed our horses and to eat beans and tortillas. We then pushed on down the slope and out over the long ridge passing the hut of our Cordovan Aztec woman. It was the hottest hour of the day when we descended the broad road over the hot rocks and saw Cuicatlan in the distance. Thanks to our arriero, we drew up at Doña Serafina's when it was about 3:40 in the afternoon, having been upon the road 11 hours. End of section 21. Section 22 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 19. Huauhtla and the Mazatecs. 1900. A short ride upon the train through the hot and dusty valley brought us to the miserable station of San Antonio, from which we had been assured a coach ran daily to Teotitlan del Camino. Arrived at this station, no stage was in sight, and we were told that it sometimes came and sometimes not. Accordingly, leaving my companions at the station in care of the baggage, I walked to the village, half a mile away, to see what arrangements could be made for transportation. It was hot, and it seemed difficult to arouse interest on the part of the town authorities. Neither conveyance nor animals were to be had. Accordingly, a foot messenger was sent to Teotitlan, which is a cabecera, asking that some arrangements be made for transporting us. As there was no hurry, and it would be some time before we could receive an answer, I sat under the thatched roof in front of the townhouse, resting and enjoying the little breeze which had sprung up. Suddenly, the belated coach itself came into sight, bound for the station. Starting to mount, the driver told me that it was better for me to remain sitting comfortably in the shade, and that he would pick up my companions, of whom I told him there were 3, and that I could join the company as they passed. As arrangements had already been made regarding the transportation of the baggage by mules, the advice seemed good, and I remained where I was. A long time passed, and when, at last, the coach arrived, it contained but one passenger, a dignified licenciado. When I asked the driver where my companions were, he answered that they had refused to come because I had sent no written order to that effect. I suggested that we should turn back and get them, but to his proposition he gave refusal. Not only so, but the licenciado expressed vexation at the delay which he was suffering, and demanded that we should go on at once. Argument, persuasions, threats were all of no avail, and as it was necessary that I should see the Jefe at the earliest possible moment, I was forced to mount the coach and leave my unfortunate and obedient companions to their fate. For an hour and a half the coach lumbered slowly over the hot and dusty road, which passed between small, bare, gray, or brown rock hills, rising to a higher level only a little before we reached Teotitlan itself. Hastening to the jefatura, I discovered that the Jefe had gone to Mexico, leaving the Presidente of the town as his lieutenant. This man was neither willing, interested, nor efficient. He had little authority even with his own policemen and townsmen. I requested that the first thing should be to send for my companions and bring them to town within the briefest time. Orders were sent to the policeman to the driver of the coach that he should return at once to the station. To these orders he sent the false reply that his coach had broken down, one wheel being completely ruined. After some wrangling and delay, the Presidente sent a foot messenger to San Antonio with orders to the authorities of that village to supply 3 animals for the travelers. The messenger left at 5 in the evening. Meantime, we arranged with difficulty for beasts for our further journey. Although we were assured that no animals from the town could accompany us further than the first ranchito in the mountains, named San Bernardino, they assured us that fresh animals could be obtained there for the remainder of the journey. Going to the regular hotel in the village, we found the prices higher than in Oaxaca or Puebla, and equal to those of a first-class hotel in Mexico itself. As the landlady seemed to have no disposition to do aught for us, we decided to look elsewhere. At the second so-called hotel, we found a single bed. At this point, a bystander suggested that Don Pedro Barrios would probably supply us lodging. Hastening to his house, I secured a capital room, opening by one door directly onto the main road and by another opposite onto the large patio of his place. The room was large and clean, and 4 good cots were soon in place. Having ordered supper at a little eating house for 4 persons to be ready at 7 o'clock, I spent a little time in looking at relics found in the neighborhood. Pottery figures and heads are quite common and frequently painted brilliantly. Small heads and ornaments of green stone are not uncommon. Curious globes of stone for beating bark paper are also found. Objects of gold and silver have been found in the ancient graves near the foot of the mountains on the outskirts of the village. These were of curious forms and excellent workmanship, and included large ornaments for the ears and pendants for the neck made of thin sheets of gold, turtles and human skulls cast in a single piece, and most curious of all the pieces of filigree where the gold wire was coiled into strange human heads. One of these was made half of gold and half of silver wire. At 7, no sign of my companions had appeared. A policeman went to tell the keeper of the eating house that we would eat at 8, and, putting my chair outside the open door, I sat in the cool air and watched the people passing in the moonlight. 8 o'clock came and no companions. The supper hour was postponed to 9. Between 9 and 10, Don Pedro and I talked over various matters, and at last, yielding to his solicitation, I went to supper. He promised to send my comrades in case they should arrive during my absence. I had just finished supper at 10:30 when my 3 hungry companions arrived with big appetites for their own meals, and it was after 11 before the party was through its supper. They themselves had by no means spent a dull afternoon. The station agent and his lady wife had indulged in a vigorous battle. Both were drunk, shot revolvers recklessly, beat one another, tore hair, and clubbed most vigorously. The man finally took 6,000 pesos in money out of the company's safe and left the station, vowing that he would never be seen again. Though the authorities at San Antonio had received the order to supply animals at 6 o'clock, it was after 9 before they had the beasts ready for the travelers. After an excellent night's rest, we started our pack animals and were ourselves ready for the journey at 9, when we found that no arrangements had been made for the foot mozo to carry our instruments. This again caused delay and trouble, but at last we were upon the road and started out through the little village towards the mountains. My animal appeared a beast of vigor and spirit, and my hope ran high. The moment, however, that we struck the climb, matters changed. He then stopped every few yards, breathing as if it were his last gasp. This he kept up for the whole ascent, and there seemed doubt whether he would ever reach the summit. For a long distance the road followed the side of the gorge in which a fine brook plunged and dashed. We passed and repassed picturesque groups of Mazatec Indians with their burdens. The women wore enaguas, the lower part of which was brown, the upper white. Their huipilis are among the most striking we have seen, being made of native cotton, decorated with elaborate embroidered patterns of large size in pink or red. The favorite design is the eagle. Men wore cotones of black or dark blue wool. We had been riding steadily for 2 hours before we reached San Bernardino, where the mozos and pack animals were changed, and where we rested for a few minutes. We then rode for a long time, gently ascending through forests of pine or oak. Here and there the air plants of the oak trees were notable. Finally we mounted to a road along a narrow ridge, like a knife's edge, and from here on had one of the most remarkable roads that I have ever traveled. Keeping continuously upon the crest, we had upon the one side the dried slope, with the pine forest, and on the other the damp slope, densely grown with low oaks, heavily clad with orchids and bromelias, and weighted with great bunches of grey moss. The road passed up and down gentle and abrupt slopes separated by level spaces. When we first caught sight of Huauhtla, it looked so near, and the road to be traversed was so plain that we expected to reach the town before 3 o'clock, but the trail proved drearily long. True, the scenery was magnificent. The great mass of mountains, curious ridges extending out from their flanks, the multitude of horizontal, parallel long roads following these, the little towns, San Jeronimo, San Lucas, all were attractive. From the great slope opposite Huauhtla, the view of the town was most impressive. Before us opened a narrow valley, the depth of which we only realized after we had traversed it. An hour and a half was necessary for making the descent and the up-climb. From the point whence we were looking, the church, town house, and cluster houses of the village were above us. Below stretched a line of nublina, and beneath it the whole great mountain flank was checkered with its irregular brown and green fields belonging to the villagers. It was already 5 o'clock when we began the descent from this fine viewpoint, and on our way down the slope and up the opposite slope to the village, we met great numbers of drunken Indians. As it was Sunday, usually a man and woman together. 2 of the men we met had been fighting and were covered with blood. The face of one of them was livid with the blows which he had received. Many of the parties were noisy and quarrelsome, and some of them showed a tendency to meddle with us as we passed. The greater portion of the journey had been over fine, dry roads. After we reached the knife-edge ridge, however, whenever there was a descent or ascent, we found the road of clay, moist and slippery. In the rainy season these bits would be bad enough. At this time of the year they are due to the nublina, great masses of which we saw from the time we reached the crossroad, and at times we passed through great sheets of it which cut off all view and which soaked our clothing. Upon our last descent and ascent we were almost discouraged, and the last half hour of our journey was made by the light of the moon struggling through nublina. Though it was dark when we reached the village, we were impressed with the fineness of the municipal house, the best constructed we have seen in an Indian town. Its location near the edge of the mountain slope, giving a magnificent outlook over the great valley, is very fine. The houses of the Mazatecs are picturesque. The walls are built of mud or slabs or posts daubed with mud, while the roofs are thatched with palm. The ridge pole extends at both ends in projections which themselves are thatched, forming curious and striking horns. This same mode of thatch, picturesque in the extreme, is also used above the little granaries which are raised on poles several feet above the ground in order to keep the contents from the attacks of animals. Huauhtla is a large town. The village and its immediate dependencies have a population of 7,000. Until lately the town was jealous of visits from outside and little inclined to hospitality towards travelers. If this were formerly true, it has ceased to be so. We were received most heartily. The large and enthusiastic town government, after learning our errand, expressed their willingness to aid us in every way. They at once cleared a fine large room in the town house for our occupancy, prepared 4 beds of boards covered with petates, and brought from the priest's house, hard by, blankets, sheets, and pillows for my own use. Arrangements were also made for our eating with the priest, Padre Manzano, with whom we fared in truly regal fashion. In the days we stayed at Huauhtla, there were no delays in our work, and everything went in orderly fashion. It is true our subjects for busts were an awkward and trying lot. The first subject broke the back piece of the mold to fragments, and when the plaster was being applied to his face, he opened his mouth and talked, opened his eyes, and drew out his nose tubes, with the result that eyes, nose, and mouth were all filled with the soft mixture, and it was all that we could do to clean him without damage. As for trying to take his bust again, that was quite out of the question. The second subject was all right until the last application had been made, when he turned in the partly hardened mold with truly disastrous results. The third one acted so awkwardly that a piece of the mold, which should have come off singly, was taken off in 10 fragments. The dress of the Mazatec women is elaborate and striking, both enagua and huipil being made from the cotton woven by themselves. At the base of the enagua is a broad and heavy band of wool, embroidered in geometrical patterns, the color being cochineal. Above these bands there are embroideries in the same colored wool, animal and human figures, and geometrical designs. Unfortunately, cochineal, while brilliant, is by no means permanent, a single washing of the garment spreading the color through the white texture. The huipils are ornamented frequently with red, purple, and crimson ribbons, bought in stores in the town, which are sewed to the garment in such a fashion as to divide it into rectangular spaces. These, in turn, are occupied with the elaborate large patterns in pink representing the eagle and other designs already described. It is uncommon among Mexican Indians to find a native use of silk. Here, however, silkworms are reared, and carry clothes, kerchiefs, and belts are woven from their product. These are worn by both men and women. The mode of wearing the hair among the Mazatec women is in 2 broad, flat braids hanging down the back. The women made no demur whatever to being measured, but everyone who presented herself for the operation came dressed in her best clothing, with her hair elaborately braided, and showed serious disappointment and dissatisfaction if not invited to be photographed. The town has a most curious reputation as devoted to commerce and not to manual labor. In fact, it is considered disgraceful for a man of Huautla to indulge in work. The people of San Lucas, the nearest town and a dependency, are, on the other hand, notably industrious, and it is they who carry burdens and do menial work for the lordly Huautla people. Mrs. Tepehuas told us that she tried in vain to get a cook in the village. The woman was satisfied to cook and found no fault with the wages offered, but refused the job because it involved the carrying of water, and she feared lest she might be seen as such ignoble labor. Mr. Tepehuas a while ago bought a set of shelves from a man who had them in his house. As they were dirty, he suggested that they must be cleaned before he would receive them. The seller said very well, he would send for a man of San Lucas to clean them. It was only lately that they condescended to carry stuff to Teotitlán to sell. In the town house they cherish two much prized possessions, the título and mapa of the town. The former is the grant made by the Spanish government to this village in the year 1763. It is an excellently preserved document in parchment, and the old writing is but little faded. As for the mapa, it is a strip of native, coarse cotton cloth, 7 feet by 3 feet 9 inches inside, with a landscape map of the surrounding country painted upon it in red, yellow, black, and brown. It is a quaint piece of painting, with mountains, valleys, streams, caves, trees, houses, churches, and villages represented on it with fair exactness. It was probably painted at the same time that the título was given to the village. The morning after our arrival, we witnessed a quadruple Indian wedding in the church at XVII. The brides were magnificent in the brilliant huipilis, and the godmothers were almost as much so, with their fine embroideries. The ceremony was much like that at Coixtlahuaca already described. The bride put a silver ring upon the groom's finger, and he did the same by her. The priest put money in the man's hands, he transferred this to the woman, and she to the priest. Single chains were hung about the neck of each of the party, both men and women. The covering shade of a scarf was stretched over all 4 couples at once, covering the heads of the women and the shoulders of the men. Near the town house, along the main street, is a series of sheds or shacks used as shops, altogether numerically disproportionate to the population. Great was our surprise to find that one of these was kept by a Frenchman who spoke excellent English and who is married to an English lady. They were the only white people living in this great Indian town. Monsieur de Buitry has a coffee plantation in the valley a few miles away at Chichotla, but he finds the climate bad for himself and lady. Accordingly, they had moved up onto the high land, and it is easy for him, when he must give attention to his finca, to go to it for the necessary time. They have some pretty children and are doing well. We called at their house, quite like the others of the town, and were hospitably received with chocolate and sweet English cakes. During our stay, this gentleman and his wife did their utmost for our comfort, and gave us many interesting bits of information regarding the people, their customs, and their superstitions. We have elsewhere described in detail their witchcraft practices, their belief in transformation into tigers, and their ideas regarding the destiny and condition of persons after death. Just across the way from the town house was a large house of the usual fashion, which we quickly learned was the rendezvous and practice place of the town band. This consisted entirely of boys, none of them more than 20 years of age, and numbered upwards of 30 pieces. The leader was a man of 40, a capital trainer. The daily practice began at 4:30 in the morning and was kept up until noon. They ensued an hour's rest. At 1 they were again practicing, and no break occurred until long after dark. During the days that we were there, a single piece only was being practiced. It was our alarm clock in the morning, beat time for our work throughout the day, and lulled us to sleep when we retired for the night. Senor de Buitry insists that during the year and more that he has lived in the village, several boys have blown themselves through consumption into early graves. Our pleasant stay at Huautla came to an equally pleasant termination. Having stated the number of animals and human carriers necessary and the hour at which we wished to start, we found every preparation made on awakening in the morning, and at 6:25, after an excellent breakfast with Padre Manzano, we sallied forth. 6 human carriers bore our busts and baggage, and 4 capital horses carried us rapidly over the good road. It was a magnificent morning, but later in the day, as the sun rose, it became hot. We arrived at 3 in the afternoon, with our carriers close behind. The following morning we forgave the crabbed cochero at Teotitlan sufficiently to take his stagecoach for San Antonio, where we arrived in 50 minutes, having 2 hours to wait before the northbound train took us towards Puebla. End of section 22. Section 23 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 20. Tepehuas and Totonacs, Part 1. 1900. Leaving Puebla on the early morning train and taking the Pachuca branch to Ometusco, we changed cars at Tepa onto the narrow-gauge Hidalgo road for Tulancingo, which took us by a winding course through a great maguey country. After 2 hours of riding, in the latter part of which we were within sight of a pretty lakelet, we reached Tulancingo. Broad avenues, bordered with handsome trees, connected the station with the town, in the plaza of which we shortly found ourselves. This plaza consists of a large square planted with trees, with an open space before it, and is surrounded by various shops and the great church. It is pretentious but desolate. In front of the treed space were temporary booths erected for the carnival, in which dulces, aguas frescas, and cascarones were offered for sale. Hawkers on the streets were selling cascarones, some of which were quite elaborate. The simplest were eggshells, dyed and stained in brilliant colors and filled with bits of cut paper. These were broken upon the heads of persons as they passed, setting loose the bits of paper which became entangled in the hair and scattered over the clothing. Some had, pasted over the open ends, little conical caps of colored tissue paper. Others consisted of a lyre-shaped frame with an eggshell in the center of the open part. Some had white birds, single or in pairs, hovering over the upper end. The carnival was on in full force, and we saw frequent bands of maskers. They went in companies of a dozen or so, dressed like clowns, with their clothing spotted and striped with red. Their faces were concealed by clothes. They walked rapidly, almost ran through the streets. They spoke to no one, and did nothing except to keep up a loud and constant thrilling of the most ridiculous kind. Packs of youngsters chased behind and crowded upon them. They also pelted them with stones, and the head of one of the maskers was bleeding quite profusely, but he still kept up his headlong run and thrilling. We had counted upon the assistance of the Jefe, but found him too dignified to receive us outside of office hours, and therefore we arranged the matter of our transportation to Huachinango. The price was high, the coach inconvenient, and the cochero unaccommodating. In vain we tried to have all of our plaster taken in the load with us. Only one half could go, the balance must follow the succeeding day. Finally, at about 10 in the morning, we lumbered heavily away, and were soon out of the town, passing through a brown, hilly district, at first devoted to pulque plantations, but further along becoming fine pasture land. Neat fields separated by bands of yellow, unplowed stubble, and through farmhouses of good size, were striking features. We passed through quantities of pine groves, and everywhere a cold wind blew strongly in our faces. At one place we were obliged to dismount and walk on account of the sharp descent, and found ourselves upon an ugly piece of limestone or sandstone rock, which soon, to our surprise, we found replaced by a solid mass of obsidian. The cochero says that the place is known as Itzlis, the obsidians, the knives. It was 2:30 when we reached Aguazotepec, where we called upon the Presidente and engaged a mozo for a peso to convey our instruments the balance of the journey, as we were completely tired out with carrying them upon our knees. We also arranged with that official to forward the balance of our staff to Huachinango the following day. We also arranged to pay for horses from Aguazotepec to Huachinango. Having eaten an excellent dinner, when ready for resuming our journey, we discovered with surprise that the stage was still our conveyance to Venta Colorado, only a league from Huachinango. There we were to secure the animals for which we had paid, though we were warned that only 3 could be supplied. Manuel and Luis at once tossed coins to see which should ride first. Although we had paid the full cost of the coach, 2 other passengers were crowding in upon us, and the man, for whom we had paid the peso to carry our instruments, ran alongside the coach on foot, throwing stones at the mules, while we had again the pleasure of carrying the instruments and boxes on our knees. The country through which we rode was much as before. For some time we passed through a fine pine forest. Then we made a deep descent into a valley, at the bottom of which flowed a large stream, which was bridged by a grand old structure of stone and cement. This descent and the opposite ascent we were obliged to make on foot, as the approaches were bad. We have been impressed strongly with the fact that everywhere in Mexico the worst bits of road are those which, in all Spanish days, were handsomely and well paved, and which, during the disturbed period of the early Republic, were neglected and allowed to go to decay. It is depressing to see so many evidences of past magnificence and present poverty. It was almost dusk when, after skirting the edge of a deep gorge, we reached a piece of bad road, where the coach with difficulty made its way, with frightful jolts and pitchings, till we drew up at Venta Colorado. Here the coach was finally abandoned. Our animals were packed and mounted, and after fussing and quarreling with our ugly cochero as to whether he or we should carry the bulk of our baggage, we started. The distance was not great. It was downhill, and we had to pick our way with great care over the rough road, filled with loosened and separated blocks of ancient paving. This district, in one respect, reminded us of the Tarascan country. Every house along the road was a sales place, where drinks, cigarettes, fruit, and bread were offered, and each had a little boarded window, open when sales were solicited, and closed when business stopped. The houses, too, were log structures with shingled 4-pitch roofs, and the houses in the town were well built, cement wall, with low sloped, far-projecting tiled roofs supported on trim beams. One might as well have been in Pátzcuaro, Uruapan, or Chilchota. Again the cochero. We had told him that the staff should go to the jefatura and not to the hotel. He told us with great insolence that the jefatura was closed, and that it would be impossible to see the jefe, and that the staff would remain at the hotel. He followed us when we went to the jefe's house, and great was his surprise when he found our order efficacious. We had a long talk with the jefe, who told us that few Indians lived in the town, and that none of them were Totonacs. He assured us that, though there were no Totonacs in Huachinango, we could find them in abundance at Pahuatlan, to which he recommended us to go. The nearest Indian town to Huachinango is Chiconcuautla, but it is Aztec. The next day was spent in town, waiting for our other baggage, and for the jefe to arrange our orders and lay out our journey. My day of fever was on, and I spent it mostly in bed. There were many Indians in the market, most of whom were Aztecs, though a few were Otomis. The men wore dark brown or black cotones. The enaguas of the women were wool and were dark blue and black. Many carried on their shoulders carry pouches consisting of 2 rectangular frames of sticks corded together along the lower side and kept from opening too widely above by a net of cords at the ends. The Indians of Chiconcuautla are easily recognized by their little flat round caps. Late in the afternoon, the bands of maskers, here called the huehuetes, were out. There were a dozen of them, dressed in absurd costumes. A bewhiskered Englishman in loud clothing, a gentleman, a clown, a lady, etc. These all went by twos on horseback. A clown and a devil, and a boy with a prod on foot accompanied them. The duty of the latter, who remotely resembled death, was to prod the unhappy devil. They were accompanied by noisy crowds. The several times they made the rounds of the town, keeping up the peculiar trilling which we had noticed at Tulancingo. At dusk, these maskers dismounted and promenaded in couples about the plaza. Nowhere as in this region have we had so much difficulty with regard to animals. The demands were so exorbitant that we insisted upon the jefe making the arrangements. He received us in anything but a pleasant mood, but acceded, and finally we secured 4 horses and 4 mules, for which we were to pay for 2 full days, and a foot mozo, to whom we also were to pay 2 full days' wages. As the jefe himself had made this arrangement, we consented to it, but the man who was outfitting us then demanded pay for the mozo, who went to bring back the horses and for the fodder of the animals. At this, even the jefe balked, declaring that he was not in favor of really robbing the gentleman. Paying him the $17.25 in order that there might be no further discussion, we started. Just as we left, the man who supplied the animals decided that our loads, which before had been so large, were really not too large for 3 mules, which number was actually sent with us, though we had paid for 4. We were ready for starting at 7, but it was 10 before we left. Meantime, clouds had gathered, and just as we started, rain began. There were first several separate showers, and then a steady downpour, which lasted almost till we reached Huauhtla. All the blankets had been packed away, and we rode through the rain until our clothes were drenched through and through. For 3 hours this continued, and it was impossible to see anything of the country through which we passed. Finally, however, as we reached a great crest and looked down into the valley beyond, the sky was clear and we could see something of the scene about us. The descent we were to make and the slope in front were covered with sugar cane, broken here and there by great patches of pineapples. With each plantation of sugar cane there was a little shelter of poles, under which was a sub-trough or boiling tank, while at the side of and behind the shelter was a rude mill, the power for which was furnished by a yoke of oxen. Boys fed the fresh cane between the crushing rollers, and the sap, as it ran out, was carried in little troughs to vats. Not at all these little shelters was sugar-making in progress as we passed, but over both slopes many columns of smoke indicated places where the work was going on. The fire in the vat kept the sap boiling, and a man standing near with a great ladle, pierced with holes, kept dipping up and pouring out the hot sap. When we started up the great ascent, we had no hint of Huauhtla, and when we reached the summit, could see nothing of it. But hardly had we begun the descent before we saw the large and handsome town below, but still with a long slope and a sharp ascent to be passed before we could reach it. From the brookside, at the bottom of the valley, almost to the village itself, we passed through a dense growth of bananas, which seemed to have suffered some damage, as many were dry and yellow, and individual leaves were curiously tattered and jagged. Among them grew other plants, coffee, orange trees, peaches, and cane. When we reached the town, my heart sank. A church with handsome dome and modern tower, a planted plaza with central fountains, buildings of 2 stories with gaudy fronts and portales surrounding 3 sides of the square, augured better for comfort while we were in the place than for work on Totonacs. We rode up to the municipio, where we found the presidente, a rather stylish young fellow who was interested in our work and helpful. The town controls 14,000 persons, and its name is derived from that of a large aguacate, the Aztec name of which is Huauhtla. The presidente assured us that there was no Totonac town, properly speaking, within the limits of the municipio. For all this district, Orozco and Berra makes many errors. Atla, which he lists as Totonac, is really Aztec. The presidente, upon a local map, showed us the interesting way in which natural barriers limit idioms. 2 little streams, coming together at an acute angle, may divide 3 languages, one being spoken in the angle and one on either side. In Tlaxco, a small village in this municipio, 4 idioms are spoken: Aztec, Otomi, Totonac, and Tepehuas. 2 years before, just as my work was ending, we were in the great Otomi town of Coixtlahuaca, in the state of Mexico. While resting at midday, I noticed a neatly dressed and clean young Indian, plainly not Otomi, with whom I conversed. He was an Aztec and much interested in the work we were doing. In our conversation, he told me that I would find much of interest in the state of Hidalgo, and particularly called my attention to the making of paper from bark, which he had observed in the town of San Gregorio 2 years before. This particularly interested me, and I then made notes regarding the method of getting to San Gregorio. I was advised by him, in case of going to that place, to talk with Don Pablo Leira of Huauhtla, who was himself an Indian and a man of consequence in the district, a sort of cacique among his people. Several years ago, I had first learned from Señor Eurosa, a Mexican Protestant clergyman, that in the little town of Tlaquilotepec there still survive interesting pagan practices. In planning our present journey, I had arranged to visit San Gregorio and Tlaquilotepec for the purpose of investigating this manufacture of paper and these pagan customs. Inquiring of the Presidente of Pahuatlan about his Indians, I asked regarding paper beating and discovered that it was done at the nearest Indian village of San Pablito, Otomi. We were told that bark of several species of trees was used, jonote, dragon, and mulberry, that the paper is usually made secretly and indoors, that the passing traveler can hear the sound of light and rapid pounding as he passes through the village, that it is made in every house, and the proper season is when the sap runs, April to June. San Pablito is the only village in the municipio where it is made. It is used in brujeria, witchcraft. Other paper can be bought much cheaper, but only this kind is serviceable. It is cut into muñecos representing human beings and horses and other animals, and these are used to work injury to human beings and beasts being buried in front of the house or in the corral. The judge, who was sitting by, told us that a prisoner brought before him for trial was found to carry such a paper figure, which was sewed through the body with thread and had its lips sewed also. He learned that this figure represented himself and that the lips were sewed to prevent him from pronouncing judgment on the prisoner. They assured me that the nearest point for finding Totonacs and Tepehuas in sufficient numbers for my purpose was in the district of Tenango del Doria, where, at Huauhtla, we would find the largest Tepehua town, and that at Pantepec, which is in the district of Huachinango and near Huauhtla, we would find Totonacs. We had had such ill success in locating Totonacs so far that, at our suggestion, they telephoned to the Jefe at Tenango, inquiring regarding the populations of Huauhtla and Pantepec, with the result that we decided to visit those towns. At Tulancingo, we had been snubbed by the Jefe, who would not treat with us outside of office hours. When the Presidente of Pahuatlan took us to the house where arrangements had been made for our accommodation, we found a garrulous, simple-minded individual who was set to clear our room and make our beds. To myself, as leader of the company, he was attentive and ceremonious in the highest degree, and on several occasions he took my companions to task for their ignorance regarding the proper deference to display toward me. He inquired whether we were acquainted with Señor Arroyo, Jefe Político of Tulancingo, and then informed us with pride that that gentleman was his Señor Padre. If so, señors, you might as well ask why you see me thus dressed in calzoncillos. For two reasons. First, I am not a legitimate son. No, señors, my lady mother, who bore me, was an Otomi Indian, but I am the acknowledged illegitimate son of my honored Señor Padre. Second, I had the misfortune to be involved in trouble in the district of Del Doria, which forced me to flee from that district to escape the Jefe. But still, my Señor Padre said to me, "Son, I am the Jefe Político of Tulancingo, and the governor of the state is Pedro L. Rodriguez. I am his intimate friend, and we shall succeed in ousting that Jefe in Tenango del Doria, who has ordered your arrest." He also told us of one time when his Señor Padre and an inspector visited that unfortunate district as an investigating committee and found the Jefe guilty and put him in jail incommunicado. He also told us of the band of Pahuatlan, justly famous, which made so great an impression in one town it visited that it determined to go to Tulancingo to serenade the Jefe of that district, his honored Señor Padre. And I was invited, sir, not that I am a musician or know one note from another, but because I am of the family of the gentleman who was to be honored, and as a mark of distinguished favor to both members of the family. The band played so beautifully that it was not allowed to stop until 11:30 at night, when it retired in great triumph. All this was very interesting the first time it was told us, but the natural son remained while we ate supper, and afterwards, following us to our sleeping room, kept up the repetition until 2 were already in bed and asleep, and the others wished to be, when finally we turned him out and locked the door upon him for the night. We have stated that we paid for 4 animals to bring our baggage hither, while 3 were actually employed. The animals, both pack and passenger, started on their journey for Huachinango at 4:30 in the afternoon, though we had paid both beast and man 2 full days' wages. Tlaquilotepec is a dependency of Pahuatlan. We started for our day's trip thither on a good lot of animals at 8 o'clock in the morning with 2 foot mozos for carriers. The journey was delightful. For a little, we followed the trail down the left-hand bank of a fine ravine. Nearly at the foot, we struck to the left through a little cut and were surprised to find ourselves upon the right-hand slope of another gulf of immense depth. A few minutes later, we reached the point where the 2 streams united, and from there on, for a long time, we followed the bottom of a great gorge. The rock walls were bold and often sheer, and the upper line of mountain horizon was graceful and varied. The cliffs were mostly limestone and presented remarkable examples of folding and dislocation. The long roots of trees, following exposed rock surfaces downward for yards, and twisting and bending to find lodgment in the crevices, were curious. Great tufts of a plant with long, narrow, light green leaves hung down along vertical rock faces. In little caverns at the foot of cliffs were damp spots filled with ferns and broad-leaved caladiums, and brilliant clusters of begonias in bloom. At several places, the water of springs or underground streams gushed forth in natural rock basins or from under projecting ledges. At one spot there was a dainty basin of limestone into which a pretty veil of spring water fell gracefully. We crossed and recrossed this stream many times. Everywhere we were, the sound of the creaking sugar mills, and in sight of the ladling of boiled sap, everywhere we met arrieros driving animals loaded with little loaves of native sugar. Everywhere the forest was broken with little patches of sugar cane growing on the slopes. Here and there we saw cables slung across the streams for passing cargoes at high water. At one place was a fine display of basaltic columns, the position of which was horizontal, the flow having come up as a sheet injected from below and not as a surface outflow, where the jointage would have been vertical. Finally, leaving this beautiful ravine, we made a rapid ascent, passing a little village consisted almost wholly of a school, noisy with study, and a church with a separate square tower. Shortly after reaching the summit, and dipping slightly, we found Tlaquilotepec. It is not a large town. At its center, Mestizo, it has charge of several Indian villages. We had been referred for information concerning surviving paganism to a Señor Martinez. We were interested in finding that the presidente of the town was a brother of this gentleman, and that both were Protestants. We were received with great cordiality, not only on account of our official introduction, but also because we brought an unofficial introduction from Protestant friends. 2 charming beds were arranged in the little meeting place in Señor Martinez's own house, and 2 others, almost as good, were secured for the others of the party in the little maison of the village. As we chatted, we were refreshed with a delicious orange wine, which is made here, and during our days spent with Don Corino, we had meals fit for a king. The Indians under his charge are Otomis, and in one little village, Santa Maria Totonac. When we came to inquire regarding the pagan practice for which we were searching, we learned that it was peculiar to the Otomis and formed their annual custom. They believe that Montezuma is to come again. Meantime, from him come health, crops, and all good things. Their costumbre is a feast given in his honor, of which he is believed to partake. A jacal, hut, is prepared in a retired spot. A table is constructed full length of the house within, and upon this a feast is spread, of which all partake. Upon this table they place many muñecos of paper. Formerly these were made of the bark paper, but they are now made of ordinary paper bought in the stores. There may be so many of these that they cover the table an inch or 2 thick. The feasters shove money, usually small pieces of silver, beneath these figures. They then kill turkeys and hens and chickens, and sprinkle the blood from the headless bodies over the muñecos. This they do that Montezuma may be propitiated and give them what they desire. The money and the muñecos sprinkled with blood are left upon the table after the feast, the former being stolen by passing mestizos. End of section 23. Section 24 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 20. Tepehuas and Totonacs, Part 2. The Presidente stated that at the pueblito of Santa Maria, where we should go upon the morrow to see some Totonacs, they had just celebrated their annual costumbre. He said that it might be somewhat similar, as they had sent him a headless turkey as a gift. In the morning, we visited this village, accompanied by the two brothers. A half-hour's ride brought us to the spot from which one gets one of the most lovely views in all this picturesque country. Standing on the edge of a little spur upon which the village lies, one sees the handsome river below, which separates this municipio from that of Villa Juárez. To the left rise magnificent mountains covered with brilliant green vegetation, broken here and there by bare rock faces, from the base of which gentle slopes, extending down to the river, are covered with little cornfields. Huautepec, a Totonac pueblo, where all are said to dress in white, lies upon this stream, and immediately back from it, the cultivated fields of the village stretch up to the very crest. To the right is seen the little ranch Tanchitla, with its fields, a strip of green forest separating this from the fields of the next village, Tlapahuaya. The stream abounds in fish of various kinds, which form an important food supply. They are, however, rapidly being destroyed by the practice of exploding dynamite cartridges in the water, by which not only the adult fish, but the young, of all ages, are killed. Unless the practice soon ceases, and there are rigid laws against it, there will soon be no fish left in any of the streams of this whole region. This particular stream bears different names in different portions of its course. Thus it is called Tanchitla, Pahuatlan, San Marcos, Caxones, Sico, etc. Having noticed that here, as in Pahuatlan, the banana trees were badly injured, we learned that this havoc was the result of two recent hailstorms, which were felt over a wide area and which were of almost unexampled severity. By the time we had enjoyed the outlook and learned a little of the village, the messenger who had been sent to call the people together had performed his duty, and a picturesque group of our long-sought Totonacs were at hand. The women wear quichique mills of native cotton cloth, the neck opening of which is overhemmed with black wool. Lines of crosses, rosettes, birds, etc. are worked in various colored wools upon them. Many of them have a broad line of color in geometrical combinations running vertically up the middle. The men wear cotones of black and white. 25 or 30 of the more important men of the village were now taken to the schoolhouse, where the Presidente inquired for me in regard to the costumbre. At first a little hesitancy was shown, but soon all were interested and talked freely. The costumbre comes at about the same time each year, though not upon a fixed date. Its purpose is to secure health, good weather, and crops for the coming year, though it may be held on the occasion of pestilence. Everyone, even widows and old maids, brings something for the feast. The celebration is held in some large house and lasts through 2 days. Floral decorations are arranged in the four corners of the room, candles are lighted, and copal is burned. The first day, each person brings a handful of earth from his field, which is placed in a heap upon the floor. Fowls and animals are slaughtered for the occasion, their heads are cut off, and their blood is sprinkled upon the earth. After feasting and drinking, a dance follows, the dancers wearing crowns and necklaces of yellow arnica flowers, and carrying in their hands wands made of pine splints wrapped with corn husks, and with a flower of arnica tied to each end. The second day, corn on the ear and beans are brought instead of earth, and these are sprinkled with blood. On both days, blood-sprinkled material is carried home, and the seed and earth are later put into the field. In the feasting room, 2 paper lanterns are hung from the ceiling. These are stuck over with gilt and colored paper discs and stars. They represent the sun and stars. Upon these lanterns, a cross of blood is made, at the time when the earth and seed are sprinkled. After the dance ends on the second day, children shoot at the lanterns with small arrows and try to break them. Disappointed that no mention had been made of bark paper in connection with this ceremonial, we asked whether they ever used it. They answered promptly in the affirmative. For what? To wrap ocotes. With this, the man who told me hastened out and came back with a little parcel in his hand. This consisted of 12 little sticks of pine about 3 inches long. They were tied together with a band of thread or bark fiber and were stained with blood. These were wrapped in a piece of green banana leaf, the upper face of the leaf being placed inside and the base of the leaf kept downward. When it had been thus carefully folded, it was carried to the field and buried in a hole carefully dug so that the top of the package was close to the surface of the ground, and the face of the leaf wrapping was directly toward the rising sun. To anyone who has studied American Indian religions, these two costumbres suggest much of interest. The young man who had been most interested in our proper understanding of the costumbre was anxious that we should see the village idols. These are kept concealed, apparently in a cave, though it is possible that they are buried in the ground. At all events, they exist and in considerable number. A lively discussion ensued as to whether it would be proper to show them to us, and it was decided that nothing ought to be done until the old woman, who is at the head of the pagan practices of the village, should be present. It seems that in the costumbre already described, there are 4 priests or leaders. One of these is the old woman just mentioned, and the other 3 are men. She was sent for, and while we waited, we were told that if we desired to see the lanterns that were used in the last costumbre, they were still preserved in the Santo Cali. Santo Cali is a mongrel word from Spanish santo, saint, and the Aztec Cali, house. It was a little structure of adobe and canes close to the schoolhouse and fronting with it upon the little plaza of the village. It had a 2-pitch thatched roof and a single door in the front. After some demur, it was opened, and we entered. It consisted of a single plain room with 2 benches made of beams along the wall. At the back was a terrible Christ and Virgin, and to the right and behind another Virgin. These Virgin figures were both small and unattractive, and both wore kitschy camels. In front of the Christ and larger Virgin was a simple altar built against the wall. In the floor directly in front of it were 4 small hollows. To the right of the altar a flat stone was set into the floor. In front of the altar stood a small table on which were censers and candlesticks. Underneath this table, the space between the 4 legs was occupied by a heap of ashes. In front and behind this were ill-defined basin hollows. 2 beams in front of these were hung the almost globular paper lanterns already mentioned. When we had seen these lanterns and were about to leave, the old bruja appeared with her female acolyte. She was furious over the desecration of the strangers entering the Santo Cali without her presence. She was a striking figure, very small, with a wrinkled, shrewd, and serious but not unkind face. Her white hair was almost concealed by her rebozo, which was folded square and laid upon her head with a portion flowing behind. The most striking thing was her great devotion and complete unconcern regarding all around her. Entering, she hastened to the altar, knelt, touched her forehead to the edge, and in a clear but not loud voice crooned an impassioned cry to Christ, to San Jose, and to the Virgin. Imperiously turning to her acolyte, she seized the censer filled with copal, and having lighted it, incensed the figures. Turning to the Presidente, she asked whether he were going to placate the saint for invasion by giving aguardiente and candles, both of which appeared as if by magic when she was given money. Pouring aguardiente from the bottle into a glass, she poured into the 4 basins in the ground before the altar, before the Virgin, before and behind the heap of ashes under the table, and then placed it to the lips of the Virgin and Christ, lovingly requesting them to partake. She then compelled each of the 3 men priests to make the same libation. Taking the unlighted candles, she made passes with them over and across the figures, first to one side and then to the other, brushing the wicks against them. These 2 had to be done by the 3 assistants, after which the old lady began to make vigorous personal use of the bottle of spirits, though she was not at all selfish, urging not only her acolytes, but the Presidente, his brother, and the chief guest to partake. It was too late to suggest a visit to the idols, but the curious scene we had witnessed gave sufficient food for thought. Hurrying back to Tlahuilotepec, we ate a last excellent dinner, which had been long waiting, and at 3 left for Huauhtla. Our host, who had been unremitting in his attention, refused all money. At certain Indian houses which we passed upon our homeward way, we saw curious pouches made of armadillo shells hanging from posts or on the house walls. We learned that they were used at planting time for holding seed corn. When the shell is freshly removed from the animal, it is bent into the required shape and then packed full with wet ashes to make it retain its form in drying. Though it was 3:30 when we left, the way was so cool and delightful that we made the journey in 3 hours. During our day at Huauhtla, with a guide furnished by the Presidente, I made the journey on foot to Huauhtla, an Aztec town famous for the little cotton sacks with red wool patterns, which are almost universally carried by men throughout this district. White cotones with narrow dark stripes and a transverse band of red decoration at each end, and white quichiquemiles decorated with brilliant designs in red wool are also made here. Our object was not so much to see the village and the garments as to visit the famous Witch's Cave, situated in the noble pinnacle of rock plainly visible from Huauhtla. The whole party started out from Huauhtla, but at the bottom of the great slope I left my companions to swim, while the guide and I, crossing a pretty covered bridge, scarcely high enough for a man of my height wearing a sombrero, went on. It was a long climb to the village, but when we reached there, my mozo, with great glee, called my attention to Brujeria directly at the side of the church. In front of the building, to the right of the door as one enters, is a hole in the ground, into which a few large stones have been clumsily thrown or laid. Here chickens, flowers, eggs, etc. are buried in order to secure good luck or to restore health. Carefully removing some of the stones, we saw ample evidences of such offerings in bones, bits of eggshells, and dried flowers. From here, the climb was easy to the crest overlooking the village and to the curious town-like mass projecting conspicuously from it. The cave is situated in this mass of rock and faces almost east. It is a shallow cavern, well sheltered and dry, perhaps 50 feet wide along the cliff's front, though only the eastern third, which is the more completely worn out, is used for ceremonies. It is perhaps no more than 8 or 10 feet deep and has greater height than depth. Within the cave itself we found a little table, a small chair, and 2 blocks for seats. On either side of the table, a pole was set obliquely against the wall. The upper end of the left-hand pole was tied with a strip of palm, which was looped through a hole in the rock wall. At 2 or 3 other places, strips of palm had been slipped through natural holes in the wall, behind bars of stone, and then tied. To the left were a censer and 2 candlesticks, behind which, lying obliquely against the wall, were 25 or 30 dance wands. These were sticks wrapped with corn husks and tufted with clusters of flowers tied about the middle at each end. The flowers used were mostly the yellow death flower and purple everlastings. 2 or 3 of them were made with the yellow death flower, simple Tzotzil, alone. A few were made of zocopa leaves. While only 25 or 30 were in position, hundreds of old ones lay on the bank to the left. 3 small crosses of wood were placed near the wands. Much white paper, clipped and cut into decorated designs, was lying about, as also wads of cotton, colored wools, long strings of yarn, and bits of half-beaten bark fiber. Near the front edge of the cave was a hole with large stones. Here, with a little scratching, we found feathers and bits of bone of turkeys and hens that had been sacrificed, as well as splints of pine tied together with bark string. Wooden spoons, probably used in the banquets of the witches, were stowed away in crevices of the rock. Chains of the yellow death flower were looped up against the wall. It is said that the people of the town never enter here, but only brujas. Nor it is the exclusive property of the witches of Huauhtla, of whom there are but 2 or 3, but those of several pueblos make their rendezvous in this cave. In fact, from the crest we could see 2 other little towns that are interested in this cave, though located in another valley. Don Antonio, at whose house we stayed, told us that San Pablito is worse for brujeria than Huauhtla. He says the people of the town make use of muñecos of wood of various sizes. For this he makes many little shoes, for which he charges 5 or 6 reales a pair. At that time he had orders for 3 pairs, and showed us the little forms or lasts he employs, and the special leather. They are particular about this, using black for shoes for males and red for females. He says they also use little hats, serapes, enaguas, and quiche camels for their muñecos. Some of these dolls they place on the altar in the church and consider them as sacred, though they remove them when they expect the priest. Others they take to a lake in the district of Tenango near San Pablo el Grande and leave them there as offerings. They also throw money and other offerings into the lake. We started at 8 o'clock the following morning, bound for Tenango del Doria. For a little time after leaving Huauhtla, we mounted, soon finding ourselves at the top of a magnificent crest. From here the descent was rapid and profound. In front of it rose an equally abrupt slope to an even greater height. Toward the left this presented a wonderful knife-edge crest, jagged and toothed astonishingly. And on this great slope, below the level where we were, we saw San Pablito, prettily located. As it was Sunday, most of the people were on their way to market, and we saw many Otomis, whose dark color and broad faces reminded us of those in the state of Mexico, though they did not present so marked a type. The enaguas of the women consisted of an upper white strip and a lower striped one, the colors in the latter being blue and white, or white with a broad band of purplish blue in which were woven white designs. Their quiche camel was usually rather plain, white with a broad band of red, magenta, or purple parallel to the edge. It might, however, be decorated with a number of very small geometrical, floral, and animal figures worked in brown, purple, and blue, which were never so crowded as to destroy the white background. At 9:30 we reached the schoolhouse and called out the teacher, to whom we delivered a letter which the Presidente of Huauhtla had given us for him. He summoned the town authorities, and we made known our wish to see some of the bark paper. At first there was some hesitancy, but at last an old woman produced 2 sheets which, she said, she made the day before. At our wish she then brought out the tabla or board of wood on which the beading is done, and the stone for beading. The latter was smaller than the ancient beading stone and not grooved upon the beading surfaces. It had, however, the side notches for convenient holding in the hand. The board on which the beading is done is smooth and is constantly cleaned and soaped. 2 kinds of bark are used, moral and salama, the former giving white, the latter a purplish paper. The bark is thoroughly washed with live water taken from soaked maize. It is then washed with fresh water and thoroughly boiled. It is split into thin strips which are carefully arranged upon the board. First, the border is laid out the size of the sheet to be made. Then, within this, the strips are laid lengthwise, side by side. All of this is then beaten with the stone until the sheet of paper results. The paper, when finished, presents 2 sides quite different from each other. One, smooth and finished, is the surface that was below in the beating, while the other, rougher, is the one that was beaten with the stone. The sheets are dried in the sun, carefully folded into convenient size, and done up in packages of a dozen, which are sold to the Indians in all the country round about. We secured 17 dozen sheets of this paper and samples of the work, and the board and stone used in the beading. While arrangements were being made for showing us these details regarding paper making, we visited the village church, which was very mean and bare. We were disappointed to find nothing suspicious in the way of muñecos. It was suggested that we should visit the oratorio, where we found more. Here they held their costumbre in June or thereabouts. Saints were arranged in the back of the room on a raised altar. In front of this, running through the middle of the room, was a table on which stood censers and small candlesticks of rude pottery. Upon the wall over the saints were decorations of rushes. Here the whole village feasted and danced. There were no muñecos present, but we found plenty of cut paper, most of which was probably decorative. The most curious was cut into groups of human figures, some of which had crowns and horns, or tufts of hair upon the top of their heads. These were said to be decorations for Montezuma, in whose honor the feast was given. Leaving San Pablo at 11, we rapidly made what remained of the great ascent. As we neared the jagged crest of rock, it appeared more irregularly gashed and pinnacled than ever. At the crest, leaving the old road, which passed directly through the fantastic mass of rocks, we reached St. Nicholas, from which, on looking backward, we gained a magnificent view of the valley and a fine waterfall, which shone like a sheet of polished metal far up the mountainside. From here our road descended gently but winding in and out through a series of narrow valleys lying between parallel ridges. As we passed the crest, we saw a level field of green corn, which looked as if we must reach it in a few minutes. But the curves of the road proved frightfully long. It was after 2 o'clock before we reached the green field, and just below it, Tenango del Doria, and made our way to the jefatura. When the jefe came, we found, to our surprise, that he was the Don Pablo Leira of whom Xochitl had told us 2 years before. He is a pure Indian, tall, smooth-faced, and gentlemanly manner, and with all the reserve characteristic of his race. He has lived at Huauhtla since boyhood, 44 years till just now, and has but recently come to take the position of jefe politico. He has not yet moved his family from Huauhtla and occupies a single room in his office building. He secured us a pleasant room with good beds for the older and good mattresses for the younger members of our party in a house nearby upon the hill. The jefatura fills one side of the little plaza. Around the other side are tiendas with high-pitched single roofs and private houses. The town suffers much from nublina and is cold most of the time. End of section 24. Section 25 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 20. Tepehuas and Totonacs, Part 3. We asked Don Pablo about the lake concerning which we had heard. He says it is not as much visited as formerly. While used by Oromis and others of this district, it is most favored by the Huaxtecs, parties of whom go there for long distances. They visit it when there is drought, for fear that the siren who lives in it is annoyed at their neglecting to make gifts. When there is too copious rain, they visit it to beg her to desist from sending more, and when crops have been destroyed, to placate her anger. Sometimes 200 or 300 Indians are in these companies. They bring muñecos of wood, cloth, clay, or even metal, such are shod, clad, and hatted. They leave these upon the shore. They also bring seeds and strew them in the water, and some throw money in. They also make offerings of turkeys and hens. Sometimes these bands spend several days on the shore, dancing and eating. We found that Don Pablo had arranged all our plans. We were to leave at 9, dine at 12 at San Bartolo, leave there at 1, and reach Huauhtla between 5 and 6. It was really only 9:15 when we did start, and the jefe himself saw us on our way. The journey was uneventful. The descents were gradual. We saw San Bartolo long before we reached it, and between it and us there lay a valley, like a narrow gash, down which we had to go, and up the other side of which we had to climb. We passed Santa Maria, an insignificant town, just before reaching the edge of this gully. From there we saw, in the mountain ahead, above and behind San Bartolo, a great cavern which we believe must belong to witches. Arriving at San Bartolo, we found the market in full progress and had ample opportunity to see the characteristic dress of the women, with the little black, red, and purple designs embroidered upon the white ground. We were impressively received at the town house, for Don Pablo had telephoned them to be ready. Still, we waited a long time for the promised dinner, but at 1:30 climbed up a steep hill in the rear of the town house to the home of the Presidente's father, where a very elaborate meal had been prepared with wine and luxuries. All payment was refused, and after we had rested and refreshed ourselves, we left at 2:30. The road was long. It followed the side of a great gorge, into which it descended abruptly. In this gorge we saw magnificent vegetation. The trees were heavily hung with long vines and ferns. Parasitic fig trees, hugging victims to those life sap they were stealing, were abundant. The country was of limestone. On the whole, the road was good, but here and there were patches where we traveled over sharp and jagged outcroppings of rock, and near Huauhtla we were forced to make some stiff climbs up the cliff sides. Flocks of parrots were numerous, especially toward evening. The stream was a handsome one, with clear, deep water. We crossed and recrossed many times. The footpaths rarely crossed, being cut sometimes as a narrow trail in the rock of the cliff. Noticeable were numerous silvery lines of water falling over the cliff, several of which must have been hundreds of feet in height. These little threads of water were impregnated with lime and deposited material in the sheet upon the bank over which they flowed, so that trails of brown tufa marked their location. The lower ends of these deposits expanded into fan-like masses of tufa over which the water trickled, dripped, or fell. When there was not sufficient water to produce a stream and fall, but enough to keep the tufa moist, the growth of ferns and other delicate vegetation was brilliant and striking. We passed a number of coffee and sugar ranches on the road. It was dark long before we reached Huauhtla, and had it not been for the moonlight struggling through the clouds, we should have had difficulty in traveling the last portion of the road. At 7:35 we arrived, and went at once to the large and handsome house of Don Pablo himself, where we were expected, and where an elaborate supper was being made ready. The largest room in the house was put at our disposal, and good beds and cots, beautifully cleaned and carefully made, were ready. Formerly Don Pablo was the presidente of the town. His successor was at the house to meet us within 5 minutes after our arrival, and took supper with us. It is needless to say that in this town we met with no delays in our work. To our surprise, we found a fellow countryman, a civil engineer named Colin, from Philadelphia, who has done and is doing much work for the pueblos of this region. Huauhtla is a large town occupying a long valley hemmed in between mountains and bordering a stream. The streets are regular, and the view from the hills about, looking down upon the well-built houses and the intersecting streets, is very pretty. The houses have substantial walls of stone and mud, and many of them are white plastered outside. All have a thick and heavy thatch. The plaza lies before the house where we stopped, and to the right the large church stands on a terrace somewhat above the town. A large school building, finer than many of the best in some large cities, was just being finished. Its construction was due to Don Pablo's influence, and it was soon to be occupied. Meantime, the children were given instruction in the church, and at noon and evening, when their lessons were closed, they marched in double file down the flight of steps in front of the church and across the plaza, where they separated and made their way home. During the time that we were working at this town, when the school children filed past, they always removed their hats in the most respectful manner. While there are many mestizos in the town, it may truly be called an Indian town, the largest of those belonging to the Tepehuas. According to Orozco Iberra, Tepehua is not related to any other language in Mexico. We have not studied it sufficiently to be sure that he is right. It is, however, certain that the language has been much affected by the Totonac, if it is not related to it, and many words in the two languages are the same. The people of this tribe have a great reputation, more or less deserved, for cleanliness. Probably it is comparative, contrasting with the neighboring Oromis, rather than positive. However that might be, both men and women are usually dressed in clean white clothing. The enaguas of the women are plain white. Their belts have a foundation of white cotton, but raised designs of black wool are so thickly worked upon them that the white is quite inconspicuous. The camisas and quichiquemils are generally white, with a vertical band of red and with a few animal figures. Women wear many necklaces of bright beads and braid their hair into 2 braids, which end with tapes of various colors: brown, red, green, maroon, and black. These braids are brought together over the head and knotted in place. We secured no women for measure until we had practically completed the work with men, when they came with a rush, the whole 25 at once, dressed in their best clothing, and insisted that the work must be done inside the schoolhouse, out of sight, instead of on the street, where we had operated on the men. We had no opportunity to see any of the popular dances, in some of which, we were told, songs were sung in the Tepehua language, but we did see examples of the little teponastals, or drums, used in these occasions. They are made from a round block, perhaps 10 inches long and 3 inches in diameter. These are hollowed out below, so that 2 thin lips only are left above, which, when struck, give out far more musical tones than one might expect. The 2 nights that we were at Huauhtla, we saw men and women fishing in the stream. Carrying blazing torches in their left hands, they waded out into the water and watched to see the dark bodies of the fish against the pebbly bottom of the stream. In the right hand they carried a machete about a foot in length, with which they stabbed the fish, rarely missing. We were now ready for the last tribe of the season, the Totonacs of Pantepec. Pantepec is in the district of Huachinango, and we had no order from the jefe. Don Valentino, the Presidente of Huauhtla, said, however, that the Presidente of Pantepec was his friend and that he would give us a letter of introduction, which would serve all purposes. As we were to return by Huauhtla, we left the busts which we had made and all but our most necessary baggage at Don Pablo's house. Though we started at 10, we took the journey slowly, photographing and hunting birds. The road was a trail in a ravine, with all the beautiful scenery with which we now were so familiar. At one point we saw a curious phenomenon. The cliff rose vertically from the water's edge at a place where the stream made a right angle. This cliff consisted of almost horizontal strata of varying hardness, so that some of the layers were worn a little more than others, leaving these projecting. In the space between these projecting layers, round river pebbles, from the size of hen's eggs up to the size of a man's fist, were firmly wedged, so that it was with difficulty that they could be dislodged. Not a few but hundreds of the pebbles were thus wedged, so regularly and firmly that we could not believe the work to be that of nature, but suspected human hands. We learned, however, that nature really had done the work, on the occasion of a flood, the result of a cloud burst which swept into the valley 2 or 3 years before. At several places in this stream, we saw groups of from 2 or 3 to 10 or 12 Totonac Indians who were fishing with little nets. Our trail led back and forth across this stream many times, and before we reached Pantepec, we had made 39 crossings. From our last crossing, we climbed a steep ascent, passing the little village of Tenasco, and found ourselves at Pantepec. We rode at once to the townhouse and were told that the Presidente was sleeping. We went then to his house, where we were informed that he could not be disturbed. We left word that we must see him as soon as possible, and that he would find us at the municipio. Nearly 3 hours passed before he put in his appearance. Inasmuch as we had seen this man's jefe, and he knew our errand, we told the secretario to send a message for us to him at Huachinango. We carefully wrote out the message for forwarding, in which we told the jefe that we had waited 3 hours for attention from the town officials and asked how much longer we should put up the delay. We never heard his answer, but in less than 10 minutes the Presidente, covered with perspiration, was waiting for our orders, and every policeman on the force was ready for our bidding. The message he received from the jefe must have been vigorous, for not only was everything done for our comfort, but work was rushed. During the next day we measured 98 men, photographed 12 subjects, and made molds for all our 5 busts, an unparalleled day's labor. We were fortunate in one respect, that the men had been summoned that day for public labor. So far as men were concerned, they gave no difficulty as subjects. With the women it was different, and full half a day was taken in getting together our 25 types. Not but what there were plenty of them, for our second day at Pantepec was market day, and the plaza was gay with women, but they did not wish to be measured, and the whole town force, from Presidente to the meanest topil, was afraid to meddle with them. At first, too, we had none but the most wretched cases, women broken down and worn out with years of labor. When nearly half our number had passed through our hands, and all presented this same unsatisfactory type, we were forced to make a sharp remonstrance, and only so did we get fair samples of young and middle-aged women. At Pantepec, the center of the town is mestizo. The Indians consist of Oromis, of whom there are 30 households, and Totonacs forming the bulk of the population. It is easy to distinguish the women of the two tribes by the difference in dress. The Quichiquemils are particularly picturesque. Both are more heavily loaded with embroidery than any Indian garments we had ever seen, but the styles of the two decorations are completely different. The Quichiquemils of the Oromis are smaller and completely covered with red and black embroidery. Those of the Totonacs are much larger, and portions of the white foundations may still be seen, notwithstanding the heavy patterns in brilliant colors, red, green, yellow, and blue. Mothers put babies onto one side with their little legs astride a hip, and then tie them firmly in place with an ayate or carry cloth of cotton, thus leaving their hands free for work or other burdens. If we had difficulty measuring the Totonac women, we had a still greater difficulty in photographing satisfactory groups of them. Neither pleadings nor bribes on our part, orders nor threats on the part of the officials had much influence. Pantepec is a large town situated near the edge of the great mountain mass and looking across a valley which is backed by what appears to be a flat-topped, straight-edged table mountain. The houses of the town are scattered over a considerable area upon the slope. The walls are of poles heavily daubed with mud, which is neatly and smoothly laid on. The corners of this mud covering are rounded instead of angular as usual elsewhere. The thatch is heavy and firm and squarely cut along its lower edge, where it projects far beyond the walls. The plaza is above the townhouse and is extremely ugly. A kiosk, which certainly can lay no claim to beauty, stands in the center. Ugly shacks used as tiendas border a part of it along the main road. Striking at this time in the village were the colorine trees, some of which occurred in almost every enclosure. They were in bloom and had long, slender, flaming red, cigarette-shaped flowers which appeared before the leaves, from trunks that were gnarled and brown and almost branchless. Many popular dances are celebrated here, but none was taking place during our stay. San Gregorio, the town of paper making, is not far from Pantepec, and large quantities of the bark paper are beaten in the little village of Ixcoyotla, which belongs to this municipio. Asking an old Otomi whether he knew about this paper, he answered us with great cunning that we probably knew as much of it as he did. He finally condescended to state that the muñecos of it were used in curing disease, that anyone who has a disease secures one of these muñecos and applies it to the diseased part. The Presidente insisted that this paper was not made from jonote, but from uli, and that formerly it was much used in making strong and durable belts. In starting back the next morning, we went down a different slope from the one by which we had come, with the result that we had to cross the stream 5 times more than before, making the full 44 crossings of which we had been warned by Colin while we were at Huauhtla. We made our way leisurely, stopped when we pleased, and at one point noticed a cave, which we had not seen before, just across the stream, at a point where it was at the steepest. The cave was so near the water's edge that it could only be approached from the stream. The boys swam across and entered it to see if perchance they might find some of the paper figures used in brujeria. They found a little of interest within. The walls and rocks were marked with crosses, and on the floor were hundreds of little sticks cut to various lengths. We were glad, indeed, to reach Don Pablo's house to eat his good supper and to occupy his good beds. Before we went to bed, Doña Panchita suggested that we ought to see certain muñecos kept by a man named Diego and used as idols by the village. Accordingly, she sent orders that the man should bring his muñecos to the house for us to see. To this request he returned the proper reply that he would not do so, that they would be offended, that they were not toys to be carried about at the nod and beck of everyone. This greatly increased our interest, and we arranged for a trip to his house. We first sent a messenger forward with word that we were coming, and ordered him to stay there to see that Diego did not run away or hide the idols. After supper, Doña Panchita, our company, Mr. and Mrs. Collin, and 1 or 2 others picked our way by moonlight across the stepping stones of footbridge, up a trail by coffee groves along a purling brookside. We were soon at the house, and after some hesitation, Diego led us to the Holy of Holies. The muñecos were kept in a little house, which contained an altar built of boards with fresh flowers for decoration. At the back of the altar, against the wall, were prints of Christian saints. On the altar were censers and an open bundle of copal. 2 wooden boxes were at the right end of the altar, against the wall. These contained muñecos which, for some time, Diego hesitated to produce. Finally, he took out an idol of rather fine-grained, brownish-gray stone. The head was large and infantile, with the Mongolian cast of countenance. Its badly shaped and scrawny arms were raised so as to bring the hands together on the chest. The body was shapeless. This figure was clad in a suit of unbleached cotton, much too long and slender for it, and the arms of the camisa and the legs of the calzones hung limp. When we had duly admired this figure, a second was produced, a pottery female head, fairly shaped, with no body to speak of. This had glass earrings fastened on the ears. Next, a small headless figure was brought out. It was old, though probably made after the conquest, and we agreed that it represented a padre. Next was a simple pottery head. Last was a figure with a small head and pointed cap, made apparently of pottery. The body had been pierced out to disproportionate length with wood, and ended in a pair of wooden feet. This was dressed in black velvet and wore a black hat. These, Diego asserted, were all he had. After having expressed our delight with them, and our regret that we had not known what we were to see, that we might have brought with us some fine white copal as incense for these gods, we set them up in a straight line on the edge of the altar to make a flashlight picture. As we left, we gave Diego 2 reales to spend for the benefit of his gods. After we left, we were assured that he had finer ones of black stone, which he dresses in red, but we were content with the ones we had seen. These figures are particularly used on September 16th, San Miguel's Day. They are also used at sowing time, at harvest, and at the first cutting of sugar cane. On these occasions, incense and candles are burned, the idols are taken in the hands, and to the sound of music, worshippers move the figures, causing them to dance. Pleased with this, they give good rains to the faithful worshippers. When there is too much rain, they go in procession to the river, playing music and dancing dolls. When arrived, they peg down many ayates and sacks made for a purpose into the water against the flow. These are dams to stay the flow. On the other hand, when there is a drought, a procession carries the idols to a cave, where a feast is given and a dance with wands of flowers carried in the hands indulged in. Though the price for animals from Huauhtla to Las Tortugas was exorbitant, we had agreed to pay it, but told the man that, if he left later than 6, it should be cut $2. It was long after 8 before they appeared, and then it was only our own animals that were ready. We were forced to leave the packing to be done by the man himself without direction. We ourselves hurried along the trail, hardly stopping at San Bartolo on the way, arriving at Tenango at 4:15. Our animals were fagged, and we were soaked to the skin, having traveled through Nublina most of the afternoon. Don Pablo received us with his usual courtesy, and had arranged for us to sleep at the same house where we had been before. At bedtime, our man with the mules had not appeared, and we had received most contradictory and discouraging statements regarding him. He had started at 9 with 2 mules and left half our staff for another day. He had been seen at the river near San Bartolo with 2 mules heavily loaded, unable to proceed. He had concluded to stop at San Bartolo for the night, to push on to Tenango the next day, and reach Las Tortugas on the 3rd. Dissatisfied and uncertain, we went to bed. Still, we determined to leave at 5, and so gave orders to our mozo. We rose at 4:15, and the horses were ready before 5. Contradictory stories were again told us regarding our animals. Some said that the man had passed with them at 5 o'clock, others that he had not yet come, others that he had spent the night at Santa Maria. Our foot mozo did not come, and sending the rest ahead, I waited for him. Hardly had they started when Ramon galloped back to announce that the man was in town, that he had 3 animals and was nearly ready to leave. As he himself had told us that he must leave Tenango at 3 in order to reach Las Tortugas in time for the train, this was not reassuring. Ramon hastened on with the party. At 6 the mozo appeared and started at once. In a few minutes we passed our arriero, who was packing, but not ready to start. I urged him to hasten, but did not wait. Mist had settled during the night, but it was now rising, and we could see the scenery, which in wildness and beauty was almost the equal of anything in Mexico, though with a character quite its own. Our trail ran along the side of a precipice. To our left rose great cliffs presenting almost vertical faces of smooth rock. The summits were jagged, and suggested that the mass consisted of stratified rocks, tilted up on end. Just as we left town, 2 narrow and lofty parallel rocks suggested a gateway. Further down, a mass was worn out into a sharp column, a little separated from the rock mass behind. On the right was the precipice, ever abrupt, and sometimes the almost vertical bank of a yawning chasm. After an hour and a half over the fairly good road, we came to a grand ascent. It was magnificent, though difficult. In some spots the road was muddy, and at others it was a series of rough stone steps. At still others it was the unmodified bed of a mountain torrent. As we followed up this gorge, side gorges joined it, in which we glimpsed pretty cascades, pits worn by little falls, trees, the trunks of which were covered with thick sheets of green moss, quantities of tree ferns blighted by the late frost, cliffs, and wild forms of rock in wonderful variety. At last I reached the summit and overtook Manuel, whose horse was completely fagged, and who had been forced to drop behind. For some time we saw the others before us, but somewhere they took a different trail and we saw them no more. After a considerable descent, we made our final but easy rise. From here we were on a level road which constantly improved until near Mepetec, while beyond it we came to a true cart road. From here a fine view presented itself over a forest of pine trees to the clean brown plain so typical of Hidalgo, swept as we soon found by the equally typical Hidalgo wind. We rode rapidly from the Herreria of the Trinidad to Metepec, and then to Las Tortugas, where we arrived at 11:40, having been 5 hours and a half upon the road. To our surprise, Luis and Ramon were not there. Having waited some time, as it was almost the hour for the train, we ordered dinner for two, but before we had begun to eat, the others appeared. They had taken a short road, which did not go by Metepec, and traveled slowly that we might overtake them. After a good meal, we waited for our man with the pack animals. Meantime, the train was preparing, and we watched it, realizing that if we missed it, we had a day of dust and scorching sun and heavy wind before us. The train's crew made all ready, the cry of "Vámonos" was given, and we settled down in desperation to await our tardy man. An hour after the train left, he arrived, received his fee less the $2, and started homeward. 23 hours later we took the train, and our season's work was done. End of section 25. Section 26 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 21. In the Huaxteca. Part 1. 1901. The scenery on the Tampico branch was at its best, as there had been recent rains and everything was fresh and green. At Tampico, we resisted the attractions of the hotels where Americans always stop and went to the unpretentious Pan Cardo. Here we were comfortably located and early the next morning tried to define our plans. We were in uncertainty as to what towns we should visit in order to examine the Huastecs. The ancient Huastecs were among the most interesting of Mexican tribes. They are a northern offshoot of the great family of which the Maya of Yucatan is the type. The linguistic relationship is evident upon the most careless comparison. The ancient area occupied by the Huastecs was near the Gulf of Mexico and on both sides of the Panago River, near the mouth of which some of their important centers were located. Today, Mexicans divide the Huaxteca into two parts, the Huaxteca Veracruzana and the Huaxteca Potosina, the former in the state of Veracruz, the latter in the state of San Luis Potosí. At first, we thought to visit the latter, but the difficulty of reaching it was presented so forcibly, and the ease of reaching the Huaxteca Veracruzana so emphasized, that we determined upon the latter and selected the town of Osulluama for our central point. We could go by canoes across the river to Pueblo Viejo, where we could secure horses for the further journey. We were led to believe that it would be easy to make the trip in a single day. We had arranged for a canoe overnight. It belonged in Pueblo Viejo, and it was to come over early in the morning. We were at the wharf at 6, ready to start, but no canoe was in sight. Not only so, but another was blowing, and comforters lounging on the wharf assured us that no canoe would come from Pueblo Viejo until the storm ceased, which would not be for 24 hours. We were loath to believe this information, and brought all our baggage from the various storing places where we had left it out onto the wharf. Time passed, the norther continued, and no canoe from Pueblo Viejo came. Thinking that it might be possible to secure a canoe from here to Pueblo Viejo, we dickered with a boatman at the wharf. We had agreed to pay for the canoe ordered $1 for the journey, which was something more than the regular price. The man with whom we now were talking declared that he would not take us across for less than $3.50. We were on the point of yielding to necessity when a rival appeared and offered to do the work for $2.50. Such is human perversity that we now insisted that he must go for $2, which he finally agreed to do. Hurrying away to get his canoe, he soon appeared, and our hearts sank. The man who had demanded $3.50 had a large, well-built boat which should stand any wind and water. The man whom we had engaged had a canoe so narrow, low, and small that we doubted his ability to perform his contract. However, he assured us that all would be well, and showed himself so skillful in packing our stuff into his boat that we ourselves embarked and started down the little lagoon in his canoe. So long as we remained in this narrow, sheltered stream, all was well, but when he pulled from its mouth out into the open river, we found it a different matter. More than this, we saw 2 or 3 canoes dancing over the whitecaps, and managed with great difficulty, although not loaded. The courage of our boatman was a little dashed. He suggested that we leave Ramon, Luis, and Manuel on an old scow standing on the bank and fast going to ruin, while he pulled myself and the luggage over, after which he would return for my companions. This seemed good sense, and the boys were left behind. It was interesting to see the skill with which the man handled our rather awkward craft, loaded as it was, almost to the water's edge. He had no motive power but his long pole. We did not ship a single drop of water, and at last entered the quiet, broad, canal-like lagoon on the other side of the river. A moment more, and we were unloading our luggage onto the shore. To do this, we were forced to wade through mud up to the knees. But at last all was safe, and with his empty canoe, our boatman started merrily back for his other passengers. When they arrived, only a few minutes were necessary for reloading the canoe, and we started up the lagoon. Little side lagoons open frequently into the one through which we passed. At their mouths were V-shaped weirs of stakes, driven into the bottom and wattled together with flexible twigs. These were open at the mouth, and in the openings were set deep nets which could be lowered into the water. Just now, with a heavy norther blowing, thousands of camaron, shrimp, were driven into the nets, and at each one we saw fishermen busily occupied. The lagoon abounded in water birds of many kinds, and hardly had we entered it when Louis shot a pretty, small white heron. Believing that the owner of animals to whom we had been referred was demanding too high a price for his horses and mules, we decided to see what the town authorities could do for us and went to the municipio. The presidente told us with delight that the jefe politico of Osulluama was there with his family, rusticating, and at once summoned him to meet us. He was a gentlemanly fellow who told us that the price demanded was regular, but advised us to travel in a different way. Here, he said, you can get a large canoe. Starting now, you can travel all night. Reaching La Llave in the early morning, you can get horses and go the 7 leagues, remaining comfortably. Take a little something to eat before you start, and carry something for the way. This seemed like an opportunity for a new experience, and though the price was little, if any, less than we were asked to pay for animals, we decided to try it. Arrangements were begun at once, breakfast ordered, and a light lunch prepared for carrying. Meantime, the jefe told us that there were few Indians in Osulluama, but that in Citlaltepec we should find abundance. He gave us orders to his secretario, who represented him during his absence, and bade us Godspeed. We left at 1 o'clock in a great canoe, a heavy, timber-framed boat, propelled by long poles, by oars in quiet and deep water, and by a clumsy sail. A framework of poles, covered with matting, roofed over the middle of the boat, and a piece of matting was spread upon the floor. Hanging blankets to shelter ourselves from the heavy wind yet blowing, we busied ourselves variously, the boys skinning birds which they had shot, and I making my various notes. The lagoon which we now entered was a large stretch of open water. We raised our sail and made easy work. Having crossed the large lagoon, we entered the mouth of what probably would be considered a fair-sized river, which at first was closely bordered by a tangle of trees and vines, and presented a truly tropical appearance. Palms were abundant, and here and there one of unusual size towered high above the rest. The other trees were densely hung with long grey moss. Now and then we disturbed alligators along the banks, and we were told that snakes were abundant in the grass. The quantity of water birds was astonishing, great and small white herons, large blue herons, little blue herons, the curious dark wrynecks, and ducks by thousands. The positions and attitudes of these long-necked and long-legged birds in the water and on the trees were curious and striking. The boys kept busy shooting and skinning birds all the afternoon. In the evening, the men built a fire with charcoal in a tin-lined box in the end of the canoe and toasted tortillas and made coffee. The awning was scarcely large enough to cover the whole party comfortably when we lay down to sleep, but we were wrapped up in blankets and spread mats for beds. We suffered intensely with the cold, sleeping little. At 5 o'clock, our boat came to a stop along the bank, and at 6 it was light enough to disembark and explore. Climbing up a little bank of clay, we found ourselves on a flat meadow covered with grass and weeds, through which narrow trails ran to a few scattered palm-thatched huts. With a letter from the Jefe, we called at Señora Mora's house. This lady was a widow whose husband had but lately died. She was well-to-do and promised to supply us with animals after we should have had our breakfast. This was long preparing, but at last good coffee, fine enchiladas, and cheese were served, and after eating heartily, we found 6 animals ready for us. When we asked for our account, the good lady replied that the bill was $2. It was plain that she had made no charge for either breakfast or animals, but only something for the boys whom she sent along to bring back the beasts. At about 11, we started on what was called 7 leagues, but what was certainly the longest 9 leagues we had traveled for a long time. We had excellent horses that kept up a steady jog. Still, it was after 5 when we reached Osulama. The journey was for the most part over a llano, thicket-covered and sprinkled here and there with groves of palm. The soil was dark clay, which in spots, wet by recent rains, was hard traveling for the animals. We caught sight of the town, prettily located upon a hill slope, about an hour before we reached it. From it we looked out over an extensive stretch of dark green plains, broken here and there by little wooded hillocks, none of them so large as that upon which Osulama itself is situated. Riding to the town-house, the secretario was at once sent for. He ordered supper and put a comfortable room behind the office at our disposal. On the back porch, just at our door, was chained a tiger cat. It belonged to the Jefe and was a favorite with his little children, but since they had been gone, it had been teased until it had developed an ugly disposition. It was a beautiful little creature, graceful in form and elegantly spotted. But it snarled and strove to get at everyone who came near it. The secretario at once told us that Citlaltepec was not the point we ought to aim for, as it was purely Aztec. Our best plan was to go to Tamalin, where we would find one congregation of Huaxtecs. From there, if we needed further subjects, we might go to Tancoco, although it did not belong to this district, but to that of Tuxpan. In the course of our conversation, I was reminded that Osulama is the home of Alejandro Marcelo, a full-blooded Huastec, who once published a book upon the Huastec language. Expressing an interest in meeting this man, he was sent for. He is far older than I had realized, celebrating his 74th birthday that very week. He was a man of unusual intelligence and almost gentle manner. At 9 o'clock next morning, supplied with new animals, we started for Tamalin, said to be 13 leagues distant. We were well mounted, and the journey was much like that of the preceding day. For 3 hours we were impressed with the loneliness of the road. No people were to be seen anywhere. Here and there, set far back from the road, were country houses. The road itself was an extremely wide one, cut through woods, which consisted for the most part of low and scrubby trees, with scattered clumps of palm trees here and there. Usually the trail was single, but where we came on mud patches, many little trails were distributed over the whole breadth of the road. Here and there, where there were particularly bad spots, into which our horses would have sunk knee-deep, we were forced to take trails back among the trees. While the earlier part of the journey was through rolling country, we came at noon into a true plain, though wooded. We found many crossroads, broad and straight, cut through the woods, and were impressed by the great number of dry barrancas into which we had to descend and out of which we had to climb. Most of these were actually dry, but many of them contained a dirty pool of stagnant water. At many places the road was bordered with plants, the leaves of which somewhat resembled those of the pineapple. They were light green in color, narrow and long-pointed at the upper end, and spiny along the sides. This plant, named guamara, bears spikes of yellow fruits which are pointed at the upper end, but in color, size, texture, structure, and taste reminded us of podophyllum, though it leaves a prickly sensation in the mouth, much like that produced by fresh pineapples. There were also many trees bearing little limes or lemons, of which we gathered abundance for making lemonade. At 2 o'clock, our man pointed out a ranch house near the road, in front of which 2 men sat eating, and told us we could procure food and drink there if we wished, and that we had plenty of time for stopping. We found the men at the table to be the parish priest of Tantima and his servant. The priest informed us that Tamalin was 3 3/4 leagues away, while Tantima was 4. The road for the greater part of the distance to the 2 places was the same. We had an interesting conversation with the good priest, and for the first time we met the curious prejudice which exists throughout this portion of the Huaxteca against the Huastecs and in favor of the Aztecs. We were kept waiting some little time for our dinner, but by 3 o'clock we were again upon our way. Just as we started, we crossed the first true stream which we had met, but during the balance of the journey we crossed 1 or 2 others. Soon, leaving the main road, we bore off to the left and found several bad spots of stiff black mud into which our poor animals sank frightfully. At 5 o'clock we saw, from the slope on which we were, for we had left the llano and were again in rolling country, a little village, and higher and further to the left a second. The first of these was Gutiérrez, Zamora, which is Huastec, with a few Mexican families living at one side. The second was our destination, Tamalin. We passed through Gutiérrez at 6 and reached Tamalin at 7. The alcalde of the village was not there. In fact, we suspect that he very rarely is. The secretario likewise was absent. We finally prevailed upon his brother to help us to find an Indian girl to cook our meals and a room in the secretario's house. In this room there was but a single bed, and our helper thought me very particular in demanding that petates should be brought as beds for my companions. He assured us that, when he traveled, he slept upon the floor without petates. It was long after 10 o'clock before we had supper and secured a resting place. We had planned to push out from here the following morning. No sign, however, of our baggage had appeared, and we were forced to spend 2 days at Tamalin waiting for its coming. Here, too, we found that there were no Huastecs, the town being, so far as it was Indian, purely Aztec. We decided, therefore, to try Tancoco, returning, if need be, to Gutiérrez. Both Gutiérrez and Tancoco were in the district of Tuxpan. Fortunately, we still carried our last year's letter from the governor of Veracruz to serve us with the local authorities, as it would be most inconvenient to go to Tuxpan for orders. Seeing that it was impossible to leave that day, I walked in the afternoon to Tantima to visit the priest. Between the 2 towns rises a fine high rock hill. The ascent from Tamalin was in 3 slopes, with short levels between. The crest was but a few yards wide. The descent to Tantima was abrupt and short. From the summit we looked down upon the pretty, level, enclosed valley occupied by a rather regular town built about a large plaza, which, the day being a market day, was gay with booths and people. I met almost the whole population of Tamalin on my way over as they returned from market. All the men were drunk. Some were so helpless that they sprawled upon the road, while others were being helped by their more sober comrades. I reached the plaza just 37 minutes after leaving Tamalin, and at once telegraphed to Osuluama about the baggage. When I inquired for the priest's house, the telegraph operator informed me that the padre had told him all about us and our errand, and that he would accompany me to the curato. Crossing the square, we found the padre living in a comfortable place close by the great pretentious stone church. We were warmly welcomed, and orders were at once given for coffee. The Aztec servant hastened to bring some, piping hot, and was quite abashed at being sharply reproved for offering it directly to me. No, indeed, a gentleman so distinguished was not to be thus served. The table was moved up before my chair, a clean cloth spread, sweet cakes were sent for, a glass of fresh milk placed, and then the coffee was set upon the table. Thus, in solitary grandeur, I sat and ate and drank, while the priest and operator took their cups of coffee in their hands. Though we had ordered horses for the following morning, the baggage had not come, and we waited all the day. Strolling around the village, we found it a pretty place, through which ran a fine stream, separating the houses into groups or clusters. It is a true Aztec town, and the houses are well constructed. Several houses are set irregularly within a single enclosure. The walls are built of poles set upright, but these are so heavily daubed with a mixture of mud and chopped straw that they are strong and durable. In applying this daub, the hand is used, and a simple block of wood of rectangular form with a projecting edge extending midway of the upper side is used as a trowel for spreading it and giving it a smooth finish. The thatchings are thick and projecting far beyond the walls. They are of palm and neatly cut at the edges. A cresting, thin but evenly placed and firmly pegged down projects over the ridge, down either slope, and its edges form the only break in the smooth surface. Many of the houses had temazcals, differing considerably from those of Puebla and Tlaxcala. They are rectangular, the walls are built of poles set upright, close together, and strengthened by being lashed to a horizontal timber set midway of their height. The roof is a round bolt or arch of poles set lengthwise. The whole is neatly plastered over with a mixture of mud and chopped straw, and in the front a cross is worked in the clay mixture to ensure good fortune. The women here wove cotton in the usual Indian fashion, but few wore the old dress, and those few were mostly aged. We noticed quantities of pottery here and throughout the Huaxteca, but none of it is local in manufacture. Most of it has come from the two towns, Huauhtla, an Aztec town, and Pánuco. We were forced to spend a third night at Tamalin. The secretario had been at home for 2 days and had fairly done his duty. Still, our animals were late when we were ready to start the following morning, and we were not off until 9:30. It was a steady climb over a long series of ascents until we reached the crest from which Tancoco could be seen. We made a long descent and then a little upward climb to the town, which is notable for its cleanliness and the industry of cleanness of its inhabitants. The town is situated upon a little hill from which one looks out on a sea of green forests, with little rocky hillocks covered with trees rising from it here and there like wooded islands. Between us and Tamalin rose a semicircle of ridges sweeping from us off to the left and forward in the distance. In front, near the top of this curve of ridges, 2 leagues distant, lay a mudland, clear and impressive from this point. Riding up to the little town-house, which had a portico enclosed by a neat railing and supplied with pine benches, we dismounted and, with some doubt as to its reception, presented our old letter. The secretario was an intelligent mestizo from Tuxpan. He sent at once for the alcalde, who was a good-natured little Huastec of pure blood, thoroughly dependent upon his subordinate officer. We were promised everything. The schoolhouse, remarkably clean, was put at our disposal, and a messenger was sent to notify an old woman named Guadalupe that she was to prepare our meals. Before 4 o'clock, work was underway, and during the 2 days that we remained, there were no difficulties. The houses of the town are somewhat like those of Tamalin, but less well built. The single industry is the weaving of hats from palm. On the house roofs and on the ground before the houses, palm was drying. Some of the work was extremely delicate, and the 4 grades of hats sell for from 4 pesos upward. Men, women, and children are all occupied in the manufacture, and as they sit in their houses or at the door of an evening, or as they walk through the village on errands, their hands are ever busily occupied with the plaiting. There is absolutely nothing characteristic in dress, both men and women dressing like mestizos in the important cities of the Republic. Almost everyone wears shoes, women those with high French heels. A resident tailor makes the bulk of the clothing for the more particular men of the town. In our schoolroom, We were supplied with good kerosene lamps, an experience almost unique. Few, if any, of the houses in the village were without the same mode of light. Many, if not all, of the women had sewing machines. End of section 26. Section 27 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 21. In the Huaxteca, Part 2. We were more than ever impressed with the anomalous condition of these people in their own land. They were the cleanest, most industrious, best dressed, and most progressive Indians whom we have seen in any part of Mexico, but in the Huaxteca, the land which bears their name, they are being crowded by the less progressive Aztecs. Mestizos and Aztecs both speak of them with contempt and treat them like dogs. As for their language, it is neglected and despised. While many of them know both Spanish and Aztec, neither Mestizo nor Aztec considers it worthwhile to know a word of Huastec. While we had no trouble with the men, we began to feel that the women would fail us. It was after 5 o'clock, the last day of our stay, before a single one appeared. Then they came in a body, accompanied by the full town force, and each with her husband as a guard, to our quarters. They were dressed in their best calico, muslin, silk, and satin, with laces and artificial flowers, earrings, necklaces, and with shoes the heels of which measured from 30 to 35 millimeters. They were perfumed. Their hair was heavily oiled with odorous greases. Each shook hands with our whole party, greeted us politely, and sat down on the long school benches, waiting for her turn for measurement. Notwithstanding the rather oppressively ladle-like mode of procedure, we were assured by old Guadalupe that our errand and work in the town had caused much terror and doubt, the women particularly feeling sure that it boded ill. It was said that they recalled the fact that years ago certain of their old men predicted that strangers would eventually come to the village who would bewitch the people and destroy the town. It was commonly believed that we were now fulfilling this prediction. The physical type of the Huastecs seems to be well marked. A peculiar gray tint underlies the brown color of the skin. The head is short, broad, and curiously compressed behind. The eyes are wide apart and frequently oblique. The mouth is large, with thick but not projecting lips. We had planned to leave about the middle of the afternoon, and at 3:50 the best animals we have ever had were ready for our use. A magnificent horse, the special pride of the alcalde himself, was put at my disposal. When we came to settle for the animals, all payment was refused, their use being the voluntary offering of the town officials. The animals made nothing of the journey, and within an hour and a half we had again reached Tamalin. We found that Aztec town as disagreeable as ever. Solemn promises had been made that various dances should be ready for us, and that there should be no delay regarding animals. Of course, we found nothing doing. The only satisfactory memory connected with the town is our cook, Porfiria. She was a master hand, and with training should make a reputation and a fortune. A pure Indian, we would rather eat at her table than at that of any half-breed cook in all that section. She always had quantities of food, and no two meals were alike. Unless we expressly ordered something we had had before, it is doubtful whether she would have repeated a single dish. Her enchiladas, seasoned with cheese and onions, were the best we ever had, and after the first experience, we insisted on having them at every meal. Her masterpieces were in simple maize. Her tortillas were good, but tortillas one finds everywhere. She served cocoles, chabacanes, and pemol. Cocoles are round, flat biscuits or cakes of maize, a couple of inches across and half an inch in diameter. They contain shortening, and when served hot, are delicious. Chabacanes are thin, flat square crackers of cornmeal with shortening and eggs. They are good even when cold, but are best when hot from the griddle. Pemol is a corn cake, crumbly, sweet, and baked. It contains sugar and shortening, and is made up into the form of rather large cakes, shaped like horse collars. As the result of vigorous remonstrance, the Secretario really had the Danza of los Negros at his house that night. Music was furnished by Piro and Huauhtla. The two performers, one representing a Spaniard and the other a Negro, were masked. The action was lively and the dialogue vociferous, both players frequently talking at once. The dance was kept up until nearly 10 o'clock, after which, as we planned an early start, we were soon in bed. Just as we were dropping off to sleep, we heard the whistling and roaring of the northern outside, and the cold air found its way through every crack into our room. From our house the musicians and the dancers had gone to the Syndicos, where they stayed some time. But between 1 and 2 in the morning, they came back to our house and played in the room next to ours with the door wide open. Our interest was not great enough to lead us forth again. Finally they left, but at 4 o'clock the musicians, now quite drunk, appeared again, and for a long time the Secretario, his lady, and the schoolmaster danced in lonely grandeur up and down the room. Don Leandro, the Secretario, had promised to accompany us the following morning as far as San Jerónimo. We had decided to go on horseback to Paso Real, a little distance beyond San Jerónimo, and there take boat for Tampico. When morning came, we expressed surprise over Don Leandro's charging rent, in addition to the rather large price which we had already paid for beds. This seemed to hurt his sensitive feelings, with the result that we started without his company. The ride was monotonous over a road which made few ascents or descents, and presented little of variety or interest. Little green hills bordered the road on either side, and on many of them were ranch houses, some of rather good construction. In a little stream over which we passed, we saw a great idol's head of stone, a foot or more across and well made. San Jerónimo we found to be the comfortable country house of the alcalde of Tamalin, and all the ranches among which we had made our journey. It was a fine old place, with high airy rooms, good verandas, and an old-fashioned tile roof. Our journey had been hot, and we found a fine breeze blowing through the house. The alcalde knew all about our errand and was ready to be helpful. He was a tall, slender, mild-mannered, and polite mestizo. After we had eaten, he rode with us to Paso Real to arrange about a boat and point out various objects of interest on the way. Chapapote, from which chewing gum is made, is an important product here, and among those interested in it as a business is an American dentist. We saw many birds, among which doves were conspicuous. The alcalde says that 6 or 8 species occur here, the different kinds singing at different seasons. One of them had a peculiarly sad and mournful song, and is heard in the early morning. Another bird, the primavera, seems to be like our mockingbird, imitating the notes and cries of many other birds and animals. At 2 places we passed black lines of foraging ants, and he told us that insects, frogs, toads, and even snakes encountered by these lines are helpless, being promptly overcome and devoured. Arrived at Paso Real, the alcalde arranged for our boat. He told us that loaded boats require 3 days for making the journey to Tampico, but that ours, being empty, would probably go through in 24 hours. The boat he arranged for had been partly loaded, but its owner had agreed to unload in order to receive us. As a favor to him, we consented to permit 5 or 6 not large boxes to go along. Having ordered supper for us at the house upon the summit from which the road descended to Paso Real, the alcalde left us. Supper was slow, but at last was over. Our baggage had already been carried to the boat, and we strolled down to take our passage. Less room was left for us than we had expected the boxes would leave, but it was dark and we raised no question. We waited an impatient hour for our canoemen to take their supper, being almost devoured by mosquitoes, but at last we were off at 9 o'clock. Our force consisted of 2 men and a little lad. It was with difficulty that 2 could be accommodated beneath the awning, and Manuel and I took our places outside. For my own part, sleep was impossible. Now that we were in motion, the mosquitoes ceased to trouble us. The stream was narrow, and on account of the curves, we were forced to move slowly. We floated out under and beneath bamboos, which hung far over the water and outlined themselves like lacework against the sky. At first there was moonlight. Later the moon set, but the stars were brilliant. The early morning was cold, and a heavy dew dampened everything outside the awning. During the day our men stopped on every pretext to rest and sleep, and whenever we came to a considerable stretch of water, any sign of storm or cloud was heralded. Just before daybreak, we had reached the beginning of the first large lagoon. Here our sail was hoisted, though it was of little use, while we poled along near shore, following all the long curves. Our first stop, on account of an order, was exciting. From the anxiety of the men, we expected to be instantly upset. We ran into the mouth of a little stream and lay to, and the men were almost instantly asleep. Our party went out exploring. Our landing place was a heap of shells, whether artificial or natural, I am not sure. The place was a favorite spot with hunters of caimans, or alligators, and we found numbers of almost complete skeletons and skulls lying on the banks. The boys picked up quantities of scales and teeth, and it was interesting to see how the new conical teeth grow up under the hollows of the old ones. We killed a duck or two for supper. 1 or 2 large caimans were seen as we strolled along. Finally, I insisted upon the men starting again. We were traversing a system of great lagoons which opened one into another. Poling was our only mode of progress. That night, Manuel and I occupied the shelter. When we rose, we found the great lagoon, through which we were then passing, quite different in its character from those preceding it. Thickets of mangroves bordered the shore. The display of aerial roots was interesting, and here we were able to examine the curious smooth tips of the roots which are to penetrate the soft mud bottom. We landed at one place to get wood and to catch a glimpse of the sea, whose roaring we had for hours heard. We left our boat in the lagoon and walked a short distance over the sand dunes, thickly grown with trees, to the beach, which only appeared in sight when we reached the top of the last dune. It was a gently sloping sandy stretch, upon which a fine surf was beating. There were no pebbles, save bits of water-worn coral and shell. Quantities of seagulls were flying about, and flocks of little snipe ran down over the retreating surf, catching food, turning and running rapidly in before the coming wave. A single shot into the flock killed 31 of the little creatures, which later in the day supplied us an excellent meal. From this lagoon of mangroves we finally entered the great lagoon of La Riviera, which pretty town we passed a little before 3 o'clock. From here we knew that, by hiring horses, we could reach Tampico in 2 hours. Had we really known what lay before us, we would have done so. Having passed La Riviera, we entered a narrow canal, bordered for the most part with tall, flat rushes and a great grass, much like our wild rice. Here again we saw large herons and great kingfishers. The boys had repeatedly tried to shoot one of the latter birds, but with no success. Finally, one was seen standing on the branch of a tree, hanging over the stream. This one was shot, and when we picked it up, we found it to be curiously distorted, the breast being strangely swollen. When skinned, this swelling proved to be due to a fish which the bird had eaten, and which was almost as large as itself. Weighted with this heavy burden, it is no wonder that the bird had been shot so easily. At dusk we found ourselves at a landing place where we left the boxes, which turned out to be 8 in number, each of which weighed 125 pounds. They contained chapapote. Our men had talked much of the canal, to which for some time we had been looking forward. At this landing, arrangements were made for helping us through the canal, a little canoe being dispatched after us to help unload us. When we reached the canal, narrow, shallow, and straight, cut for the most part through the solid rock, the moon was shining brightly. Our great canoe was soon aground, and the whole party, 7 in number, climbed out into the water to push and pull. We dislodged it soon, but shortly came to a complete standstill. Here, for the first time, we realized the cargo which we carried, which before had been carefully covered, so that we were really in ignorance of it. 80 half-dozen cakes of sugar were unloaded into the little canoe, which paddled away. We waited, noting with regret that the falling water, probably due to tide, was fixing our canoe more and more firmly in the mud. Finally, the little canoe came back, taking another 80 half-dozen cakes of sugar on board. Our canoe having been thus lightened, we made another effort to move it, and after many struggles and groans, finally found ourselves in deeper water, embarked, and pulled off. Having reached the place upon the bank where the canoe loads had been left, we stopped to freight again. To our surprise, we found here once more the 8 boxes of chapapote, which apparently had been carted across. We were now able to calculate the load which our empty canoe hired at 30 pesos in order to take us quickly through to Tampico was carrying. 120 dozen cakes of panela of 2 pounds, 2,880 pounds, 8 boxes chapapote of 125 pounds, 1,000 pounds, 6 sacks of beans of 100 pounds, 600 pounds, total 4,480 pounds. In other words, we had been crowded and delayed by more than 2 tons of cargo. Perhaps, had we been actually alone in the boat, it might have made its journey in the 24 hours promised instead of the 60 of accomplishment. It was 9 o'clock when we were again aboard, and we made the boatman travel all night long. At the stroke of 3:30, we heard the bells of Tampico and drew up along the waterside landing of that city. For 2 full hours we lay there, listening to the buyers bartering with the boatmen for their load of maize, frijol, and panela until daylight, when we gave orders to unload. End of section 27. Section 28 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 22. In the Maya Land, Part 1. 1901. We had planned to go from Tampico to Chiapas and from there to Yucatan, where we were to finish our work for this season. We found, however, that there was no certainty in regard to a boat for Coatzacoalcos, while the Benito Juárez was about to sail for Progreso the next day. Not to lose time, we decided to do our Yucatan work first and to let Chiapas wait until later. We were busy that day making arrangements for departure, and in the afternoon hired a canoe to take our stuff from the wharf to the boat, which was standing out in the river beyond Doña Cecilia. There was a brisk wind against us, and we almost arrived too late to have our luggage taken aboard. The next morning we took the first train to Doña Cecilia and were on board the boat at 9 o'clock. We had been told that the sailing would take place at 10, but on arrival found that they were waiting for cattle, which were being brought across country. 120 head were to make our chief cargo, and they were expected at 6 a.m. Nothing, however, was to be seen of them in any direction. We had taken breakfast, and it was almost 12 o'clock before the first signs of the animals were to be seen. Meantime, at 11, an order appeared, and we were informed that it would be impossible to leave short of 24 hours. Besides our company, there were 3 first-class passengers, a sort of German-Austrian baron and his lady, and a contractor who was taking a force of hands to Yucatan for farm labor. 83 of these hands were our third-class passengers. They had been picked up all along the line of the Tampico branch of the Central Railway. A few of them realized the hardships and trails which lay before them. We were assured that more than half of them would surely die before the end of their first year in Yucatan. As we could not leave until the northern passed, it was decided not to take the cattle on board until next day. Thus we spent the day as prisoners on the boat, standing in the river. In the morning the water was still rough and the wind heavy, but at 9:30 the loading of the animals began. They were brought out on a barge, about 1/2 of the whole number to a load. Tackle was rigged, and the creatures were lifted by ropes looped around their horns. The first few were lifted singly, but after that 2 at once. While it sounds brutal, it is really a most convenient method, and the animals, though startled, do not seem to be injured in the least, nor indulge in much kicking. By 11:40, all were loaded and we were ready for our start. We had to wait until the customs house inspector should come on board to discharge us, and this was not done until 1:30. We sailed out between the jetties at 2 o'clock and found the Gulf rough and a high wind, which continued through most of our voyage. The smell from the cattle was disagreeable, and between it and the roughness, all were seasick before the first afternoon was over. Captain Irvine is the youngest captain of the war line, being but 26 years of age. He has followed the sea since he was 13 years old. A Nova Scotian by birth, he has sailed this coast for some little time and is a competent official, doing his utmost for the pleasure and convenience of his passengers. The journey was uneventful. There was some excitement among the third-class passengers, many of whom were drunk and quarrelsome. The first evening, 2 of them were fighting, with the result that the head of one was split open and had to be dressed by the captain. When we had been some 48 or 50 hours at sea, we found ourselves off the Campeche banks in quieter water. Those who had suffered from sickness were again quite themselves. It was 4:30 Sunday morning, February 3, after we had been almost 3 days and 3 nights at sea, and 4 days on the boat, that the Progreso light was sighted, and not long after we came to anchor. We waited from 6 o'clock until almost 10 for lighters and the doctor. After he had made his inspection, we piled off with all our baggage onto a little steamer, which charged $3 each passenger for taking us to the pier, which was close by and to which our own boat could easily have run. This, however, was but the beginning of Yucatecan troubles. When we found ourselves on the wharf, the customs official insisted upon our going to the general office for inspection on account of the character and amount of our luggage. Arrived there, we found that we had no clearing papers for our staff, and $40 duty was required for material which had already paid duty in entering Mexico, and which had only gone from one Mexican port to another as baggage. In vain we argued and attempted to explain matters. The officials advised us to bring the American consul and have him straighten matters, but his office was shut, as it was Sunday. Meantime, we saw the train, which we had expected to take at 11:30, leave for Merida, and at 12 o'clock the customs house offices were closed, and we were forced to leave the business for another day. Fortunately, there are 2 railroads from Progreso to Merida, and we were able to take the afternoon train over the narrow-gauge line for the capital city. The station was an enormous, wooden, barn-like structure. The cars were weather-beaten and dilapidated to a degree, except the first-class car, which was in fair condition. Passengers were gathering, but no particular signs of the starting of a train were evident. Boys at the station were selling slabs of pudding, squares of sponge cake soaked with red liquor, pieces of papaya, cups of sweetened boiled rice, and oranges. The oranges were unexpectedly high in price, 2 selling for a medio. The seller pares off the yellow skins and cuts them squarely in 2 before selling. The buyer eats merely the pulp, throwing the white skin away. As train time neared, interesting incidents occurred. The ticket agent was drunk and picked a quarrel with a decent, harmless-looking Indian. The conductor dressed in the waiting room, putting on a clean shirt and taking off his old one, at the same time talking to us about our baggage checks. A fine horse, frisky and active, was loaded into the same baggage freight car with our goods. The bells were rung as signals and the station locked. The whole management, ticket agent, conductor, and baggageman then got upon the train and we were off. At one of the stations the ticket agent took his horse out from the car, and riding off into the country, we saw no more of him. The country through which we were running was just as I had imagined. Though it was supposed to be the cold season, the day was frightfully hot, and everyone was suffering. The country was level and covered with a growth of scrub. There was, however, more color in the gray landscape than I had expected. Besides the grays of many shades, dusty trees, foliage, bark, and branches, there were greens and yellows, both of foliage and flowers, and here and there a little red. But everywhere there was the flat land, the gray limestone, the low scrub, the dust and dryness, and the blazing sun. There were many palm trees, chiefly cocoa nut, on the country places, and there were fields of henequen, though neither so extensive nor well kept as I had anticipated. It resembles the maguey, though the leaves are not so broad, nor do they grow from the ground. The henequen leaves are long, narrow, sharp-pointed, and rather thickly set upon a woody stalk that grows upright to a height of several feet. The leaves are trimmed off from season to season, leaving the bare stalk, showing the leaf scar. The upper leaves continue to grow. In places we noticed a curious mode of protecting trees by rings of limestone rock built around them. Many of these trees appear to grow from an elevated, circular earth mass. At Concal, the great stone church magnificently represented the olden time, but it bore 2 winding roads and was accompanied by 2 windmills of American manufacture. Everywhere, in fact, the American windmill is in evidence. One can but wish that the poor users of the old cenotes might come to life and, for a little time, enjoy the work of the winds in their behalf. Everywhere we saw plenty of Maya Indians and heard something of the old language. All travelers to Yucatan comment on the universal cleanness of the population. Notable in the Indians, this marks equally well the mestizos, whites and negroes. They are not only clean, but are all well dressed. Men wear low, round-crowned, broad-brimmed palm hats. Trousers are rarely of the tight-fitting Mexican kind. Indians who work at heavy labor protect their clean white shirts and drawers with a strip of staff, like ticking, wrapped about them. Women wear 2 white garments, both ample, hanging from the neck, bordered with black or colored bands. They generally wear long necklaces or rosaries, the beads of which are spaced with gold coins, and a cross of gold or a medal of the same material hangs at the bottom. Women of middle age are usually stout, and march with quite a stately tread. Merida itself is much larger and better built than we had expected. Many of the houses, especially on the outskirts, are elliptical in section and have walls of small stones closely set in mud plaster. In the center of the town, the houses are covered with painted plaster and are in the usual Latin American style. Great numbers of quaint little coaches with a single horse were waiting at the station. As we walked up to the center of the town, we found but a few places open, practically nothing but barber shops and drug stores. Of both of these, however, there were a surprising number. Having been directed to the Hotel Concordia, we were disappointed when the old lady in charge stated that she had no rooms and directed us across the way to the Hotel de Mexico. As we had arranged for the delivery of our stuff, we did not care to look elsewhere, and therefore inspected the rooms in this hotel. To reach them, we went through a barber shop into a narrow patio, and mounting some rigorous stairs, found our quarters, which were filthy, vile-smelling, hot, and uncared for. Yet for these choice quarters, with 2 beds in each of 2 rooms, leaving no space practically between, we were expected to pay $4. Upon remonstrating with the proprietor at the price demanded, he coolly said, "Oh yes, everything here costs high, but there is money to pay it with." This really stated the fact. Conditions in Merida are the most abnormal of any place which I have visited. Owing to the war in the Philippines and interference with the trade in hemp, the fiber of the henequen is in great demand and money is plentiful. At good restaurants, each plate costs 30 cents instead of 10 or 12, as in the City of Mexico itself. No coach will cross the street for less than 50 cents. For the cooling drink, such as in the capital city would cost 3 cents, one here pays 12. The shortest streetcar line charges 10 cents, and everything else is in proportion. What the hotel keeper said about there being money to pay these frightful prices was equally true. We paid cargadores 4 times, draymen 3 times, more than we have ever done in any other part of Mexico. In the restaurants, we saw cargadores calling for plates at 30 cents, bootblacks eating ices at 1 real, newsboys riding in coaches, and other astonishing sights. In the plaza, good music is played on Sunday nights, and everyone is out in all his finery. Fruits, sweetmeats, refreshing drinks are hawked everywhere, and are much indulged in. Under the corridors are little tables, where ices, iced milk, and drinks are served. At the hotel we passed a night of horror, suffering from the heat, dust, ill-placed lights, mosquitoes, and other insects. Leaving my companions, I went the following morning to Progreso to attend to the unlucky baggage. For variety, I took the broad gauge road, but found little difference in the country through which we passed. The number of windmills was astonishing, and most of them were Chicago aeromotors. At one station, a great crowd of pure Indians got off and on the train. The American consul at Progreso is too much interested in archaeology to be found at his office, but his Mexican vice-consul was present. To him our difficulty was explained, and on his advice we deposited the $40 demanded for duty and signed various documents of remonstrance, upon which we paid almost $4 more for stamps. We were then permitted to take out enough plates for immediate use, leaving the balance in Progreso until we should be ready for our return journey. Acting on the advice of the vice-consul, we changed quarters in Merida from the Hotel de Mexico to the Moromuso, kept by an American who had been many years in the country, and where, though we paid even more for rooms, we had some comfort. By industrious search, we found a Chinese restaurant where prices were not high and service quite as good as in the aristocratic place where we had dined before. The day before we called at the palace, hoping to see the governor, though it was Sunday. He was out of town, and we were asked to call the following day. Accordingly, in the afternoon, after returning from Progreso, I repeated my call, but was told that the governor had gone out of town again, and that I should come the following day. The third day, again presenting myself at the office, I learned that it was a holiday and that the governor would not be at the palace. The secretary recommended that I try to see him at his house. To this house I went, and sending in my card and my letters from the federal authorities, was surprised, after having been kept waiting in the corridor, to be informed that the governor would not see me, and that I should call at the palace the next day in the afternoon at 2 o'clock. Sending back a polite message that we had waited 3 whole days to see His Excellency, and that our time was limited, my surprise was still greater at receiving the tart reply that he had stated when he would see me. We spent the balance of the day and all the morning of the next looking about the town. Having failed in my visit to Governor Canton, I took a streetcar to Itzimna to see the bishop, to ask him for a letter to his clergy. The well-known Bishop Ancona had lately died, and the new incumbent was a young man from the interior of Mexico, who had been here but a few months. He had been ill through the whole period of his residence and seemed frail and weak. He received me in the kindest way, and after reading the letters I presented, asked whether I had not been in Puebla at a certain time 2 years before. In my replying in the affirmative, he remarked that he had met me at the palace of the Bishop of Puebla, and had then learned of my work and studies. He gave me an excellent letter to his clergy, and as I left, with much feeling, he urged me to be careful of my health and that of my companions while we were in the country. When he came from Puebla, only a few months before, he brought 3 companions with him, all of whom had died of yellow fever. He told me that, though this was not the season for that dread disease, cases of it had already broken out in the city. At the same time, he stated that more than 800 cases of smallpox were reported in Merida, and that many of them were of the most virulent. Sunday we had walked through dust ankle-deep upon the roads. Tuesday and Wednesday it was with difficulty that we could cross the streets, which were filled with mud, and, part of the time, with muddy water a foot and more in depth. This is a frequent occurrence, and foot passengers who desire to cross the street are often forced to hire a coach for that purpose. As one walks the street, he runs constant risk of being splashed with mud and water from passing vehicles and streetcars. During the 4 days we spent in Merida, we met several persons interested in literary lines, and visited a number of institutions, among which the most interesting was the Museo Yucateco, of which Señor Gamboa Guzman is in charge. It is by no means what it should be, or what, with but a small outlay, it might be, but it contains interesting things in archaeology, in local history, and in zoology. It is of special interest to Americans because Le Plongeon was interested in its foundation and early development. An old gentleman, clerk in the diocesan offices, advised us to visit Tecax and Peto for our study. The governor had set the hour or 2 for our reception. Merely to see when he would come, we seated ourselves in the garden of the plaza so that we could watch the entrance to the palace. 2 came but no governor. At 2:30, several gentlemen were waiting near the office door. At 3, no governor had arrived. At 5 minutes past 3, we noticed that hum of excitement and expectation which usually heralds some great event, and looking down the street, saw the governor pompously approaching. As he passed, hats were removed and profound salutations given. Waiting until he had entered the office, we walked up to the reception room, where we found 10 or 12 gentlemen waiting audience. The great man himself had disappeared into an office which opened onto this reception room, but the door of which was not closed. All waited patiently. From time to time, the usher secretary crept noiselessly to the office door and peeked through the keyhole to see whether the executive was ready. Finally, at 3:35, the word was given and the privilege of the first audience was granted to myself. During these days of waiting, something which has never occurred with any of the many governors of states in Mexico upon whom I have called, I had expressed my surprise to a gentleman of wealth and prominence in the city at the governor's compelling me to wait for audience. With some feeling, this gentleman replied, "But, sir, you are fortunate. You are a stranger, and bring letters from cabinet officials. Many of the best gentlemen in this city have been kept waiting months in order to see Governor Canton in regard to business of the highest consequence to themselves and to the public." I will do the governor justice by saying that he listened with apparent interest to my statement, and that he gave orders that the letters which I wished to local authorities should be prepared without delay. Thanking him, I withdrew, and by 5 o'clock the secretary handed me the desired documents. We had lost 4 days. Early the following morning, as no cargadores were at hand, our little company resolved itself into a band of carriers, and we took our baggage and equipment to the Pero station. The securing of tickets and the checking of baggage was quite an undertaking, and if the train had started at the time announced, we should have missed it. However, we were in good season and left something less than an hour late. The country through which we passed was an improvement upon what we had seen before. The trees were greener, and many flowers were in bloom. From the train, we saw a group of pyramids at one point, and an isolated pyramid at another. Some of the Indian towns through which we passed, with curious Maya names, were interesting. So too were the vendors at the station. Hot tamales, pura masa, pure dough, as Manuel said, slippery and soppy in filling and consistency, done up in banana leaves and carefully tied, seemed to be the favored goods. Far better were split tortillas with beans inside and cheese outside. Beautiful red bananas and plump smooth yellow ones were offered in quantity. We lost an hour at the station where trains met, reaching Tepehuas at 11. We walked up to the hot plaza, where we found the town offices closed and had difficulty in even leaving our staff with the police. At a restaurant we had a fair breakfast, for which we paid a peso each person. As there were no signs of the town officials, we dropped into the curato to see the priest to whom we presented the bishop's letter. He was a Spaniard who had been in the country only a few months and despises it heartily. He was sitting at table with 2 young men who had accompanied him from Spain and who loved Yucatan no better than he. He greeted us more heartily and was interested in our plan of work. He sent at once for the judge of the Registro Civil, who could tell us many curious things about the Indians, and as soon as the old man came, the good priest ordered chocolate to be served. We chatted for some time, when, seeing that the Jefe's office was open, I suggested that I had better go to present my letters. The cura and the judge at once began to abuse that official roundly for his sins of commission, and particularly for those of omission, and told me that I should have him summoned, that it was much better than to trouble myself by going to his office, where I had already been twice in vain. It was but right that he should attend to business. He ought to be in his office when visitors came to see him. Accordingly, a messenger was sent and the Jefe summoned. He seemed a rather nice young fellow and was much impressed by the letter from his governor. He expressed himself as ready and anxious to serve us in every way and made arrangements for us to begin work in the town house, where, before dark, we had taken 15 sets of measurements. This was a capital beginning, but the next 2 days our work fell flat. It was necessary to keep constantly at the Jefe, and it soon became plain that he was making no great effort to secure subjects for us, on the assumption that we had better wait until Sunday, when there would be plenty of people, without trouble to the police. End of section 28. Section 29 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 22. In the Maya Land. Part 2. It was useless to urge effort, and we spent the time talking with the old judge in regard to the habits and superstitions of the Indians and in walking with the judge of Primera Instancia up to the ridge which overlooked the town and which was crowned by a little ermita. The population of Yucatan is still, for the most part, pure Indian of Maya blood and speech. The former importance of these people is well known. They had made the greatest progress of any North American population, and the ruins of their old towns have often been described. They built temples and public buildings of stone and with elaborate carved decorations. They ornamented walls with stucco, often worked into remarkable figures. They cast copper and gold. They hived bees and used both wax and honey in religious ceremonial. They spun and wove cotton, which they dyed with brilliant colors. They had a system of writing which, while largely pictorial, contained some phonetic elements. They are still a vital people, more than holding their own in the present population and forcing their native language upon the white invaders. Nominally good Catholics, a great deal of old superstition still survives, and they have many interesting practices and beliefs. The cura presented me a quiache of gold, which he took from the church, where it had been left by a worshipper. It is a little votive figure crudely made, commonly of silver. The word means exchange, and such figures are given by the Indians to their saint or to the Virgin in exchange for themselves after some sickness or danger. The ridge overlooking the town is of limestone and is covered with a handsome growth of trees and grass. The terrace on which the ermita is built is flat and cleared. It is reached by a gently graded ascent with a flight of wide and easy steps, now much neglected. The little building is dismantled, though there is some talk of reconstructing it. Behind it is a well of bile and stagnant water, which is reputed to cure disease. From the ridge a pretty view of Tecax is to be had, bedded in a green sheet of trees. The town is regularly laid out, and presents little of interest, though the two-storied portales and the old three-storied house of Señor Duarte attract attention. There are also many high, square ventilated shafts or towers of distilleries. From the terrace where we stood in the days of the last great insurrection, the Indians swept down upon the town and are said to have killed 2,500 of the people, including men, women, and children. The school teacher of the town is a man of varied attainments, being also a photographer, watchmaker, medical advisor, chemist, and so forth. His house is full of scientific instruments, a really good camera, a fine aneroid barometer, several thermometers, including self-registering maximum and minimum, etc., etc. All seem excellent in quality, but I could not learn that he makes any use of them except the camera. The cura and the judge deride his possession of the instruments, doubting whether he knows how to use them. They assert that he has an apparatus for projection, for which he paid 1,000 pesos, which has never yet been unpacked. When we called on him, he showed us, by his hygrometer, that the air was very humid, though the temperature was at 86 degrees Fahrenheit, and told us, what probably is true, that in this heavy, hot weather, every wound and bruise, however trifling, is likely to become serious. In illustration of this fact, the cura mentioned that his Spanish carpenter, who merely bruised his leg against the table, has suffered frightfully for 3 months, having now an ugly sore several inches across that makes walking difficult. Great care is necessary with any injury that breaks or bruises the skin. We ourselves had already experienced the fact that insect bites became ugly open sores that showed no signs of healing. As a fact, none of us succeeded in curing such for several weeks after leaving Yucatan. In the afternoon, the priest, the judge of Primera Instancia, and myself took a coach to ride out to a neighboring hacienda where there was a great sugar mill. Luis accompanied us on horseback. Our road ran alongside the ridge and consisted of red limestone clay. It was fairly good, though dry and dusty and closely bordered with the usual Yucatecan scrub. The ridge, along which we were coursing, is the single elevation of the peninsula. Beginning in northeastern Yucatan, it runs diagonally toward the southwest, ending near Campeche. It is generally covered with a dense growth of forest, unless artificial clearings have been made. Coveys of birds, like quail, were seen here and there along the road, and at one point a handsome green snake, a yard or more in length, glided across the way. Snakes are said to be common, and among them several are venomous. The rattlesnake, the coral snake, and, most dreaded of all, a little dark serpent a foot or so in length, with an enormous head, whose bite is said to be immediately fatal. There are also many tree snakes, as thick as a man's arm. In the forest, mountain lions are rare, but tigers are common. We found Santa Maria to be an extensive hacienda, and the sugar mill was a large structure, well supplied with modern machinery, and turning out a large amount of product. We saw a few of the Indian hands, went through the factory, and were shown through the owner's house, which has beautiful running water and baths, though there is little furniture and nothing of what we would consider decoration. It was after dark before we started to town, and when we got there we found 2 wedding parties waiting for the Padre's services. The promised crowd filled the market Sunday, and our work went finely. Between the town officials and the priest, subjects were constantly supplied. Among the Indians who presented themselves for measurement was old Manuel, sacristan from Saya. He is a Heman, and we had hoped that he would show us the method of using the sastun, or divining crystal. He is a full-blood, and neither in face nor manner shows the least emotion. Automatic in movement, he is quiet and phlegmatic in manner. Having assumed the usual Indian pose for rest, a squat position in which no part of the body except the feet rests upon the ground or any support, he sat quietly, with the movement of scarcely a muscle, for hours at a time. He sang for us the invocation to the winds of the 4 quarters, which they use in the ceremony of planting time. Though he is frequently employed to say the Milpa Mass and to conjure, he claims that he never learned how to use the sastun, but told us that another Heman in his village knew it well. One of the Padre's companions had been ill ever since he came to Yucatan. Sunday he suffered so greatly that a doctor was sent for in haste. Nothing was told us as to what his trouble might be, for personally I suspected that he had the smallpox. In connection with his illness, we learned from the first time that another companion of the priest, brought from Spain, died in the room I was occupying less than 2 weeks before, from yellow fever. We had known that one of his companions had died of yellow fever, but supposed it was some months earlier. Toward evening, the priest was sent for by a neighbor who needed the last service. On the Padre's return, we learned that this person was believed to be dying from vomito. For a moment we were in doubt what was best to do, especially as the police had told us that the Padre had permitted no fumigation of his premises after his comrade's death, simply sprinkling holy water about the place. That night the young man in the next room suffered greatly, and I could not help but wonder what ailed him. However, I decided that what danger there might be from the disease we had already risked, and as we expected to remain but 1 or 2 more days, it seemed hardly worthwhile to make a change. Monday we planned a visit to San Juan and Saya. The horses had been ordered for 5 o'clock, but Mass had been said, chocolate taken, and all was ready long before they appeared. 6, 7, 8 all passed, and at last, at 9, only 3 animals appeared. This decided us to leave Ramon behind to pack the busts which we had made, while the others of the party, with the Padre mounted on his own horse, should make the journey. A footmozo carried the camera. The road was of the usual kind, and was marked at every quarter league with a little cross of wood set into a pile of stones and bearing the words De Tecax, L. As we passed La Trinidad, we noticed great tanks of water for irrigation before the house, and tall trees with their bare grey roots running over and enveloping the piles of stones on which they had been planted. There were no other plantations or villages until just before the 9th cross, 2 1/4 leagues, we came to the Henequin plantation of San Juan. The major domo was delighted to see the Padre and greeted us warmly, taking us at once to the great house. We rode between long lines of orange trees loaded with sweet and juicy fruits, and were soon sitting in the cool and delightful hallway. It is impossible to say how many dozens of those oranges 4 of us ate, but we were urged to make away with all we could, as the daily gathering is something more than 5,000. Soon an elaborate breakfast was ready for us, but before we ate, we took a drink of fresh milk from coconuts cut expressly for us. We had salmon, eggs, meat stew, beans, tortillas, and wine. But the majordomo expressed his regret that he did not know we were coming, as he would gladly have killed a little pig for us. As dessert, a great dish of fresh papaya, cut up into squares and soaked in its own juice, was served. Sitting in the cool corridor, after a good breakfast, and looking out over a beautiful country, with promises that all of the subjects necessary for measurement should be supplied, the idea of riding on to Saya lost attractiveness, and we sent a foot messenger with an order to the town authorities to send the Heman with his sastuns without delay to see us. This was our first opportunity to see the industry of henequen, which is the chief product of this hacienda. The leaves, after cutting, are brought from the field tied up in bundles. These are opened, and the leaves are fed into a revolving endless double chain, which carries them on iron arms upward and dumps them onto a table, where 3 men receive them and feed them into the stripper. This consists of a round table, into the inner excavated circular face of which a round knife with dull edge fits closely, though at only one place at once. The leaves, fed between the table and knife, are held firmly by them at about 1/3 their length. The projecting 2/3 of the leaves hang downward. As the table revolves, the leaves thus held are carried to a vertical revolving rasp, which strips out the flesh, leaving the fiber masses hanging. These, taken out from between the table and the knife, are fed again to a second revolving table, which holds the masses of fiber, leaving the unstripped portion of the leaves exposed to a second rasp, which strips it. The hanks of fiber are dropped from the second table onto a horizontal wooden bar, where they are rapidly sorted over by a man who throws inferior and spotted bunches to one side. The whole operation is rapid and beautiful. The fresh fiber is then hung over bars in the southern wind to dry, after which it is baled in presses for shipment. We had no trouble in completing the measurement of subjects from the Indian hands on the place, and made the portraits and photographs of native dancers. In the afternoon, the Heman appeared. He was an extremely clean and neat Indian of 45, and carried at his side a little sack, within which, carefully wrapped up in a handkerchief, were his sastuns. There were 5 in all. 3 were small round balls of glass, broken from the stoppers of perfume bottles. 1 was somewhat barrel-shaped and of bluish color, while the other, the largest of all, was rather long, fancifully formed, and with facets ground out upon it. It was yellowish in tint. The 2 latter were apparently from toilet waters. Telling him that I was anxious to learn about something which had been stolen from me, I asked what was necessary in the way of preparation. He demanded a candle and aguardiente. A great taper of yellow wax and a bottle of spirits were supplied. Taking this in his hand, he entered the little chapel of the hacienda, considering it a good place for conjuring. He piously kissed the altar tables and the bases of the crucifixes and saints. Then, picking out a dark corner, he opened his clothes, took out his glasses, lighted the candle, and squatted for his operation. Taking one of the crystal balls between his fingers, he held it between the flame and his eye and looked intently into it, as if seeking something. One after another, the 5 crystals were carefully examined. Finally, laying the last aside, he shook his head. He could see nothing whatever, that interested the gentleman, unless indeed sickness. This he pointed out in one of the little balls: redness, fever. Being urged to try again, after an interval he got down to real business. He took the aguardiente, dipped the crystals into the liquor, repeating formulas as he did so, and again made the test, but with no better result. He could see nothing, absolutely nothing, of stolen property. There was nothing in the crystal of interest to the gentleman except fever. That there was, he was certain. This practice of divining by means of crystals is a survival from the old pagan days. It is probable that there is no Indian town of any size in Yucatan where some Heman does not make use of it. We had now finished our work with Maya Indians, except the measurement of a few women and the making of a single bust. Upon rather strong representation to the Jefe, a desperate effort was made by the policemen, and the women were secured. Among the village police force, one man had attracted our particular attention as representing a type of face quite common among the Mayas, which we have called the serpent face. It is round and broad, with retreating chin and receding forehead, and with curious, widely separated, expressionless eyes. We had already measured and photographed the subject, but because he was a policeman and had been useful, we thought we would not subject him to the operation of bust making. Seeing, however, that no other equally good subject had presented itself, we decided to make his bust and told him so. To our surprise, he refused. The Jefe for once acted promptly and without hesitation issued an absolute order that the man's bust should be made. The order had no effect. The officials scolded, threatened, but Modesto Can was immovable. The Jefe ordered that he should be thrown into jail, which order was promptly obeyed, but all to no purpose. Our subject said we might whip him, fine him, keep him in jail, or kill him, but he would not have his bust made. Hours passed, and neither remonstrance nor threats on the part of the Jefe or ourselves were of the least avail. On my last interview with him, I found him lying on a mat with so high a fever that I dared not urge the matter further, and we desisted from our efforts to secure him. It was the only subject among 3,000 Indians with whom we failed to carry out our work. A story which the old judge had told us had its influence in my permitting this subject to escape. These Mayas often die for spite or because they have made up their mind to do so. Don Manuel at one time was summoned by a rich Indian with whom he was well acquainted. The man was not old and had land, good houses, many head of cattle, much maize, and many fowls. He had 3 children and owned the houses near his own in which they lived. Everything was prospering with him, yet the message to the judge was that he should come at once to hear this Indian's last words. With a companion he hastened to the house and found the man in his hammock, dressed in his best clothes, waiting for them. He seemed in perfect health. When they accosted him, he told them he was about to make his will and say his last words. They told him that a man in health had a perfect right to make his will, but remonstrated with him for saying that he was about to speak his last words. He insisted, however, that he was about to die. In vain they argued with him. He had had his dream. He gave to one child house, animals, corn, poultry; to the second, similar gifts; to the third, the same. Then, having bidden them all farewell, he lay down in his hammock, took no food or drink, spoke to no one, and in 6 days was dead. Such cases are not uncommon among Maya Indians of pure blood. When we reached home that night, we found Ramon unwell. Next day, the last of our stay at Tecax, he was suffering with fever. He had done no work while we were absent the day before, and all the packing and doing up of plaster fell upon the others of the party. As for him, he collapsed so completely that it scared me. The ordinary mestizo has no power of resistance, no matter how trifling the disease. He suffers frightfully and looks for momentary dissolution. It was plain from the first moment that Ramon believed that he had the yellow fever. Instead of trying to keep at work or occupying himself with something which would distract his attention, he withdrew into the least airy corner of a hot room and threw himself onto a heap of rugs and blankets, in which he almost smothered himself, cut off from every breath of fresh air. In vain we urged him to exert himself. In the middle of the afternoon we took him to the doctor, who assured us that the case was in no way serious, at the worst nothing more than a light attack of malaria. In the afternoon the Jefe, neglecting the padre, invited the judge of primera instancia and myself to accompany him upon a little expedition to the neighboring cave of the 5th of May. We went in a coach, taking Luis, who sat with the driver, as photographer. On the way we visited the town cemetery, which we found a dreary place with no effort at adornment and with an air of general neglect. We passed a number of places where they were boiling sugar, and at one we stopped to see the mode of dipping calabashes for dulces. The fruits are gourd-like, but have considerable soft pulp within the thin, hard crust. Several holes are bored through the external shell, and the calabashes, slung by strings into groups at one end of a pole, are dipped into the boiling sap or syrup. The dipping is done 2 or even 3 times, and the clusters are removed and allowed to drip and dry between drips. The loose flesh is soaked through with the syrup, making a rich, sweet mass, much used for desserts. Finally, we turned into another place where sugar was being made and found it the cleanest and neatest of its kind. Here we sampled little cakes of clean brown sugar and were treated with similar cakes in which peanuts and squash pips were embedded, making a delicious confection. We were here supplied with a clean, fresh jicara cup, and walking along the path a few rods, ascended slightly to the mouth of the cave, which was far handsomer than we had expected. The limestone of Yucatan abounds in caves and subterranean watercourses, especially near the base of the ridge already mentioned. The mouth of the cavern was fringed with ferns and other vegetation. A flight of rustic steps led down to the nearly level floor of red cave earth. The light from outside entered sufficiently to show the greater portion of the cave. The rock walls opposite the opening were brilliantly green with some minute growth. From the floor rose a heap of stone, upon the top of which was set an olla of large size to catch the water dripping from the roof. It was full of most beautifully clear, cool water, which we dipped out with our jicara and drank. At 2 or 3 other places on the floor, and on projections from the side walls of the cave, were other ollas or broken water troughs of stone for catching water. Lighting our candles, we went behind a pendant veil of thick stalagmite. At some spots, hummocks of snow-white crystalline matter with a reticulated surface had been deposited by dripping water. A few great masses of stalagmite rose from the floor, and there were some columns of the same material. On returning from a cavern, nothing would do but we must breakfast with the jefe, which we did, in state, though at our usual boarding house. End of section 29. Section 30 of In India and Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In India and Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 22. In the Maya Land, Part 3. The 3 great industries about Tecacs are sugar, henequen, and liquor. Father Juan insisted that we should visit one of the local distilleries, of which there are 14 in Tecacs. Sugar, ground with water into a thick syrup, is drawn off from the mill into great vats, where it is permitted to ferment. It is then taken into the still, where it is heated and vaporized, and the vapor carried up into high towers for condensation. These 3-storied, square, wooden towers, with ventilator shafts, are one of the characteristic features of the town. Padre Juan insisted on supplying a coach for our living in the morning. This coach, like those at Merida, was an extremely small affair for a single horse. Under any circumstances, it would scarcely carry 3 persons, without luggage, besides the driver. When it is remembered that our party, consisting of 4, the stout padre, 4 satchels, measuring rod, tin pan, and blankets, made up the load, it can be easily appreciated that the little coach was full. We rode slowly, and the poor creaking vehicle threatened to fall to pieces every moment, but we reached the station safely. It was scarcely 10 when we arrived at Merida and took our old quarters at the Moromuso. Our invalid at once lay down, and neither threats nor bribes would move him. He looked as if he suffered, but he insisted on doing so. Going to the nearest drugstore, we described his symptoms to the apothecary, who assured us that the case could not be serious and supplied a remedy which was rapid and energetic in its action, though our sick man insisted that he was not improved. We were now but waiting for notice of a vessel sailing from Progreso for Coatzacoalcos. Riding, errands, visits filled up the time, but it was dreary waiting. The muddy streets, the heavy, moist, fetid air, the outrageous prices, the mosquitoes, all combined to make a disagreeable experience. We worried through 3 days, and still no announcement of a boat. In a visit made to the bishop, to tell him of our kind reception in Tecacs, and to make inquiry regarding books printed in the Maya, we were again warned by the prelate to be most careful of our health. That day he told us 2 of our countrymen working at the electric light plant had been stricken with yellow fever and would surely die. The second day we were in town, the boys met Don Poncio one of the Spanish comrades of the Padre Atecax, who, with another of the household, had run away, leaving the good priest alone, as the young fellow who had been ill in the room next ours developed a full case of yellow fever the day we left and was dead before night. One day we went to a cenote for a bath. Passing through a house into a rather pretty garden, we came to a stairway, partly natural and partly cut in the solid rock, which we descended. We found ourselves in a natural cave with a pool of blue transparent water. A paved platform surrounded one side of the cave, and near its rear edge was a bench of masonry which was continued along the side of the pool by a similar bench cut partly from the living rock. The water was so clear that we could see, by the light coming from above, to its very bottom, and could detect little black fishes, like bullheads, against the sand and pebbles. The pool was irregular in shape, so that a portion of it was out of sight behind a rock wall, beyond which we found that there was a paved floor and benching similar to that in the portion which we had entered. We had a delightful and refreshing swim in this underground pool, but it was noticeable that, after we came out into the air, there was no evaporation of water from the body, and towels were absolutely necessary for drying. Such cenotes are found in many parts of Yucatan and form the regular bathing places and are often the only natural supplies of drinking water. Of streams above ground, there are practically none in the whole peninsula. The last day of our stay in Mérida, we saw the Xoles. These are bands of Indian dancers who go from house to house during the carnival season. They are dressed in costumes which reproduce some features of the ancient Indian dress. In the little company which we saw were 15 dancers, including the standard-bearer. All were males, but half of them were dressed like females and took the part of such. The male dancers wore the usual white camisa and drawers, but these had a red stripe down the side of the leg. Jingling hawk bells of tin or brass were attached to various parts of their dress. A red belt encircled the waist. All wore sandals. The female dancers wore white dresses of the usual sort with decorated borders at the arm and neck, also necklaces of gold beads and gold chains with pendants. 2 of the dancers were little children, but the rest appeared to be young men up to about 35 years of age. All wore crowns upon the head. This consisted of a circlet of tin, from which rose 2 curved strips which intersected over the middle of the head. From the circlet rose 4 feathers, either natural or made of tin. 2 of the crowns of special size, with real feathers, marked the king and queen. Under the crowns, covering the top of the head and hanging down from the shoulders, were gay handkerchiefs of red or blue. All the dancers were masked. The men wore bandoliers of cotton, worked with bright designs representing animals, birds, and geometrical forms. The square ends of these were hung with marine shells. In their hands, the dancers carried curious rattles and fans, which they used in making graceful movements as they danced. The handle of the fan consisted of the leg and foot of a turkey, while the body was composed of the brilliant and beautifully spotted feathers of the ocellated turkey, a bird peculiar to Yucatan and the adjacent country. There were 2 musicians, one with a long pito, or fife, and the other with a huehuetl, or drum, which was struck with his hand. Hanging to the side of the drum near the top was a turtle shell, upon which the drummer beat, from time to time, with a deer's horn. A standard was carried by the company, which bore a representation of the sun, with dancers and a serpent. The pole by which it was carried was surmounted with a thin disc representing the sun's face. The music was apparently of Indian origin, and the words of the song were Maya. The dancing itself was graceful and accompanied by many curious movements. Mr. Thompson, our American consul to Yucatan, believes this dance is ancient and thinks he has found representations of it painted on the walls of ancient ruins at Chichen Itza. Mérida prides itself upon its carnival, which it claims ranks 3rd, Venice and New Orleans alone surpassing it. It was admitted that the celebration of this year was far below that of others. The cause of this dullness was generally stated to be the great amount of sickness prevalent in the city. However that may be, it certainly was a tame affair. On the 15th, 2 processions took place, one in the morning, the other in the afternoon. These were arranged by 2 clubs of young people, and each desired to surpass the other. We saw that of the afternoon, and found it not particularly interesting. A number of private carriages, drawn up in line, passed through the streets. Within were gentlemen, ladies, and children, but few of them wore masks or were otherwise notable. Besides this, in the procession were 5 allegorical cars. One represented a gilded boat containing pretty girls. It was arranged to seem to rise and fall upon a billowy sea. A second float represented the well-known ancient statue, the Chacmul, an Indian in the attitude of the figure mentioned, held an olla upon his breast, while other or 2 others stood near him as guards or companions. The most attractive float was loaded with the products of Yucatan and a group of figures symbolizing its industries and interests. Upon the fourth, a female figure stood erect in a chariot drawn by lions. The fifth was comic and represented marriage in public and private, a vulgar couple indulging in affectionate display before the partition and in a conjugal quarrel behind it. These floats were scattered at intervals through the procession, which was of no great length. By this time, Ramon had suffered violent agonies and had become so weak that assistance was needed when he walked. The second day in Merida, we had sent for a competent physician who assured us that nothing was the matter excepting an unimportant attack of bilious fever, and that with a day or 2 of treatment he should be entirely recovered. On his second visit he was much irritated, as the young man had not made the promised improvement and assured us that there was no cause for his collapse. During our first visit to Merida, in hunting through the city for Protestants, a practice in which he invariably indulged whenever we reached a town of consequence, Ramon had happened on an interesting little man who represents the American Bible Society in this district. By name Fernandez, this gentleman was born in Argentina, educated in Spain, and has served as colporteur in the states of Chiapas, Tabasco, and Yucatan for upwards of 12 years. He was stout, active, and vivacious. He claimed to have been in every town in Chiapas and gave us much advice regarding our journey to that state. He called upon us several times during our stay and shared the general disgust over our sick man, who, he assured us, had nothing serious the matter and only needed to arouse himself to throw off the bilious attack from which he suffered. On the streets we met the Baron who had been with us on our voyage from Tampico. He told us that after one day in Merida, he and his lady decided that they preferred Progreso and were stopping there, going down upon the day train when they wished to visit Merida. He also warned us that we need never expect to see the $40 which we had advanced through the vice-consul, as whatever disposition should be made of our complaint regarding custom charges by the government, no such money was ever known to leave his hands. Following events entirely confirmed this gentleman's dire prophecy. Neither Mr. Thompson nor Senor Solis have paid the least attention to communications regarding the matter sent after our return to our own country. It is little likely that the Mexican government refused to refund the payment, but we shall probably never know. The remarks of the Baron suggested a new line of action. Why longer wait in Merida for our boat? Progreso is cleaner, cooler, enjoys a sea breeze, and gives us good living for less than half the price we were paying. For comfort, for the benefit of our sick man, for the advantage of our pocket, we would be better off at Progreso than in Merida. While there were cases of smallpox in the little seaport, there were none of yellow fever. In every way it looked attractive, and on Monday morning we left and found ourselves, before noon, comfortably located in the curious little hotel La Estrella de Oro in Progreso. To be sure, our rooms were mere stalls, being separated from each other by board partitions scarcely 8 feet in height, and without ceiling, so that it was impossible to escape the conversation in neighboring rooms at night. The table, however, was excellent, and the price, compared with what we had been paying, economy itself. Having seen my companions comfortably located, I returned to Merida, where there was still some business demanding attention. This time I found a room in the Hotel Concordia, which was the most comfortable I enjoyed in Merida, although the price of $4 for the mere room was high. The day before, we had seen the Battle of Flowers of the Carnival. No flowers figured in it. It consisted of a long procession of carriages, mostly private and mostly good. They were filled with well-dressed young people, of whom few were masked. All were supplied with confetti, which was thrown in handfuls by those in the carriages upon those in carriages going in the other direction, for the procession was double. Usually girls and ladies threw at men and boys, who reciprocated the compliment. The ladies had their hair loose and flowing, and wore no hats, so that in a little time it was filled with the brilliant bits of paper. Everyone also had long strips of colored paper rolled up like ribbons, which were now and then launched, either with no direct aim or at some person. As these strips unrolled, they trailed prettily in the air, and everyone caught at the trailing streamers. Crowds of poor children chased along beside and behind the carriages, catching at the showers of bits of paper and at the long streamers, which they kept or in turn hurled at passers. The balconies of all the better houses were filled with people, as were the seats and raised platform fronting the townhouse, and those in the balconies and on the seats rained down paper upon those in the carriages. Many children in the balconies were masked and wore grotesque costumes, but few grown persons were so decked out. While pretty and characteristic, the Battle of Flowers disappointed us, lacking the life and abandon which one usually associates with the idea of carnival. It was all reserved and respectable and unenthusiastic. The only persons who really seemed to enjoy it were the poor children, with their loads of bright paper and long streamers. Monday afternoon, the most striking function of the carnival so far seen took place. This was an enormous procession of vehicles. Private carriages with elaborate equipment were filled with finely dressed gentlemen and ladies. Common rented coaches were in line, and some of them were loaded to their full capacity with common people, 4, 5, or even 6 in one. In one were 4 brawny young cargadores. In another, an old grandmother, her 2 daughters, and some grandchildren, pure Indians, rode complacently, enjoying the admiration which they knew their best clothes must attract. In some of the fine private coaches, no one but Indian nurses or favored servants rode. Even here, few of the parties were really dashing, lively, or beautiful. The whole thing was constrained, artificial, and sedate. An occasional group seemed to really enjoy the occasion. One bony horse dragged an ancient buggy or cart, which might well be that of some country doctor, and in it was the gentleman himself, commonly dressed, but with a whole family of little people who were bubbling over with enjoyment. Another happy party was that of a common carter who had his own dray in the line, with his children, neatly but commonly dressed, as his only occupants. In 2 or 3 carriages were maskers, though none of them appeared funny. One drayman's cart had been hired by a crowd of loud and boisterous youngsters who performed all kinds of pranks and bold, nonsensical remarks to the crowd. My chief errand was to see the leader of the Xtolis, to purchase from him some of the objects which they had used in their dance. Just as I was starting at evening for the address he had given me, I met Senor Fernandez in the plaza, and he agreed to accompany me to the place. We went some little distance on the streetcar, and dismounting at the corner of a narrow lane, were about to start through it when someone touched my companion in the arm and greeted him. He recognized the owner of the little shop before which we stood. Hardly invited to enter the tienda, we did so and stated the object of our quest. The shopkeeper at once said that we must have a lantern, as the road was dark, and ordered his clerk to accompany us with one, for which we were truly thankful. We came finally to the house where Don Gregorio, the leader of the dancers, lived. Fernandez was friendly and voluble, greeting every company of girls and women that we met or who were at the house as lindas, and passing compliments. He was, however, uneasy, continually glancing around and asking repeatedly when Don Gregorio would appear. The dancers were still absent, but expected every moment. In fact, we could hear their music in the distance. When finally they did appear, their leader, who was very drunk, insisted that he could not treat in the matter until after the next day, which would be the culmination of the carnival and their chief day for dancing. The instant that we received this answer, Fernandez seized the lantern, which the clerk had left, and, grasping me by the arm, we started off at breakneck pace. As we almost rushed down the stony road, he looked furtively to right and left, and told me that there were, no doubt, persons in the neighborhood who had recognized him, and said that, more than once, in this very neighborhood, he had been stunned when selling Bibles, and that any moment we ran our chances of a night attack. Apparently, however, people were too much excited over Carnival to waste their time invading Protestants, and we heard no whizzing missiles, and soon, reaching the corner shop, left the lantern and went home. There had been doubt as to whether trains would run the following day, Tuesday, on account of Carnival. I found, however, that the train on which I had counted, leaving at 7 in the morning, went as usual, though it was the only train of the day for Progreso. My companions were delighted to see me, and I found our sick man sure that death was imminent. To tell the truth, he was constantly spitting black blood, which oozed from his gums, and which gave me more concern than any of his previous symptoms. We found the Carnival at Progreso more natural and unpretentious, but also far more lively and amusing than anything in Mérida. To be sure, some of the performances bordered on the indecent, but on the whole, it was jolly and scarcely gave cause for Manuel's pious ejaculation that there were many abusos. Groups of men and boys went through the streets decked with ribbons and flowers, and with their faces painted or daubed. Many carried handfuls of flour or of blue paint, which they dashed into the faces or over the clean clothes of those they met. Bands of maskers danced through the streets. Companies of almost naked boys, daubed with colors, played toro with one who was inside a frame of wood. One man, completely naked, painted grotesquely, pranced through the streets on all fours. Young fellows, dressed in women's clothes, with faces masked or painted, wandered about singly, addressing persons on the street in a high falsetto voice, with all sorts of woeful stories or absurd questions. Very pretty was a company of trained dancers, with a standard, litter, music, and fancy costume, each of whom carried 2 staves in his hands. These performed a variety of graceful movements and sang a song in Spanish. This was interestingly like the song of the Xoles, and the movements were almost precisely theirs. In the evening, we attended the Baile de los Mestizos, Dance of the Mestizos, where the elite of the city was gathered, and the place was crowded. Very little of it was enough, for while the music and dancing were all right, the heat, the tobacco smoke, and the perfume were overpowering. To our joy, on Wednesday the Hidalgo appeared, bound for Coatzacoalcos. All day Thursday we waited for it to unload its cargo, and on Friday morning we loaded into a little sailboat at the wharf, which we hired for the price far below what the regular steamer would have charged to take us to our vessel. The luggage had been weighed and valued, and an imposing bill of lading and an official document had been made out to prevent our paying duty a third time when we should reach our port. At 10:30 we were on the Hidalgo, ready for leaving. It is the crankiest steamer on the war line, and dirty in the extreme. The table is incomparably bad. The one redeeming feature is that the first-class cabins are good, and on the upper deck, when they receive abundance of fresh air, there were plenty of seats for everyone to sit upon the deck, a thing which was not true of the Benito Juárez. Of other first-class passengers, there were 2 harmless Yucatecan gentlemen, one of whom was seasick all the voyage, and 2 Americans, brothers, one from St. Louis, Missouri, and the other from Springfield, Illinois. The captain of our vessel was a Norwegian, the first officer was a Mexican, the chief engineer an American, the purser a Low German, the first steward an Huaxteca Indian, and the cook a Filipino. Never was I so glad to reach a resting place, never so relieved, as when we got our baggage and our sick man safely on board. As to the latter, he at once lay down, and practically was not on his feet during the voyage. We had expected to make the run in 30 hours, but were hindered by rough weather, catching portions of 2 northers. The second was so bad that, when almost in sight of our destination, we were forced to put to sea again, and lost many hours of time and miles of distance. On the morning of the 3rd day, however, we had dropped anchor, and on looking from the cabins at 5, caught sight of Coatzacoalcos, but it was not the Coatzacoalcos of 1896. Prodigious changes had taken place. The Pearson Company, having taken possession of the railroad, had made great improvements. Their pretentious general offices, located at the wharf, had recently been completed. The railroad station had been improved. The old shack, where we slept in 1896, had been torn down, and a construction track occupied its place. On the little rise behind, a pretty and large hotel had been erected. On the higher land, to the right, a line of well-built houses, making some pretension to architectural effect, had been constructed. It was only after landing and walking through the older portions of the town that any familiar scenes were recognized. Though we were ready to land at 5 and wished to catch the train at 7, we were forced to wait for the official inspection and saw the longed-for train, and there would be no order for 2 days, pull out before our eyes. Finally, at 9 o'clock, we were permitted to land. To my surprise, my shipping document was called for, but being produced, we were subjected to no difficulty. The balance of the day was spent in wandering about the village, meeting former acquaintances, attending to odds and ends of shipment, and strolling on the familiar beach, which was still covered with scurrying crabs and sprinkled with white sand dollars. During the night, a terrific northern blew, and the next day, cold, dull gray, rainy, kept us indoors. By this time, the purser of the Hidalgo, who had himself had yellow fever and said he was familiar with it, had convinced us that Ramon really had had a slight touch of that dread disease, but having passed his 10th day of sickness, was destined to recover, and would be no serious menace to other people. End of section 30. Section 31 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 23. Ox Cart Experiences, Part 1. 1901. On the following morning, at 7, we took the railroad train, and at 5 at night had reached Tehuantepec and were pleasantly located in our old hotel, the Europa. On February 28, we visited the market, called at the house of the Jefe Politico for a letter to the town authorities of Huautla, and visited Dr. Castle, whom we found much the same as ever. We failed to find the Jefe at his office, though we went there several times, but found him sitting in a tienda much the worse for drinking. He was charmed to see us, embraced us warmly, and told us that his thoughts had frequently been with us since our former sojourn in his district. New supplies of wine, and on the appearance of certain ladies, of champagne, were ordered in witness of his satisfaction. In regard to our desires, he was delighted to learn that Luis was shooting birds, declaring that we were just in time, that he had a damnable order from Mexico to send on skins of all the birds of his district for the National Museum, and that he had not known what to do in the matter. We must prepare them. If we did so willingly, we should be handsomely paid. But if not, he would be compelled to force us. The jail was ready, and men die easily in southern Mexico. With this, he made some suggestions that it was easy for a person to be officially reported as accidentally killed or dead from vomito. He insisted that we should not go alone to Huautla, but that he himself would accompany us and make sure that everything was done according to our wishes. All these dire threats and great promises were completely forgotten on the following day, when we sallied forth alone. In the Jefe's office we learned that during the past year, not only Coatzacoalcos, but Tehuantepec had suffered frightfully from yellow fever. Of course, the disease is no rarity on the Gulf Coast, though it was never worse than in the last season. But in Tehuantepec and on the Pacific coast, it is a thing so rare as to be almost unknown. So true is this that when it was first reported from this district, the federal government did not believe the story and sent a commission to investigate. We learned that the commission arrived at evening and, finding 2 persons dead in their black vomit on the street, made no further investigation but started for Mexico on the following train. The spread of the disease to the west coast is generally attributed, and no doubt correctly, to the railroad. The disease was particularly fatal in both places to Americans and Englishmen, and it was whispered that 90% of the employees of the new railroad management succumbed. The chief clerk in the Jefe's office told us that, while many cases occurred here, no pure Indians were taken, and that none of the mestizos who were affected died, the mortality being confined to the foreigners. Dr. Castle had moved, but his place was as interesting as ever. For pets he had 3 hairless dogs, a Mapachitl, 2 macaws, 2 parrots, and a lot of doves, one of which he had taught tricks. He was much interested in cactuses and had established a garden in which he planned to have all the species of the district. We had purchased some iguanas in the market, and Luis had been skinning them. The doctor said that there were 3 species of iguanas in the district, the largest being green, changing to orange or gray, and its flesh not being eaten as it is too sweet. The second species is of medium size and gray or black in color. The third is rarer, smaller, and is striped lengthwise. It lives among the rocks near the coast. The 2 last species are both eaten and are often sold in market. Here we learned, by a casual remark which Manuel dropped on seeing the ugliest of the hairless dogs, that these are believed not only here but in Puebla, and no doubt elsewhere through the Republic, to cure rheumatism. In order to effect a cure, the dog must sleep for 3 nights with the patient, and the uglier the dog, the more certain the cure. Through Dr. Castle, we also learned that the Zapotec Indians hereabouts have many songs, of which the Sandunga is a great favorite. Questioning an Indian friend of mine, we afterwards learned that there are many of these pieces of music which are held to be truly Indian. The words are largely Zapotec. Spanish words are scattered through the song, and the sentiment is largely borrowed. Most of the songs are love songs, and they abound in metaphorical expression. Our little trip to Huautla was for the purpose of photographing the curious and interesting mapa belonging to the village. We rode out over the hot and dusty riverbed road, arriving at noon. Sending for the agente and secretario, we ordered breakfast and made known our errand. Though it plainly was not to their taste, the mapa was brought out for our inspection. It is painted on a piece of coarse cotton cloth of native weaving in 3 colors, blue, red, and black. The places around Huautla are indicated by their ancient hieroglyphs. Several personages of the ancient time are represented in the conventional manner commonly used in Zapotec writings before the conquest. After eating, we placed the mapa against the wall, wrote out the description of it, and photographed it. Dismay now filled the soul of the agente and the principal, whom we had summoned for advice. They talked long and earnestly with me about the mapa, and begged me to assure the jefe that it was no good, that it was not autorizado, that it was mudo. To quiet their fears, I was compelled to write a letter to the effect to be delivered to the jefe. If it ever came to hand, he certainly found it incomprehensible. Mrs. Siller, in her book, describes the trouble that they had in seeing this mapa and the interest which their examination of it aroused. Dr. Castle told us that, several years ago, he accompanied a Mr. Werner and a priest to Huautla to see the mapa and, if possible, to secure the picture of it. For a long time, they were unable to secure a glimpse of the old document, and it was only when the priest assured the Indians that the doctor was an American engineer who had been commissioned to survey the line in dispute between the village and the Juabes that they were allowed to see it. Before permission was then given, a general meeting of the principales was held, and none of the guests were permitted to touch the document. Mr. Werner made an exposure, which he sent to the States for development. It was lost or destroyed. It is thus possible that ours is the only picture of it in existence. We had been told that the coach went regularly from San Jerónimo to Tuxtla Gutiérrez, making the journey in 2 days. This seemed too good to be true, and no one at Tehuantepec knew anything of such an arrangement, but we took the train the following morning for San Jerónimo, hoping to get off without delay. All that the traveler sees upon descending from the train is the station, the place of Señor Espíndola, and the little Hotel Europa. To our surprise, we found that our baggage had not yet come from Coatzacoalcos, although we had seen it loaded on the train ourselves. Still worse, we were informed that frequently 15 days were consumed in transportation of freight from that point hither, and that we had no right to expect it so promptly. Inquiry regarding the coach revealed the fact that no such vehicle existed. 6 hard days of horseback riding would be necessary for the journey, and, though Ramon admitted himself to be much better, he was too weak for such an undertaking. This had had its influence in determining us to go by coach in the first place. When in doubt as to what we should do, Señor Espíndola suggested that the journey could be made by ox cart in 10 or 11 days. Although this seemed slow, it was better than to run risks with our invalid, and we determined to journey in that fashion as soon as our luggage should appear. The station is situated on a somewhat elevated plain constantly swept by heavy winds. While we were there, this wind was hot and loaded with dust. In the afternoon, we walked through the Indian town, which extends over a considerable area. The houses are rectangular, with adobe walls, mostly whitewashed, and with steep pitch roofs. We met a funeral procession in the road, with the usual band in front. The coffin opened so as to show the child was carried on the shoulders of several men. The mother, in contortions of real or simulated grief, was supported by 2 women, and the mourners brought up the rear, wailing now and then. Among the mourners was a woman who suffered from black pinto, notably developed. The principal industry of the town is pottery. The clay, which is of a grayish-black color, is stiff and hard, and is first broken up with a mallet. When worked into a stiff paste, it is built by hand into great ollas and plates 1.5 or 2 feet in diameter. These ollas we saw at many houses, and sometimes they were lashed to carts, plainly for bringing water from the stream. A single olla thus lashed practically filled a fair-sized cart. The little hotel at the station is a new venture and deserves complete success. At few places in Mexico have we found meals so good and cheap. In the evening, more from curiosity than expectation, we watched the train come from the east, and to our surprise and satisfaction, found our luggage. We had really made up our minds that we must spend some days in waiting. On the whole, the quiet and comfort of the little tavern would not have been unpleasant, but we hastened at once to Señor Espíndola and urged him to make instant arrangements for our leaving in the morning. To this he replied that no carretero would be likely to start on Sunday, and that we would have to wait until the following day. Matters turned out better than anticipated, and before 9 the following morning our arrangements had been made. 2 carretas were hired at 28 pesos each to make the journey. Our driver agreed that, without counting the day, he could get us to Tuxtla in 8 days. In order to encourage him, we promised to pay 5 pesos extra for each carreta in case we reached the city of Tuxtla on Monday the 11th. His name was Eustacio. He was a good-natured little Zapotec from Juchitán originally, but living now at Gubiño, Unión Hidalgo. He warned us that, for the first day, we would have to put up with some discomfort, but that, upon reaching his home, he would feed us out magnificently. He promised to start at 4 that afternoon, and we were ready, of course. He was not, nor was he at 5. So we went back to the hotel for a last good supper, and finally at 5:50 started. There were 4 teams and carts in the company, loaded with freight from Hidalgo. The night was clear, with a fine moon. The road was over heavy sand. Sometimes we walked in the moonlight, passing Ixtaltepec at 8:30 and reaching Espinal at 10, where we lost 3/4 of an hour in loading freight. From there all went well until 1:45 in the morning, when we were passing through a country covered with scrub timber. Here we constantly met many carts heavily loaded. The road was narrow and several times collisions due to the falling asleep of 1 or 2 of the carreteros were narrowly escaped. Finally, one really did take place between our second cart and a heavily loaded one going in the other direction. The axle of our cart was broken and the vehicle totally disabled. 2 hours and a quarter were consumed in making repairs and in reloading. Here, for the first time, we were impressed with 2 characteristics in our driver. First, his ability to swear, surpassing anything that we had ever heard. Second, his astonishing skill and ingenuity in repairing any accident or break which happened on the road. Before our journey was over, we learned that both these qualities are common to his profession. It was 4 o'clock in the morning before we were again upon our way. All hope of reaching Unión Hidalgo at the promised hour disappeared. Before sunrise, we had turned into the hot, dusty, broad, straight high road, which, after my journey of 1896, I had devoutly hoped never to see again. Just as the sun rose, we took quite a walk, killing some parrots, calandrias, and chachalacas as we walked. They said that javali, pecaries, were common there. The day was blisteringly hot, long before we reached Unión Hidalgo. Hot, hungry, and sleepy, we reached our cotter's home a little before 10 in the morning. The carreta in which we were traveling was here far ahead, and after we had rested half an hour or more, Manuel, hot and perspiring, appeared and reported that the disabled cart had broken down again and that the other two were delayed by a sick animal. All came straggling in later. We had just planned to leave here toward evening, traveling all Monday night, but hardly had we rested a little and eaten dinner when Eustacio announced that we should spend the night here and not leave until the following afternoon. He said that the animals were hot and tired from traveling in the daytime and that to push on would defeat our plans. He swore that, unless God decreed otherwise, we should reach Tuxtla Gutiérrez by the promised date. There was nothing for it but submission, though we would gladly have chosen a more interesting town than Unión Hidalgo for a stay of almost 2 days. When evening came, I took my bed of poles out into the open air, into the space between two houses. Ramon lay down upon a loaded carreta, also out of doors, while Luis and Manuel took possession of hammocks in one of the houses. It was a cloudless night with brilliant moon. The air soon grew cool. After midnight, I was aroused by the most frightful yelling, and opening my eyes, I saw a barefooted, bareheaded Indian, yelling out the most frightful imprecations and oaths. At first I thought that he was insulting someone in the house, but both the houses were fast closed. Ramon, completely wrapped in his blanket, could attract no notice, and I did not believe that I had been observed, nor that I was addressed. For quite 10 minutes the crazy drunkard stood there in the moonlight, bawling out a frightful torrent of abuse, invective, and profanity, with an occasional Viva Mexico, Muera Guatemala, patriotically thrown in. At last he disappeared, but for a long time could be heard howling as he went from house to house. Believing that it might be well to be prepared for intruders, I arose and pulled a stake from one of the carts and laid it at my side upon the bed. But I was soon fast asleep again. Awaking at 5, I found myself so cold and the dew so heavy that I dressed and wrapped my blanket around me and sat up, waiting for daylight. At 5:30 our drunken friend passed again, somewhat less voluble, but still vociferous. He was absolutely crazed with drink, and through the day several times made his appearance, and always with a torrent of abuse and profanity which made one's blood run cold. Before the day was well begun, a second person, almost as drunk, but far more quiet, a nice-looking old man, began making similar visits about the village. The two drunkards, differing in age and build, differed also in dress, but on the occasion of one of their visits, they were taken with a crazy notion of exchanging clothes, and proceeded to undress, making the exchange and reclothing themselves in garments ridiculously non-fitting, all with the utmost gravity and unsteadiness. During the day our carretas were being prepared. Apologizing for the inconvenience of the preceding day, Eustacio proposed to fix our cart as fine as a church. He put a decent cover on it and laid our sacks of plaster on the floor. Upon this he spread a layer of corn stalks, and over them a new and clean petate. To be sure, the space left above was low for comfort, and we were horrified when we saw him loading up the second one, not only with the balance of our luggage, but high with maize, fodder, and great nets of ears of corn to feed the animals. We had supposed that 2 persons and part of the luggage would go in each of the carts, and never thought of carrying food enough to last 4 oxen 8 days. Crowding 4 people into our carreta made it impossible to lie down in comfort. Still, such is the custom of the country, and we submitted. During the day we heard a woman crying in the house. Upon investigating, we found that she was the wife of a carretero who had been injured on the road, and for whom a carreta had been sent. Shortly afterward they brought the poor fellow into town, amid weeping and lamenting. When they took him from the carreta in which he had been brought, he was supported by 2 men and helped into the house, where he was laid upon a hammock. He groaned with pain, and a crowd of curious villagers pressed into the room. It was easy to locate 4 broken ribs behind, and he complained of great internal bleeding. It seemed that he had started to climb up into his moving cart in the usual way, and the stake which he had seized broke, letting him fall to the ground under the wheel of the heavily loaded cart, which passed over his body. Finally all was ready, and about 5 in the evening we started. Packed like sardines in a box, we were most uncomfortable. Personally, I did not try to sleep, neither lying down nor closing my eyes. Shortly after leaving town, we crossed a running stream and from the other side went over a piece of corduroy upon which we jounced and jolted. Soon after, we descended into a little gully from which our team had difficulty in drawing us. The baggage cart had a more serious time. The team made several attempts to drag it up the slope, but failed even though our whole company, by pushing and bracing, encouraging and howling, aided. There was a real element of danger in such help, the sleeping animals and the backsliding cart constantly threatening to fall upon the pushers. Finally, the cart was propped upon the slope and its own team removed. Our team, which was heavier and stronger, was then hitched on, but it was only with a hard tug and with heavy pushing that success was gained, and the cart reached the summit of the slope. We crossed a fine marsh of salt water, quite like the lagoon at San Mateo del Mar, and were told that we were not far from the Juave town of San Dionisio. From here the country was for a distance an open plain. With the moonlight, the night was almost as bright as day. Cold winds swept sheets of sand and dust over us. At 1 o'clock we happened upon a cluster of 6 or 8 carts drawn up for rest, and a company of travelers were warming themselves at little fires or cooking a late supper. We learned that this gypsy-like group was a Compañía Cómica, a comic theater troupe who had been playing at Tuxtla and were now on their way to Juchitán. We never before realized that such traveling of ox carts as we were now experiencing was a regular matter and that the cutter's trade is a real business. At 2 o'clock we stopped to repack our loads, but were shortly on the way again. After the sun rose, we were in misery. The road was deep with dust, and we were grimy, hot, and choking. When the cross that marks the beginning of the land belonging to XVIII was pointed out, we were delighted, but it was still a long ride before we crossed the little stream and rode into the village. End of section 31. Section 32 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 23. Ox Cart Experiences. Part 2. XVIII is like all the Zapotec towns in this district, but less clean on account of its lying in the midst of dust instead of sand. Our carts drew up in a little grove, a regular resting place for carting companies, where more than 15 were already taking their daytime rest. Having ordered breakfast, we hastened to the stream, where all enjoyed a bath and cleansing. Coffee, bread, tortillas, eggs, and brandied peaches made a good impression, and we ordered our buxom young Zapotec cook, who was a hustler, to have an equally good dinner ready at 2:30. We set this hour believing that she would be late, but she was more than prompt and called us at 2 to a chicken dinner. It was interesting to watch the carreteros in the grove. The scenes of starting and arriving, packing and unpacking, chaffing and quarreling were all interesting. In the lagoons of Veracruz, our boatmen applied the term jornada to a straight stretch across the lagoon made at one poling. Here among the carreteros, the word jornada means the run made from resting place to resting place. In neither case is strict attention paid to the original meaning of the word, a day's journey. XVIII is a made town. A paternal government disturbed over the no progress of the pure Juaves in their seaside towns set aside the ground on which this town now rests and moved the village of Juaves to the spot. High hopes were expressed for the success of the experiment. Now, however, the town is not a Juave town. It is true that a few families of that people still remain, but for the most part, the Juaves have drifted back to the shore and resumed their fishing, shrimp catching, and salt making, while the expansive Zapotecs have crowded in and practically make up the population of the place. Between dinner and our starting, we wandered about the village, dropping into the various houses in search of relics. As elsewhere, we were impressed with the independent bearing and freeness of the Zapotec woman. She talks with everyone on any subject shrewdly. She loves to chaff and is willing to take sarcasm as freely as she gives it. In one house we had a specifically interesting time being shown a lot of things. The woman had some broken pottery figures of ancient times, but also produced some interesting crude affairs of modern make from Juchitán. These were figures of men and women, the latter generally carrying babies in Indian fashion, of horses and other animals. As works of art, they make no pretension, but they are stained with native colors and are used as gifts at New Year's by the common people. Here we saw the making of baked tortillas and sampled some hot from the oven. Such tortillas are called tortillas del horno, oven tortillas. Flat tortillas, about the size of a fruit plate, are fashioned in the usual way. A great olla is sunk in the ground until its mouth is level with the surface. This is kept covered by a comal or a smaller olla, and a good hot fire of coals is kept burning within. When the tortillas have been shaped, they are stuck on the hot olla, being pressed against the sides to which they adhere, and are left to bake. In baking, the edges curl up so that the cake, instead of being flat, is saucer-shaped. They are crisp and good. Leaving at 4, we continued on the hot, deep, dusty road, but saw interesting plants and animals along the way. They were fine displays of the parasitic fig, from examples where the parasite has just beginning to embrace its victim, through cases where it had surrounded the tree with a fine network of its own material, to those where the original tree trunk was entirely embedded in the great continuous grey investing trunk of the parasite, now larger than its host. Some trees bore the bunches of pale purple flowers of tubular form which fell easily from the calyx and dotted the ground along the roadside. Other trees appeared as if covered with bales of little purplish-red flowers hung over them. Others were a mass of golden bloom, the flowers being about the size of cherry blossoms. A few trees, yet leafless, showed large, brilliant, white flowers at the tips of rather slender branches. At XXII, we saw the first monkeys come up the trip. This orange-yellow flower, growing in clusters so curiously shaped as to suggest the name, is among the most characteristic from this point on through Chiapas into Guatemala. There were but few birds, but among them were macaws and toucans. Eustacio said that in this season, when certain berry-bearing trees are in full fruit, the latter may be seen by hundreds. When night had really fallen, I unwisely sat in front with the driver to prevent his sleeping and to keep the animals moving. Both drivers had a way of dozing off, utterly regardless of the movements of the animals or the dangers of the road. Carts going in opposite directions must often depend absolutely upon the oxen for their chance of escaping collisions or being thrown over precipices. Frequently, the animals themselves stop, and the whole company is at a standstill until the driver wakes up. In this jornada, we had planned to reach La Frontera, the border of the state of Chiapas, at which place we had been promised we should arrive at 8:30 in the morning. Everything had gone well, and we were just about to reach the place where it was planned to repack for the last time. It was just daylight, and Eustacio was congratulating us upon our prompt arrival. We drove to the brink of a dry stream, on the other side of which was our resting place. Just at that instant, we heard the other driver cry out. We stopped and found that the baggage cart was overturned. This dashed all hopes. There was unhitching, unloading, the making of a new axle, and reloading. It was plain that we could not reach La Frontera. While the men were putting things to rights, we strolled up the dry stream bed to a shanty where Eustacio told us we could breakfast. There was a well there, with fresh water, and the shanty, for the refreshment of travelers, consisted of nothing but a little shelter of poles. Here, however, we found baked tortillas, atole, and hard meat. The breakfast for 4 persons cost 25 centavos, equal to 10 cents American money. Through the day, birds were hunted and skinned, reading and writing carried on, until at 3:30 in the afternoon we were again ready for movement. The road was now sandy and not dusty, the sand being produced by the decomposition of crystalline rocks. Mounting to a high llano, we shot a pair of curious birds, which looked like water birds, but were living in a dry place, and were able to run with great speed. They were of the size of a hen, and had a long beak, long legs, and 4 flat, though not webbed, toes. At the end of this high llano, we passed the Hacienda of Agua Blanca, a property belonging to the Jefe of Juchitán. From here, we descended rapidly over the Put Road, coming out at 9 onto the straight road from Tapanatepec at this point 4 leagues behind us. From here on, the whole road was familiar to me. La Frontera was just ahead, and arriving there at 10 o'clock, we spent an hour. Before us rose a massive mountain, the ascent of which seemed appalling. We could see a little white line of road zigzagging up its side, and well remembered Governor Leon's pride in having constructed a cart road against great natural difficulties. 30 or 40 ox teams had gathered here, either ready to make the ascent or resting after having come down the mountain. Having gotten breath and courage, we started at about 11. The road had suffered during the 5 years since I last passed over it, but was still an excellent work of engineering. As we mounted, zigzagging constantly, the magnificent view over the valley widened. Each new turn increased its beauty. My companions were asleep, and had had so little rest recently that I hated to disturb them for the view. When, however, we were 2/3 up the slope, they awakened and were as delighted as myself. We all got out and walked for a considerable distance. An astonishing number of little streams and pools of fresh water burst forth from the rocks and cut across the road or flowed along its sides. Finally, we reached the summit and began the descent. This had made no impression on me when I went over it on horseback, but traveling in an ox cart was a different matter. I shall never again forget it. It was less abrupt than the ascent, less of vertical zigzag, and more of long steady windings. It also was excavated in the solid rock. It was badly neglected, and the cart jolted and threatened every instant to upset us or leap into the gulf. Coming out into a more level district, we passed Paraje and Dolores, reaching Carrizal at 5, where we stopped for the day. This is a regular resting place for carreteros, and there were plenty of carts there for the day. As soon as the oxen were unyoked, I turned out my companions and lay down in the cart, trying to get an hour's sleep before the sun should rise, as I had not closed my eyes since leaving Union Hidalgo 2 days before. I was asleep at once, but in less than an hour was awakened by the assaults of swarms of minute black flies, whose stings were dreadful. The rest of the company suffered in the same way, so we all got up and went to work. A group of carreteros breakfasting invited me to eat with them. Hard tortillas, atole, and salted meat formed a much better breakfast than we got, a little later, at the house upon the hill where travelers eat their meals. At this house they had a little parrot, which was very tame, and also a chachalaca, which had been hatched by a domestic hen for a captured egg. This bird is more slender and graceful than a hen, but our landlord informed us that its eggs are much larger than those of the common fowl and much used for food. Both this bird and the little parrot regularly fly off with flocks of their wild fellows, but always come back afterward to the house. This was a most interesting example of an intermediate stage between true wildness and domestication. There was little doing throughout the day. Heat, black flies, and sunlight all made it impossible to sleep, but we took a bath in the running brook and skinned some birds and tasted pozole for the first time. Pozole is a mixture of pounded or ground corn and sugar of a yellow or brownish color, much like grape nuts. It may be eaten dry, but is much more commonly mixed with water. The Indian dips up a jicara full of clear spring water, and then, taking a handful of pozole from his pouch, kneads it up until a rather thick, light yellow liquid results, which is drunk and is refreshing and satisfying. Almost all the carreteros at this camp were Juchitecos. They were great, strong fellows, and almost all of them wore the old-fashioned Indian breechclout of red cotton under their drawers or trousers. When they were working at their carts, greasing the wheels or making repairs, they were apt to lay by all their clothing but this simple piece of cloth, and their dark brown bodies, finely muscled, hard and tough, presented handsome pictures. The little fellows who accompanied them up to the age of 12 usually ran about with no article of clothing save their little breechclouts and white cotton shirts. In the early afternoon, serious work began, and everywhere we saw these men patching coverings, greasing wheels, readjusting cargoes, feeding and watering their animals, harnessing and making other preparations for living. During the idle portion of the day, dice were in evidence, and Eustacio was fascinated with the game. The stakes, of course, were small, but he kept at it persistently until he had lost 5 pesos when, with forcible words, he gave up. I am sure the dice were loaded, but I am equally sure, from all I know of Eustacio, that the next time he makes that journey, he will have some loaded dice himself. Setting out at 3:30, we were at the head of a long line of cars, and were soon making another steady zigzag to even greater heights than those before climbed. According to the official Itinerario, the distance from Dolores to San Miguel is 5 leagues. We had left Dolores a league behind in arriving at Carizal, and we naturally assumed that 4 leagues would bring us to San Miguel. Eustacio, however, who never underestimated, claimed that it would take constant traveling until 8 in the morning to reach Los Pinos, which is still this side of San Miguel. This is a fair example of the inaccuracy of figures published by the government. As I looked behind at the long line of carts, some of which were empty and able to journey at good speed, the desire took possession of me to hire one, at least for a short distance, in the hope of getting a little sleep. Looking over the line to make my choice, I had just selected one and was about to broach my plan when its driver ran the vehicle into the branches of a tree which projected over the road and tore away his awning. The idea was unaffected by this accident, however, and picking out a cart which had a thick layer of corn husks piled in it, promising a comfortable bed, I arranged my bargain with the owner and deserted my party, betaking myself to a private car. Having no load, we pushed ahead, stretching myself a foot length upon the heap of corn husks. I was soon asleep. It was my purpose to disembark at Los Pinos, but we had passed that place long before I awoke, and were in sight of San Miguel when I opened my eyes. It was too early for breakfast, so I concluded to ride along to Macuilapa, where my carter turned off into another road. It was just 8 when we arrived, and I thought of my companions as probably just reaching Los Pinos. Starting from there at 3 in the afternoon, they should overtake me at 7. So I took possession of the great country house, sitting in the corridor all day long. The house is a long, large, single-storied building with heavy tile roof. The storehouses, sheds, and other outhouses, with the adobe huts belonging to the workmen, surround a somewhat regular area. The view, however, in front of the house is uninterrupted and looks off into a narrow valley bounded prettily by hills. The house was a wide brick-paved corridor. Near it was an interesting ancient stone carving. The rock was coarsely crystalline and gray or olive gray in color. It had been battered into the bold, simple outline of a frog, crouched for living. The head had an almost human face, with a single central tooth projecting from the lower jaw. The work was in low relief and looked as if the ancient workman had taken a natural boulder and beaten with his hammer stone only sufficiently to bring out the details. The stone measured perhaps 4 feet in length, 3 feet in breadth, and 2 feet in thickness. It was found in the mountains near and, from the marks upon it, seems to have been embedded in the soil halfway up the legs. Probably when first made, it was placed so that the feet were even with the ground surface, but the accumulation of vegetable soil since has been considerable. The hacienda of Macuilapa manufactures sugar and raises indigo, quantities of the seed on which were being cleaned when I was there. The owner of the place is a man of means, but the meals served were of a mean and frugal kind. Everyone made dire prophecies about the time of possible arrival of my companions and the period necessary for our further journey to Tuxtla Gutiérrez. I had not expected my companions before 7, and after these dismal forebodings, gave up that expectation. To my surprise, they appeared in good health and spirits at 5 o'clock, though with exciting tales of peril and suffering. After a meal together, we again mounted in the old-fashioned and were on our way. The air was fresh and cool, and at 9:30 the moon rose, giving perfect light. The road was high and sandy, with occasional small ascents and descents. At 11 we stopped to rest, I agreeing to wake them all at midnight. At 1 o'clock I was awakened by our carretero raising the tongue of the wagon. We passed La Razón at 3. As one of the oxen, which had been somewhat lame, was now in bad condition, we all dismounted half a league before we reached Zapote and walked the rest of the way. The hacienda of Zapote is really almost a town. There are 4 fincas belonging to 2 brothers. Their fine large houses, the outbuildings, and the clusters of adobe huts for the workmen make an imposing appearance. We stopped at the first group of buildings, which stands a little lower than the other. Arriving at 6, we spent the whole day at this place. The meals at the great house were excellent and cheap. In the afternoon, we heard marimba playing. The instrument was called La Golondrina and cost the owner 43 pesos. The players were carefully trained, being 4 brothers. The youngest of them was not more than 14 years old, but he put much expression and spirit into his playing. It was the first time that any of the party but myself had heard this instrument, and we all were delighted at this brilliant, quick, and pleasant music. We left at 3:45 in the afternoon, but our ailing animal was worse than ever, and Eustacio ran ahead, trying to secure others at different ranches. He had had no success when, after a rough ride of several hours, we drew up at Jiquipilas, where we waited until the morning. We planned to secure new animals, to leave at dawn, and to reach Tuxtla after a 24-hour ride. We lay down and slept, waking at 5, but finding no sign of animals. We breakfasted at 7, and a little later the new oxen appeared. There were 2 yokes of rather light animals. Leaving our sick beast and driving the other 3 along with us, the new animals were put to the loads, and at 8 o'clock we started. I failed to recognize Rancho Disengaño, but having passed it, we found ourselves at the bottom of the much-dreaded, last important climb of the journey. The little team dragging the passenger cart was inefficient and unruly. Tiring of them, I dismounted and went ahead on foot. For the time, I drove the unyoked cattle, but a stubborn one wandering into the brush, I gave up the job and left poor Luis, who had just overtaken me, to chase him. He had hard work through tangled brush, here and there, up and down, until at last the animal was once more upon the road. The boy was hot, tired, and loaded with pinolillos. These insects had been in evidence for a long time back. They are exceedingly small ticks, which fix their claws firmly in the flesh and cause intolerable itching. Keeping in the road, the traveler is little likely to be troubled by them, but walking through grass or among leafy plants is dangerous. Having climbed a portion of our great ascent, we found ourselves at Agua Bendita. It was not as beautiful as on the occasion of my other visit. The projecting ledge of rock had little water dripping, and in the round catch basins, which formerly were filled with fresh, clear water, there was scarcely any. On account of the unusual dryness, the ferns were wilted, and there was little of that beauty and freshness which so delighted me before. Eustacio said that he had never seen the spot so dry in all his many journeys, nor were there orchids blooming on the great tree near, nor any of the little toucans which had been so attractive in 1896. As we stood, seeking for these well-remembered things, we heard curious cries rising from the valley. At first I thought it was Indians wailing for the dead, then that it was a band of pilgrims singing, but it turned out to be a company of cowboys bringing cattle up for shipment to Tabasco. Some rode ahead and, with loud but not unmusical cries, invited and urged the animals and their drivers to follow. The beasts were divided into 3 bands, 30 or 40 in a band, each of which had its mounted drivers. The animals were lively, and we were warned that they were muy bravo. Manuel had taken the task of driving our loose cattle, and was fearful that he would be overtaken, asserting that the cowboys had said that he must keep on, as they could not pass him with their animals. When he came up to where they were, we put a quick end to his folly, driving our 3 oxen to the outer edge of the road, where Luis and he stood guard over them, while I crept up on the cliff to avoid scaring the animals that were coming. It took much driving, urging, and coaxing on the part of the cowboys to get the first 2 or 3 to pass us, but after they had led the way, the others followed with a rush. Presently our passenger cart came along, and both teams of oxen hitched to it. The new animals had proven too light to drag their proper loads, so the freight cart had been left behind, and the full force employed in dragging the first cart up the hill. Just beyond this spot, we found a gang of Indians, under a superintendent, prying off an immense rock mass that had fallen from the cliff above onto the road, with the intention of dumping it over the wall into the abyss. It would have been a sight to have seen it plunge, but we had no time to wait, so simply stopped a few minutes to see the method of moving the immense mass with Paul Price. Our cart had gone ahead, so we finished the ascent on foot, and having gained the summit, walked a short distance on the high plateau to Petapa, where the cart and carretero, Manuel and Ramon, were waiting. Before we arrived, we met our men going back with the 4 oxen for the freight cart. We had supper at the ranch and waited until at 6 o'clock everything was ready. Here we sent back the 2 jugs of animals which we had brought from Jiquipilas, and secured a fine, strong beast to make up our number, and started. We did not stop to grease the wheels for lack of time. It was dark, and the first part of the journey was uncertain and difficult. Coming out onto the Llano Grande, we found things easy, though here and there were stony places where we jolted fearfully. At 10:30, we had passed La Ciénega, and our ungreased wheels were not only in annoyance, but Eustacio suggested a source of danger, as they might take fire. So at 11:30 we stopped to grease them. As the axles and wheels were then too hot for grease to be safely applied, we lay down while they should cool. Probably in less than 5 minutes we were all asleep, and no one moved until, waking with a start and looking at my watch, I found it 2 in the morning. We hastily applied grease without removing the wheels and hurried onward, passing Sabino Perez, Yerba Santa, and Sabinal. Here the errors in our itinerario and in our driver's guessing at distances were curiously emphasized. We had a rather heavy descent for some time over a limestone hill called Santo Domingo. Nowhere do I know of any road which, under the best of circumstances, seems as long as the last stretch before Tuxtla Gutiérrez. This we had noticed in our earlier journey when we were mounted on horseback. Present conditions were not likely to diminish the impression. At last, at 11:30 in the morning of March 12, we reached the capital of the state of Chiapas and were taken by our carretero to the little old Hotel Mexico kept by Paco, where we met a hearty welcome and for several days made up for the hardships of our journey in the way of eating. End of section 32. Section 33 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 24. At Tuxtla Gutiérrez, 1901. We knew that Governor Pimentel was not at home, having met him in Coatzacoalcos, where we had presented our official letters and had received from him a communication to his Lieutenant Governor Lopez. Having spent the afternoon in settling and cleaning, I called in the evening upon Governor Lopez and explained my needs. After chatting a little time together, he inquired whether I had not made the steamboat journey from Coatzacoalcos to Veracruz in March 1896, and upon my answering in the affirmative, told me that we had been fellow travelers on that occasion. He promised that there should be no delay and made an appointment with me for the morning. I then called on Don Coronado Palacios, who lived directly opposite our little tavern, and who claimed that he recognized me the moment I dismounted from our cart this morning. He is still photographer, but for 3 years of the time since last we met has been living in the state of Veracruz, and but lately returned to Tuxtla. In the morning, Governor Lopez supplied the letters for my further journey and summoned the Jefe Politico and the Presidente of the city and gave them personal orders that they were to assist in every way my work at Tuxtla among the Soquis. The Jefe himself took charge of my arrangements, put his office at my disposition for a workshop, and the work began at once. Contrary to my usual experience, we had less difficulty in securing female subjects here than male. The male Indians of Tuxtla are in large part employed in contract labor on fincas at a distance from the town. According to their contracts, they are not subject to the order of local authorities and may not be summoned without permission of their employers or a pecuniary settlement with them. The first day, more than half the women were measured, and the second day, the rest. As is well known, the women of Tehuantepec are famous for their beauty. It is not so well known that rivalry exists between them and the women of Tuxtla in this matter. This rivalry had been called to our attention on our preceding visit, and we found that it had in no wise abated. Personally, we saw no comparison between the two sets of women, the Tehuantepecanas being far superior. Eustacio, however, ungallantly and unpatriotically declared that he thought the women of Tuxtla the handsomer. However, we suspect that Eustacio would find the women of any town he might be in the champions in beauty for the time being. Their dress is picturesque. The enagua is made of 2 strips of dark blue cloth sewed together side by side with a fancy stitching of colored silks. The freeboarders are also decorated with similar stitching, and the ends of the strip, which is usually more than 2 yards in length, sewn together with similarly decorative needlework. In fastening this garment about the body, no belt is used. The open bag is gathered in about the waist, the surplus is folded into pleats in front, and the overlap at the upper edge is so tucked in as to hold the garment tightly in place, and at the same time form a pouch or pocket in which small articles are carried. The little huipil worn upon the upper body is of thin, white cotton cloth, native woven, but a neat and pretty stuff. There are no sleeves, and the neck opening and arm slits are bordered with pleated strips of cotton worked with black embroidery. A large huipil is regularly carried, but we never saw it in use. Practically, it never is worn. If put in place, it would form a garment for the body with the neck opening and sleeves bordered with lace, and the lower edge reaching to the knees. The woman carries this garment with her, folding it into a sort of bed, which she places on her head, letting it hang down upon the back and shoulders. Upon this cushion, the woman carries a great bowl made from the rind of a sort of squash or pumpkin, in which she brings her stuff to market. These vessels are a specialty of the neighborhood, being made at Chiapa. They are richly decorated with a lacquer finish of bright color. In carrying the baby, the child is placed against one side of the body, with its little legs astride, one in front and one behind, and then lashed in place by a strip of cloth, which is knotted over the woman's opposite shoulder. Almost every Sauk woman is asymmetrical, from this mode of carrying babies, one shoulder being much higher than the other. Among the subjects measured was a woman notable in several ways. She was the fattest Indian woman we had ever seen. She was the richest of her kind, and not only were her garments beautiful in work and decoration, but she was gorgeous with necklaces, bristling with gold coins and crosses. More than this, she was a capital case of purple pinta. The disease is common among the Indians of the town, and while both the red and white forms are found, purple seems to be the common type. Sometimes the face looks as if powder burned, the purple blotch appearing as if in scattered specks. At other times the purple spots are continuous, and the skin seems raised and pitted. It appears that the adjusting of family quarrels and disputes between friends are among the duties of the jefe. In the office that day, a quarrel was settled involving 2 young men related by blood and by comradeship. A woman and a man of middle age were also interested. The quarrel had been a serious one, involving assaults, ambushes, and shootings. The jefe first summoned each of the 4 persons singly, going over the whole matter with each other. The more intelligent of the 2 combatants was first to be reasoned with. Then the woman was called in, and he and she were left together in the office. For a long time they would not even speak to each other. Finding this condition, the jefe reasoned with them, and warned them that they must come to some conclusion, after which he left them to themselves again. At first they would not speak, but finally held a conversation and came to an understanding. The old man was then called in and made to talk the matter over with the 2 who had already been in conference. Lastly, the more belligerent youth was summoned, the jefe remaining in the room with the whole party. At first he would not speak, but finally his pride and anger gave way, and he shook hands with his cousin, and the whole party left, after promising the jefe that the past should be forgotten. The first afternoon that we were working, a curious couple came to the jefe's police. The woman was not unattractive, though rather bold and hard in bearing. She was dark, pretentiously made up, and rather elegantly dressed. The gentleman was a quiet, handsome fellow, dressed in sober black. When they sailed in, I supposed they were the jefe's personal friends. Sitting down, they showed interest in my work, and the lady, in a rather strident voice, but with much composure, addressed us in English. Her knowledge of our language, however, proved to be extremely limited, being confined to such expressions as, "How are you, sir?" "I am very well." "Yes, sir." "No, sir." And "I know New York." She was a mystery to the town, where she was commonly called the Turkish lady. This nickname, her limited knowledge of English, and her boasted acquaintance with New York aroused the question in my mind whether she might not have been an Oriental dancer. She herself told us that she was born in South America and referred to Caracas as if it were a place with which she was familiar. The Jefe was extremely polite in his dealings with these people, and as soon as they were seated, rang his bell for glasses, and we all drank the lady's health in cognac. The fact was that these two persons were prisoners. They had come here within a few days and had the city for a prison. As they had made no effort to leave the town, their movements were not interfered with, but if they had attempted to step outside the city limits, they would have been shot without a word of warning. The Jefe himself did not know who they were, nor what crime they had committed, nor did he know how long they would remain in his custody. They had come a weary journey, as he put it, along the Cordillera. They had been passed from hand to hand from one Jefe to another. When the order came, he was to start them on their journey to the Jefe of the next district. Of the many stories told regarding them, a few would serve as samples. She was said to be the wife of a wealthy merchant of Campeche, from whom she had eloped with her companion, carrying away $150,000. According to another view, they were connected with an important band of forgers and robbers who had been carrying on extensive operations. The most minutely detailed story, however, was that she had been the mistress and favorite of Francisco Canton, governor of the state of Yucatan, that, pleased with the younger and handsomer man, she had stolen $7,000 from His Excellency and attempted an elopement. That captured, they were being sent as prisoners, nominally to Mexico. Whether any of these stories has a basis of fact, we cannot say, but from remarks the prisoners themselves made to us, we feel sure that the center of their trouble was Merida, and that in some way they had offended the pompous governor. At all events, it is likely that, long before these words are written, both have met their death upon the road. It is a common thing for prisoners passing along the Cordillera to be shot while attempting to escape from their guard. The Jefe Politico of this district is a man of education and professional ability. He is a physician trained in the City of Mexico. He is ingenious in mechanics and has devised a number of instruments and inventions of a scientific kind. He had been but a short time in this district, having come from Tonala, where he has a finca. He entertained us at his house while we were there and showed us every assistance. It is plain, however, that he found us a white elephant upon his hand. Not that his willingness was lacking, but where should he find 100 Indian men? We pestered him almost to death for subjects, when at last his secretario suggested the district jail. This was a veritable inspiration. There they were sure we would have no difficulty in finding the remainder of our 100. To the jail we went, but out of 75 prisoners, fully half were Tzotzils from Chamula and not Soques. More than half of the remainder were not Indian but mestizos. In fact, of the total number, only a baker's dozen served our purpose. When we again presented ourselves the following morning for subjects, the poor man was in genuine desperation. But again his assistant made a shrewd suggestion. Yesterday we were at the jail. Today we should go to the quartel and measure the soldiers. There were 200 there, and these were more than see us through. The Jefe himself accompanied us to the barracks and introduced us to the colonel, leaving orders that we should be supplied with every aid, and went off happy in the sense of a bad job well done. But out of the 200 soldiers in the barracks, just 10 turned out to be Soques of pure blood. And long before the day was over, we were again clamoring at the Jefe's house for 36 more subjects. To tell the truth, we doubted his ability to secure them, and in order to lose no time, started our goods and plaster by carreta for San Cristobal. Still, while it was plain that he did not know where to look for help, the good man assured us that we should have our 36 subjects the next morning. Meantime, he sent officials with us to visit certain Indian houses which we desired to examine, and arranged that we should see a certain characteristic Indian dance at his house at 4 o'clock that afternoon. Tuxtla Gutiérrez is a capital city. It is also a busy commercial center. Of course, the population is for the most part mestizo and not Indian. We had been surprised at finding so many Indians in the city as there were. We were yet more surprised to find to what extent the houses of the city, though admirably built, were truly Indian in style, presenting many points of interest. The walls of the God House were heavy and substantial, smoothly daubed with mud, neatly plastered, and often adorned with colored decorations. The cook house, slighter and less well built, was made of poles daubed with mud and roughed with heavy thatching. The granary was elevated above the ground and sheltered with its own neat thatching. In the afternoon, at 4 o'clock, we betook ourselves to the Jefe's house to see the dance. At Tuxtla there are two town governments, that of the mestizos and that of the Indians. The Indian officials, alcaldes Indios, are recognizable by their dress, which is a survival of the ancient Indian dress of the district. Their camisa, broad hat, and leather breeches are characteristic. Around the head, under the hat, they wear a red cloth, and those who have served as Indian alcaldes continue to wear this head cloth after their official service ends. These Indian officials had been commissioned to bring together the dancers and make all necessary arrangements. The colonel, the prisoners of state, and one or two other guests were present. The leader of the dance was gaily dressed in a pair of white drawers with lace about the legs below the knee, a pair of overdrawers made of bright-colored handkerchiefs, and a helmet or cap of bright red stuff from which rose the crest of macaw feathers tipped with tufts of cotton. On his back he wore a kind of pouch, the upper edge of which was bordered with a line of macaw feathers. In his hand he carried a wooden war axe. A pretty little girl, dressed in a Guatemaltec enagua, wore a fancy headdress, and in her hand bore a jicara, which was filled with pink carnival flowers. These two dancers faced each other and in dancing moved slowly back and forth, and from one foot to the other. The only other dancers were two men, one of whom was dressed as and took the part of a woman. This couple danced in much the same way, but with greater freedom than the chief persons, and at times circled around them. The music consisted of a violin, a native pito or pipe, and a drum of the Huauhtla type, cut from a single cylindrical block, but with skin stretched over both ends instead of one. I was surprised the following morning when 36 subjects were produced. We knew that, for the moment, the building operations of the government palace were discontinued, and we suspected that all the work done by Indians in Tuxtla was likewise temporarily ceased. When the last one had passed under the instruments, the jefe heaved a sigh, rang his bell for glasses, and the event was celebrated by a final draught of cognac. The man with whom we had expected to arrange for animals had promised to come to the hotel at 7. He came not then, nor at 1:30, nor at 8, nor at 9. When we sent an inquiry, he made the cool reply that it was now too late to arrange matters, that he would see us at 8 the following morning. Furious at his failure, we ourselves went to the boy from the hotel at 10 o'clock to his house, but could not get him even to open the door. "Tomorrow, tomorrow," was his cry. Desperate, we went, although it was now almost midnight, to another arriero, who, after some diggering, agreed to leave at 8 the following morning, charging a price something more than 50% above the usual rate. Of course, he was behindhand, but we actually set out at 9. End of section 33. Section 34 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 25. Tzotzils and Tzendals, Part 1. 1901. We started out over the hot and dusty road, passing here and there through guts of the white earth which is used by the women of Chiapa in their lacquer work. We soon reached the river and, leaving our animals behind to cool before swimming them across, embarked with a dozen other passengers and all our baggage in one of the great canoes, which we by no means filled. Landing on the other side, with an hour to wait, we walked downstream and took a fine bath in the fresh, cold, clear, deep water. Just below where we were bathing, some Indians had exploded a dynamite cartridge, killing a quantity of fish and the surface was immediately spotted with their white upturned bellies. A canoe load of 4 men put out to gather the fish as soon as the shot was fired. Just as they reached the spot and were leaning over the boat to catch them, the canoe overturned, and all the men were floundering in the water up to their necks, and the canoe was rapidly drifting down the stream. The fish taken here are quite large and seem to be a kind of catfish. Strolling back to our landing place, we were interested in the lively scenes there being enacted. Under little arbors and leafy boughs, women were washing clothing. Crowds of children of both sexes were playing on the sand or splashing in the water. Half a dozen great canoes were dragged up on the bank, and amid this a group of little brown fellows from 10 to 14 years of age were swimming. Here and there a man or woman squatted in the shallow water, dipped water over their bare bodies with jicaras. Now and then the great ferry boat, loaded with passengers and with animals swimming alongside, made its crossing. Presently our 7 animals were swum across, and after a moment's drying, were repacked and saddled, and we were ready for our forward movement. Chiapa was formerly the great town of the Chiapanecs, an Indian tribe to whom tradition assigns past splendor, but who today are represented in 3 villages, Chiapa, Suchiapa, and Acala. They are much mixed with Spanish blood and have largely forgotten their ancient language. It is, however, from them that the modern state, Chiapas, received its name. Chiapa itself is a city of some size, situated on a terrace a little way from the river, with a ridge of hills rising behind it. The plaza is large, and in it stands a market building. Nearby is a picturesque old Gothic fountain built of brick. Market was almost over, but we were interested in seeing the quantities of pineapples and cacao beans they offered. To lose no time waiting for dinner, we bought bread and 1 or 2 large pineapples, which we ate under the shade of the trees in the plaza. The pineapples were delicious, being tender and exceedingly sweet. Our arriero refused to eat any of them, asserting that they were barely fit to eat, lacking sweetness and being prickly to the taste. The pineapples of Simohobel were to his liking. They are sugar-sweet, leaving no prickly sensation, and anyone can eat 3 whole ones at a sitting. After luncheon, we looked about for examples of lacquer work. In one house we found some small objects and wooden trays of indifferent workmanship. An old crone, badly affected with Pinto, the mother of the young woman artist, showed us the wares. With her was the older sister of the lady worker, who, after we had bought 2 of the trays, asked whence we came. Upon our telling her that Manuel was a native of Córdoba, and that I had come from the United States, without a word of warning she raised her hands, turned her eyes upward, and gave vent to a torrent of shrill, impassioned apostrophe to her absent artistic sister. Adios, hermana mia, Anastasia Torres, to think that your art products should penetrate to those distant lands, to those remote portions of the world, to be the wonder and admiration of foreign eyes. Adios, hermana mia, Anastasia Torres. This she repeated several times in a voice high enough to be heard a block or 2 away. Leaving her to continue her exclamations of joy and admiration over the fate of her sister's workmanship, we returned to the plaza, where in a house nearby we found a considerable stock of better work, consisting of decorated bowls, cups, toys, jicaras, gourd rattles, etc. This brilliant work, characteristic of the town, is carried hundreds of miles into the states of Oaxaca, Tabasco, Veracruz, and into the Republic of Guatemala. At 2 o'clock, we hurried from the town in the midst of terrific heat. As we rode out over the dry and sandy road, we were impressed by the display of death. Not only was there one cemetery with its whitened walls and monuments, but at least 3 other burial places capped the little hillocks at the border of the town. One particularly attracted attention, as it resembled an ancient terraced pyramid with a flight of steps up one side. From the foothills we struck up the flank of the great mountain mass itself. Mounting higher and higher, a great panorama presented itself behind and below us, including the Chiapa Valley with the hills beyond it. It was, however, merely extensive and not particularly beautiful or picturesque. As we followed the slope towards the crest into the narrowing valley, the scene became bolder until we were at the very edge of a mighty chasm which yawned sheer at our side. Following it, we saw the gorge suddenly shallow hundreds of feet by a vast precipice of limestone rock rising from its bottom. Having passed this, we journeyed on up the canyon, lessened in grandeur, but still presenting pretty bits of scenery. Up to this point, limestone had prevailed, but from here on we passed over various formations, heavy beds of sand or clay lying upon conglomerates and shales. The road wound astonishingly, and at one point, coming out upon a hog's-back ridge, we found that we had actually made a loop and stood directly above where we had been some time before. Near sunset, we reached the summit and looked down upon the little town of Ixtapa upon a high llano below and seeming to be a half-hour's ride distant. Descending onto the llano, we found it intersected by deep and narrow gorges. Following along the level, narrow ridge surrounded by ravines on every side except the one from which we had approached, we presently descended, along its flank, the bank of the deepest of these barrancas. The sun had set long before we reached the bottom, and through the darkness we had to climb over the steep topway in the sandy clay to the village, which we reached at 7. The little room supplied us for a sleeping place was clean and neat, the floor was strewn with fresh and fragrant pine needles, and the wooden beds were supplied with petates. Leaving before 8 the following morning, we traveled through a beautiful canyon with an abundant stream of whitish-blue water, tumbling in fine cascades among the rocks and dashing now and then into deep pools of inky blackness. Having passed through it, our bridle trail plunged abruptly downward. From it, we looked upon a neighboring slope, cut at 3 different levels, one above the other, from the cart road. Passing next through a small canyon of little beauty, but where the air was heavy with an odor like vanilla, coming from sheets of pale purple or violet flowers on trees of 8 or 10 feet in height, we reached San Sebastian, where we found our carretero, whom we supposed to have reached San Cristobal the day before. Rating him soundly, and threatening dire consequences from his delay, we resumed our journey. We were also worried over our mozo, who started from Chiapa at noon the day before with our photographic instruments, and whom we had not seen since, although there were several places where we would gladly have taken views. From here, for a long distance, the road was a hard, steep climb over limestone in great variety, solid limestone, tufaceous stuff, concretionary coatings, satin spar, and calcite crystals. Having passed a small pueblo or large finca lying in a little plain below us, we looked down upon Sinacantan. The descent was quickly made, and passing through the village without stopping, we made a long, slow ascent before catching sight of our destination, San Cristobal. It made a fine appearance, lying on a little terrace at the base of hills at the very end of the valley. Its churches and public buildings are so situated as to make the most impression. On account of its length and narrowness, the town appears much larger than it really is. We entered at one end, and then practically paralleled our trail through it to the center, where we stopped at the Hotel Progreso at 3:30 in the afternoon. We went to the palace and made arrangements so promptly that we could have begun work immediately if the carretero and mozo had not been behind. As it was, we waited until next day and were warned by the secretario at the jefatura that there would not be enough light for work before 9 o'clock. In the evening, we called on Padre Sanchez, well known for his study of the native languages and the works he had written regarding them. He is a large man, well built, of attractive appearance, and of genial manner. He has been cura in various Indian towns among the Chamulas, and he loves the Indians and is regarded as a friend by them. We were prepared for a cold night and had it, though no heavy frost formed, as had done the night before. In one day's journey, the traveler finds towns in this neighborhood with totally different climates. Here, woolen garments are necessary, and in towns like Chamula and Cancuk, the Indians find the heaviest ones comfortable. Our rating of the carretero had an effect both prompt and dire. When we left him, he hastened to hire carriers to bring in the more important part of our load. This, he insisted, should travel all night, and at 8 o'clock we found them at the hotel. In the darkness they had stumbled, and our loads had fallen. Whole boxes of unused plates were wrecked, and still worse, many of our choicest negatives were broken. At 9 o'clock, the missing mozo appeared with the instruments. It is customary for our carrier to keep up with the company, as we have frequent need of taking views upon the journey. This was almost the only instance in the hundreds of leagues that we have traveled on horseback over modern roads where our carrier had failed to keep alongside of the animals or make the same time in journeying that we mountain travelers did. Though there had been an early mist, there was no lack of sunshine even before 7. Still, we did not go to the palace until 9 o'clock, the hour set. San Cristobal was formerly the capital of the state, and its public buildings are more pretentious than usual in cabeceras. The place in which we did our work was a building of 2 stories, filling one side of the plaza. We worked in the broad corridor of the second story outside of the secretariat's office, from which our subjects, mostly Indians who had come to pay school taxes, were sent to us for measurement. The marketplace of San Cristobal is characteristically Indian. Not only do the 2 chief tribes which frequent it, Tzotzils and Tzendals, differ in dress, but even the different villages of each wear characteristic garments. The Tzotzil of Chamula differs from his brother of Huixtan and San Bartolome. The Tzendal women of Tenejapa, Cancuk, and San Andres may be quickly recognized by difference in dress. Most interesting are the Tzotzils of Chamula. Though looked upon by the mestizos of San Cristobal as mere brutes and savages, they are notably industrious. They weave heavy woolen blankets and chamarras. They are skilled carpenters, making plain furniture of every kind. They are musicians and manufacture quantities of harps, guitars, and violins. They braid straw and make hats of palm. They are excellent leather dressers and give a black stain and polish to heavy leather, which is unequaled by the work of their white neighbors. Men wear lower garments of cotton and heavy black woolen overgarments, which are gathered at the waist with woolen girdles. They wear broad-brimmed, low-crowned hats of their own braiding, which they adorn with long, streaming red and green ribbons. Their sandals are supplied with heel guards of black leather, the height of which indicates the wealth or consequence of the wearer. These Indians of Chamula have a love of liberty and desire for independence. The most serious outbreak of recent times was theirs in 1868, when, under the influence of the young woman, Chechev, they attempted to restore the native government, the Indian life, and the old-time religion. Temples were erected to the ancient gods, whose inspired priestess the young woman claimed to be. But 300 years of Christianity had accustomed them to the idea of a Christ crucified. An Indian Christ was necessary, not one from the hated invading race. Accordingly, a little Indian lad, the nephew of the priestess, was crucified to become a savior for their race. Their plans involved the killing of every white and mestizo in all the country. In reality, more than 100 men, women, and children in the fincas and little towns were killed. San Cristobal, then the capital city, suffered a veritable panic, and it took the entire force of the whole state to restore order. The Tzendals of Tenejapa are picturesque in the extreme. Their dark skin, their long black hair completely covering and concealing the ears, their coarse features, and the black and white striped chamarras of wool, which they buy from the weavers of Chamula, form a striking combination. They do but little weaving, their chief industry being the raising and selling of fruits. Most of the men carry a little sack netted from strong fiber slung at one side. Among other trifling possessions in it is generally a little gourd filled with a green powder which they call mai or pelico. It consists chiefly of tobacco, with a mixture of lime and chili, and is chewed, no doubt, for stimulating properties, to remove the weariness of the road, and to strengthen the teeth, as some say. When we had exhausted the stock of those who came to pay their taxes, it was suggested that we would find good subjects in the jail. This occupied what was once a fine old convent built around a large open court and connected with the church, which, judging from its elaborately carved facade, must have been beautiful. On presenting our credentials to the officials, an order was given, and all the pure-blood Indians, 100 at least, were lined up before us for inspection. There were Tzotzils from Chamula and Tzendals from Tenejapa, and among them many excellent faces, showing the pure types finely developed. Having made our inspection and indicated those whom we should use, we looked about the prison. The prisoners were housed in the old rooms of the monastery, each of which was large enough for 6 or 8 persons. In these rooms, each prisoner had his personal possessions, good clothing, tools, cherished articles, instruments of music. Those who cared to do so were permitted to work at such things as they could do, and the product of their labor was sold for their benefit. Some braided palm into long strips to make up into hats. Others plaited straw into elaborate decorative cords or bands for hats. Some wove pita into pouches, some dressed leather. Almost all were busily employed. Freedom of conversation and visiting was permitted, and there was no particular hardship in the matter of imprisonment except the inability to go outside. We were impressed with the fact that, in appearance and manner, few, if any, of these Indian prisoners, particularly the chamulas, showed any signs of criminal tendencies. In fact, they were as clean, as frank, as docile, as intelligent as any persons we might find in Mexico. A little curious to know the charges on which they had been committed, we inquired and discovered that some had 15 or 20 points against them, among which were such trifling charges as murder, manslaughter, arson, rape, and highway robbery. We thought best not to inquire too closely, but it is doubtful whether any of the subjects here incarcerated under these long and dreadful lists of charges are guilty of anything except insurrection, a final struggle for freedom. There were various signs of the approach of Holy Week, and the landlady at our hotel and her various helpers were busy manufacturing incense for that occasion. This was made in sticks as thick as the thumb and 6 or 8 inches in length, of a black color. Besides copal, leaves and other materials from various kinds of other plants were employed in its fabrication. The incense thus made is really fragrant, and it would be interesting to know whether it is, in part at least, of Indian origin. In 3 days we had completed our examination of the men, but not a woman had been produced for examination. On the 4th day we reiterated our demands to the authorities, and Don Murcio, the janitor or messenger, who had been put subject to our order, was almost frantic. He declared that to secure the women we needed would tax every power of the government, that they refused to come, that his mere appearance in the market caused a scattering. Finally, we told him that if he would provide 25 chamula women, we would get the Tzendals in their villages as we passed through them. Encouraged by having 1/2 of our demand abated, he made another visit to the market. Soon we heard excited voices, and a moment later Don Murcio came rushing up the stairs with both arms filled with black chamarras. It is the custom of the Indian women, when they come to market and settle down with wares to sell, to fold their heavier garments and lay them on the ground beside them. Don Murcio had gathered up the first of these he came to, and fled with them to the government palace, where the crowd of angry women, chasing along behind, expressed their feelings vigorously. Putting the garments out of reach, the women were told by the officials that each would receive back her property as soon as the strangers made their desired measurements. While we were dealing with the first cluster, Don Murcio sallied forth and returned once more with garments and women. In this way, the work proceeded until the final lot were in our hands. Not to unnecessarily increase their terrors, we had refrained from photographing until the final company had been secured. We had told the officials of our plan, and as these later ones were measured, they were told that they must wait for their garments until the last one was measured, and until the gentlemen had done some other work. When all had been measured, it was explained to the 6 or 7 in the group that they were to go down into the patio where a picture would be taken of the company. That they might be properly prepared for the picture, their garments were returned. Suspecting no treachery, Don Murcio led the way, and one of the 2 police officers accompanied the forward part of the procession, while Luis brought up the rear in expectation of making the portrait. All went well until the first 2 or 3 had entered the patio, when the rest suddenly balked and started to run out onto the street. Hearing the confusion, I started down and caught one of the women as she neared the doorway, while Luis held another, and each of the police officers and Don Murcio seized the prisoner. So violent, however, were the struggles, and so loud the outcries of the woman whom I held, that I released her, which was the unintended signal for each of the other guards to do the same, and our group vanished, and all thought of gathering a second was given up in desperation. End of section 34. Section 35 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 25. Tzotzils and Tzendals, Part 2. The morning had thus passed. Animals for the further journey had been ordered for 10 o'clock and were really ready a little before 3. For once, however, we were not prepared. It was our custom to pack the busts in petroleum boxes. These boxes, each holding a 5-gallon can of oil, are of just the size to take a single bust, and they are so thin and light, yet at the same time so well constructed that they served our purpose admirably. In small Indian towns, they are frequently unattainable, but in the places where mestizos live, it had been always easy to procure them at prices varying from 10 to 25 cents each. In a town the size of San Cristobal, it should be easy to get them. To our surprise, we found that they had been in such demand for carrying purposes by public workmen that the supply was small and the price outrageous. We had left the securing of the boxes and the packing of the busts to our plaster worker, and, though we knew we had had difficulty, imagined that he had secured all needed and that the busts would be all ready. Diligent search, however, had secured but 2 boxes, and ridiculous prices had been demanded for those. All of us took to the streets, visiting stores and private houses, and at last 5 boxes were secured, though they were a dilapidated lot with bad covers. For these we paid an average of 62 cents each. Realizing the time and labor necessary for securing boxes, stuff for packing, and for the work of putting up the busts, we dismissed our horsemen and arranged for leaving the next morning. In fact, night had fallen before our work was done. Leaving a little before 8, we had a magnificent mountain ride. For a league or more, we rose steadily over a cart road, keeping at a high altitude, and with but little of ups and downs, we journeyed through fine pine forests, with oaks mingled here and there among the pines. We met quantities of Chamula and Tenejapa Indians on their way to market. The Chamulas carried chairs, loads of well-tanned skins, and sacks full of little, round wooden boxes, well and neatly made, while the Tenejapas were loaded with nets of oranges, limas, and aguacates. We were sorry to leave the village of Chamula to one side, but lack of time forbade our visiting it. It was amusing to note the terror of our arriero on the road. Until we passed Cancuk, he was constantly expecting attack from the dreadful Indians of Chamula, Tenejapa, and Cancuk, telling us that such attacks might be expected at any time, but particularly in the early morning and in the dusk of evening. What Indians we met were most gentle and answered our salutations with apparent kindness. After a long journey on the high, smooth road, we finally began descending into a pretty valley and soon saw the great town of Tenejapa below us on a space almost as level as a floor, neatly laid out and still decked with the arches erected for a recent fiesta. The agente of the town had been warned of our coming by telephone from the jefatura and received us warmly a little before 1 o'clock, giving us a large and comfortable room in the municipal building, supplied with chairs and benches and a table, though without beds or mats. We were here delayed by the slowness of the old man who had been furnished at San Cristobal for carrying our instruments. By 3 o'clock all was ready, and the 25 women were summoned. They gave no kind of trouble, and by 6 o'clock the work was done. Women here braid their hair into 2 braids, which are wrapped about closely with cords, making them look like red ropes. These are then wound around the head and picturesquely fastened. The huipils of cotton are short and decorated with scattered designs, worked in color and loosely arranged in transverse bands. Belts are of wool, red in color and broad but not long. Over their shoulders the women wear, particularly in cool weather, a red and blue striped cotton shawl or wrap. The red worn, whether in belts, wraps, or hair strings, is all of one shade, a dull crimson red. As night fell, Dozens of little bonfires were lighted in the plaza, made from cobwork piles of flat pine. People were already gathering from other pueblos for market, and many of them slept through the night in the open marketplace. The band played a mournful piece repeatedly during the evening, and some rockets were fired, no doubt the tailing off of the late fiesta. Market had begun in the morning as we prepared to leave, but the great plaza was not more than half full, and there was little that was characteristic. Noteworthy, however, were the great loaves of salt made at Ixtapa. About the size of old-fashioned sugar loaves, they were shaped in rush mats and showed the marks of the matting on their surface. Saws were used to cut off pieces for purchasers. The agente said that it was not good being mixed with earth or sand. He himself came from the neighborhood of Tapachula, where quantities of salt are made from the lagoon water. The salt water and the salt-soaked earth from the bottom of the lagoon are put into vats and leached, and the resulting saline is boiled in ovens, each of which contains an olla. The industry is conducted by Ladinos as well as Indians, but the salt is poor. It was 8:45 when we started, and almost immediately we began a hard climb over limestone, giving a severe test to our poor animals. At the summit, we found a group of Indian carriers who, as usual, stopped at the pass to rest and look upon the landscape. The view was really beautiful, the little town lying in a curious, level valley which was encircled by an abrupt slope and which had been excavated from an almost level plateau. For some time we followed this high level, but finally plunged down into a deep gully where our road passed away to the left in a dry gorge, while to the right the valley deepened abruptly by a great vertical wall. When we reached the point of sudden deepening, in the gorge below, we saw water bursting in volume from the cliff's base. Dismounting from our horses and climbing down, we found a magnificent arch of limestone over the emerging stream, the water of which was fresh and cold and clear as crystal. The shallow portion of the valley marks the ancient level of the stream. In some past time, the stream had sunk, cutting the subterranean channel under the old bed, which was left high and dry. The deep part of the valley might be due to the falling of the roof of rock above the subterranean stream. Following up the ancient valley, we presently turned into one of its old tributary gorges, coming out into a country well wooded with pines and oaks. The whole country hereabouts is composed of monoclines, all the crests presenting one long gentle slope, with rocks dipping with this slope, and one abrupt short slope cut in the strata. The roads for the most part following along the edge of these monoclines, making them unusually long, though easy. The rocks over which we passed were an olive shaly sandstone with notable concentric weathering, limestone, and here and there red sandstone, abundantly green spotted. Indians everywhere were burning over fields preparatory to planting. While the day was clear, the smoke rose in clouds, and at many places we suffered from these failed fires. Twice we passed a point just as the flames leaped from one side of the road to the other and rode between two lines of blaze. The fire, burning green branches and stalks, caused thousands of loud explosions, like the rattle of musketry. Long before we were near it, we caught sight of Cancun, the beautiful, perched upon its lofty crest. In San Cristobal, our journey had been matter of conversation among the mestizos, and many and dire predictions had been made. Ah, yes, it is easy for these gentlemen to do this work here in the cabecera, but let them get to Tenejapa and Cancun. There it will be another matter. They will be killed upon the journey. If they reach Cancun, they will never leave the town alive. The town is built on the edge of a ridge which drops in both directions, leaving barely room for the placing of houses. From it we looked out in every direction over the magnificent landscape. Cancun is famous for the insurrection of 1712. Curiously, like the outbreak of Chamula in 1868, it was due to divisions and religious influence of a girl. Maria Candelaria was the center and impulse of the whole movement. Dr. Brinton has thrown the incident, which abounded in picturesque details and which caused the Spanish government great difficulty, into a little drama which bears the name of the inspired priestess. We were now within the district of my friend Valencia. 2 years ago, when we passed through the country of the Mixes, he was the jefe politico of the district of Huautla. He had been transferred to this state and this district with his cabecera at Ocosingo. That town lay far from our curse, and we had written Senor Valencia that we planned to pass through his district but had no time to visit the cabecera. We named the towns through which we planned to pass and begged him to send orders directly to the local authorities instead of trying to communicate with us. This he had done promptly, and during our stay in his district, everything was done for us without delay. The agente at Cancun is a new official, but a man of sense and sympathy for the Indians among whom he lives. We arrived at 3:30, and had our mozo been on time, might have done some work. The agente showed us the historic picture in the old church. It is a portrait of a clergyman whose influence did much to quell the insurrection in 1713. More interesting to us than the old picture were groups of Indians kneeling and praying. When they knelt, they touched their foreheads and faces to the ground, which they saluted with a kiss. Having assumed the attitude of prayer, they were oblivious to all around them, and curiously, their prayers were in the native language. The townhouse was placed at the disposition of our party, but the agente's bed in his own house was given to me. As I sat writing at the table in his room, the whole town government, a dozen or so in number, stalked in. Most of them wore the heavy black chamaras made by the Chamula Indians. These were so long that they almost swept the ground. The faces of the men were dark and wild, and their hair hung in great black shocks down upon their shoulders and backs. In their hands they held their long official staves. Advancing to the table where I sat, in the order of their rank, they saluted me, kissing my hand, arranging themselves in a half circle before my table. The Presidente placed before me a bowl filled with eggs, each wrapped in corn husks, while the first alcalde deposited a cloth filled with a high pile of hot tortillas. A speech was made in Tzendal, which was translated by the second official, in which they told me that they appreciated our visit. It gave them pleasure that such important persons should come from such a distance to investigate the life and manners of their humble town. They trusted that our errand might be entirely to our wishes, and that in leaving we might bear with us a pleasant memory. They begged us to accept the poor presents they had brought, while they assured us that in them we had our 1,000 most obedient servants. And this in Cancun, the town where we were to have met our death. At night, the fires on 100 hills around us made a magnificent display, forming all sorts of fantastic combinations and outlines. In the evening, the son of the agente, who had been to Tenango with a friend, came home in great excitement. He was a lively young fellow of 18 years. At the river crossing, where they arrived at 5 in the evening, a black cow, standing in the river, scared their horses so that they could not make them cross. The boy emptied his revolver at the animal, but with no effect. It was clearly a vaca bruja, witch cow. An hour and a half was lost before they succeeded in getting their horses past with a rush. The morning was spent in making pictures. While still in Yucatan, we heard about the music of Cancun, and among our views was one of the musicians. These are 3 in number, and they had processions at fiestas. The drum, like that we saw at Tuxtla, is cylindrical, with 2 heads. The pito is the usual reed whistle. The tortuga, a large turtle shell, was brought from Palenque. It is hung by a belt to the player, and is beaten on the lower side with 2 leg bones of a deer. The Cancun dress is simple. Men wear the breechclout, and when they carry burdens, little else. At other times they wear short cotton trousers which hardly reach the knees. The chief garment is a camisa of native cotton with a colored stitching at the neck and along the seam where the 2 edges join. The camisa is of such length that, when girded, it hangs just to, or a little below, the lower edge of the trouser leg. The belts are home-woven, but are made of cotton which is both already dyed a brilliant red or yellow. Women wear woolen belts made by chamulas. Their enaguas are plain, dull blue in color. Their huipils are a dirty white, with a minimum of colored stitching. The chief industry at Cancun is raising pigs for market. At 1:15 we started from the town, and rode down the crest of long, gently sloping ridges which seemed interminable. The rock over which we passed was red sandstone, mottled and streaked with green red shale and occasional patches of conglomerate. Crossing a little stream by the pretty bridge, we made an abrupt ascent, and soon saw the little town Huaxteca at the base of the opposite hill. We met many Indians carrying great ovoidal jars which were made at Tenango and which are chiefly used for carrying chicha. This is a fermented drink made from the sap of sugar cane and is much used throughout this state and the adjoining parts of Central America. We inquired of a girl who carried such a vessel what she had and asked to try it. She gave us a sip in a wee gourd vessel holding less than a wine glass. Knowing nothing of the price of chicha, we gave her 6 centavos, with which she seemed well satisfied. A little later, deciding to test the drink again, we stopped a man who had a vessel of it and again were given the little cup. On stating that we wished a centavo's worth, we were much surprised to have him fill a great jicara for the price mentioned. It seemed the little vessel is carried only for sampling, and that the sale is made only after the purchaser has approved the quality. Reaching Coahuitepec at 5, we rode up the town house that the authorities might know that we had passed. The place is small and dwindling. There are relatively many Ladinos and few Indians. They were expecting us and seemed disappointed at our refusal to stop. The shell of the old church, almost ready to fall, suggested past magnificence. The little modern structure at this side is suited to the present needs. We were vexed at the wanton sacrifice of a great tree which had stood near the town house, but whose giant trunk was prostrate and stripped of its branches. A man on foot showed us the road beyond the town, and it was moonlight before we reached Citala, where we planned to sleep. Of the town itself we know nothing. The old church is decaying, but in its best days must have been magnificent. The Presidente was absent, but his wife, an active, bustling, intelligent Ladina, expected us and did everything possible for our comfort. Eggs, beans, tortillas, and coffee made up the supper. A room containing a bed for me and patates on the floor for my companions was waiting. When a light was struck, more than a dozen great cockroaches were seen running over the wall, none of them less than 2.5 inches in length, and one of the most brilliant orange and dark brown. In the morning, a fine chicken breakfast was promptly ready, and the woman had summoned a cargador to be ready for our starting. She said that in this town there is a considerable Indian population, and that these Tzendals are tall and strongly built in comparison with those of Coahuitepec and other neighboring towns. She regretted that we could not wait until her husband came, as she had sent him word of our arrival and was expecting him. We assured her that she had done everything which he could possibly have done had he been present, and that we should, with pleasure, report our satisfaction to the Jefe. The cargador whom she supplied was a comfort after the wretched sluggards whom we had lately had. With our instruments upon his shoulders, he trotted, like a faithful dog, directly at our side, from start to finish, never showing the least weariness or sense of burden. Both foot mozos and arrieros through this district carry a mass of pozole with them on a journey, unlike that which Eustacio and his Zapotec companions carried. The mass here is pure corn, white and moist, being kept wrapped in fresh banana leaves. At every brookside, a jicara of fresh water is dipped, and a handful of pozole is squeezed up in it till thoroughly mixed. When it is drunk, it tastes a little sour and is refreshing. At 11:15 we passed the bridge over the stream on which Chilon is built, and a moment later drew up at the town house. Here we regretted that our serious work with the Tzendals was done. We were received royally and told that our house was ready. This was really so, a pretty little house of 3 good rooms, having been cleaned and prepared for our use. We lay down and napped until the good dinner, which had been started when we had first been seen upon the road, and some time before we reached the village, was ready. Sitting on the porch of our little house and looking out over bushes full of roses in the garden before us, we rested until the greatest heat of the day was past, when we started and pushed on over the 3 leagues that lay between us and Yahalon, where we arrived at near sunset. The town is large and in great part Indian. The women dressed more gaily than in any other Tzendal town which we have seen. Their huipils were decorated with a mass of bright designs worked in colored wools or silk. Here we saw our first Chol, a carrier, passing through the village with his load. In order to make a start upon our final drive, we had him halted to take his measurements and picture. At this town, we stopped at a sort of boarding house or traveler's rest, close by the townhouse, kept by a widow with several children. We impressed upon this good woman the necessity of having breakfast without fail at 5 o'clock, as we wished to make an early start, stopping at Hidalgo for work during the hotter portion of the day, and pressing on to Tumbola at night. The poor creature kept me awake all night, making her preparations for the meal, which was to be a masterpiece of culinary art, and at 4 o'clock routed us all out with the report that breakfast was waiting on the table. It was turkey breakfast, too. End of section 35. Section 36 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 26. Chols. 1901. Of course, after such a start, we were delayed in getting the animals ready for the journey, and the sun had been up full half an hour when we left. It was a short ride to Hidalgo, which lies prettily in a small, flat valley on a good-sized stream. We were doubtful about our reception, for Yajalon was the last town in Valencia's district, and we had no documents to present to the town officials until we should reach El Salto de Cabecera, except our general letter from Governor Lopez. It is true that the Presidente of Yajalon, at our request, had telephoned Hidalgo that we came highly recommended, and that everything possibly must be done for our assistance. The agente was an old man suffering from headache, who showed but listless interest in our work. In a general way, he gave us his endorsement, and we, therefore, took the management into our own hands. He had kept the people in town so that we had subjects, though fewer than we had hoped. We measured 27 men, and there were really no more in the town, the rest being away on fincas. The men gave us no trouble, but the women were another matter. Several times we issued orders that they be brought to the townhouse for measurement, and each time, after an effort to obey our orders, we were told that they would not come. "Very good," said I. "If they will not come, it is plain that we must go and measure them in their houses." Accompanied by the town government, we started on our rounds. The first house was tightly closed, and no reply was made to our demands for entrance. The second was the same. One might imagine that it had been deserted for weeks. At the third, the door was opened, and within an aged woman, ugly, bent, decrepit. Here we measured. The next house, and the next, and the next, were shut. And then another open house contained another veritable hag. Passing several other houses, tightly closed, we found a third old woman, and I saw that we were destined to secure nothing but decrepit hags as representatives of the fair sex. At the next closed house I stopped, and turning to an official who spoke Spanish, said, "I am tired of these closed houses. Who owns this house?" His name was given, and I wrote it down. "Very well," said I shall recommend to the jefe of the district, when I reach El Salto, that he be made to pay a fine of 5 pesos. At this the town officials gasped, but we walked to the next house, which was also closed. "Who owns this house?" And down went the second name. By the time I had 3 names of owners of closed houses on my paper, the officials held a hasty whispered consultation. Then, coming to me, they begged me to excuse them for a moment, as the secretario would accompany me upon my round, and they would soon rejoin us. With this they disappeared, and we entered another old woman's house. When we emerged, a wonderful change had taken place. Every house in the village had its door wide open, and in the doorway there were to be seen anywhere from 1 to 3 or 4 ladies of all ages. From this time on, there was no lack of women, and the 25 were promptly measured. We had picked out our subjects for modeling before we started on our rounds to measure women, and had left Ramon in charge of that part of our work, staying only long enough to see him make the mold of the first subject. This was an Indian named Juan, the first alcalde of the village. We had carefully explained the operation to our subjects. We had described in detail the sensations and emotions connected with the thing, and thought we had the subjects well prepared. When Juan began, he seemed to have good courage, but we told the young fellow who sat near and understood Spanish that he should tell the man certain encouraging things, which we repeated to him. The translation was promptly done, and we were therefore much surprised to see our subject's confidence gradually give way to terror. While we were applying the first mold, he began to sob and cry like a child. This was, however, nothing compared with the abject terror and sorrow which he displayed while we were making the face mold. The tears flowed from his eyes. He sobbed, cried aloud, and we could see the thumping of his heart against his chest. We had never had a subject who took the matter so hardly. When the operation was completed, we learned the cause of all his trouble. Our interpreter turned out to be a joker, and, while we were telling him encouraging remarks with which to soothe the subject, he was saying, "Now you will die. Pretty soon you will not be able to breathe any more. You will be dead and buried before tomorrow. Your poor widow will no doubt feel badly, but probably she will find another quite as good as you." We had always realized the possibility of such misinterpretations, but so far as we know, this was the only time that our interpreter ever played us false. On our return from measuring the women, we found that Ramon had made no progress. The three subjects whom we had selected and left in his charge under strenuous orders had taken fright at Juan's experience and fled. We lost 2 hours in hunting them and bringing them in, and we should not have succeeded then had it not been for Juan's assistance. He seemed to feel that, having undergone the operation, it might ease his position and decrease possible danger if he had companions in misery. Finally, at 4:30, long after the hour we had set, we left for Tumbala. We secured 6 cargadores, 1 each for the 4 moles, 1 for the instruments, and 1 for the remaining plaster, as our pack animals had long since passed. 5 of them were left to follow at their leisure, on condition that they reach Tumbala early the next morning, but the 6th, a wee old man who had helped us woman hunting, went with us, by his own request, to carry the instruments. He was so small that we did not believe he could carry the burden, but he made no sort of trouble about it, trotting along most happily. We had been told that the road was pura subida, pure ascent, and so we found it. We were soon in the tropical forest of the Chinantla and the land of the mixes, with begonias, tree ferns, bromelias, and orchids. Here and there were bad bits of road, deep mud, slippery stones, irregular limestone masses. It was dark before we reached Tumbala, and although there was a moon, the mists were so dense that it did little good. Arriving at 6:45, we found the town a wretched place, with a worthless and nerveless agente. This was once the largest of the Chol towns, and we had thought to do the bulk of our work there. It is fortunate indeed that we stopped at Hidalgo, because Tumbala is now completely ruined by the contract labor system which has sent its men all through the country onto fincas. The agente would probably have done nothing for us, but his little daughter, much impressed by our letter from the governor, took an active interest in our welfare, promised to prepare a dinner, and decided him to give us sleeping quarters in a storeroom in the building. He thawed a little after we had eaten, but spoke discouragingly regarding the possibility of working there. He said we would do well to go to El Triunfo, that it would take 2 days to find Indians and bring them to the town, that there were no animals, nothing to eat, no conveniences in Tumbala, in all of which he probably was quite correct. Our arrieros had contracted only to this point from San Cristobal. We urged them to make the further journey and offered them a price much above the regular, but they wanted to be back in San Cristobal for Holy Week, and assured us that the roads ahead were the worst that could be imagined, and that they ran the risk of killing all their animals if they went with us. As we were on the road, a little before we reached Tumbala, we found a company of Indian boys making camp for the night. Calling to us, they said that Don Enrique had told them if they saw us on the road to say that we should keep straight on to El Triunfo, as he had a message for us. We had never heard of Don Enrique and thought there was some error, but after supper, the agente handed us a letter which had come that afternoon from the gentleman in question. In it we read, "Sir, Mr. Ellsworth of the Rio Michael Rubber Company, Salto, asked me by telephone to tell you that he will be waiting for you the 4th of April in La Cruzada and hopes that you will kindly accompany Mrs. Ellsworth as far as Mexico, and that in case she would not find a steamer in Frontera, he is going to charter one. Hoping to see you here in Triunfo and waiting for an answer to La Cruzada, I remain yours truly, H. Rao. This was a gleam of light amid our dark affairs. There we were, with all our baggage and instruments, but without carriers, deserted by our arrieros, and with no opportunity in Tumbala to secure new animals or helpers. It was like the voice of a friend to receive this English letter from El Triunfo, and we felt that, if worst came to worst, Don Enrique might help us out. The room in which we slept was filled with stored stuff and 2 tables. On one of these I made my bed, while my companions spread a large petate on the floor, and our little Indian carrier put down a small one for himself, as he declared he should not leave us until morning. He had a good supper, and in a fit of generosity presented Luis with what was left of his package of pozole. With much enthusiasm he told us of an animal which he had seen and tried to catch upon the road. From his description it appeared to be an armadillo. Before he lay down on his petate, he kissed my hand, wished me a good night's rest, and asked my good night blessing. He was happy in possession of a real's worth of aguardiente, from which, at intervals during the night, he drank. Early in the morning he opened the door and, looking out, crossed himself and repeated his morning prayer. He then came to Tatita, little fatter, to receive his morning's blessing, and hoped that I had passed a good night in slumber. He then brought me a jicara of cool, fresh water, after which he urged me to take a sip from his dear bottle. Going outside a little time, he returned with 2 roses, heavy with dew and very fragrant, and gave them to me as if they were a gift for kings. Very soon, however, his potations got the better of him, and bidding us a fond farewell, he started for Hidalgo. It was my day of fever, and I spent the greater portion of the morning on my hard bed, getting up from time to time to try to move the agente to procure an animal on which I might make the journey to El Triunfo. Finally, in despair, after difficulty in securing a foot messenger, I sent a letter to Don Enrique asking him to send an animal for my use. During the afternoon, a fine mule and a letter came from El Triunfo. "Sir, the boy brought me your letter, and I sent you a good mule for yourself, so we shall talk all the rest when you shall get here. If you need more pack mules, I will send them afterwards, as soon as you tell me how many you need. Hoping to see you this afternoon, I remain, yours very truly, Henry Rao." The road was downhill, and there were but 2 or 3 bad spots. I rode through tropical forests the whole distance, with high trees bound together with a mass of vines and loaded with parasitic or aerial plants. Here and there rose the largest tree ferns I have ever seen. I was not in the best mood, however, for enjoying the journey, and the hour and a quarter seemed like much more. The great coffee finca of El Triunfo occupied an irregular valley, the slopes of which were covered with thousands of coffee trees, with their magnificent dark green leaves and sweet-scented white flowers. 350,000 trees made up the plantation, which was one of the 2 owned and managed by Senor Rao. The house was large and rather pretentious, 2 stories in height, with buildings for cleaning, packing, and storing coffee on the same terrace, and with a veritable village of houses for the Indian workmen down below. I received a warm reception from the Senor and his household, who have established here a veritable bit of Germany in tropical America. Not only was I myself cared for, but I was urged to make no haste in going further, as no steamer would go from La Cruzada before the 4th, and it would be easy to reach that place in 24 hours. So for several days the hospitable plantation house was my home. Great lines of mules were constantly going from here through to El Salto and La Cruzada with loads of coffee, and coming back with provisions and the many supplies necessary for an establishment of this importance. When the next mulada should appear, animals would be sent to Tumbala for my companions and the luggage. Curiously, none came for 2 whole days, a very unusual occurrence, and the boys remained prisoners in that dreary town for all that time. For my own part, I was thankful to reach a place where a comfortable bed and certain meals were to be counted on. My fever left me, but the following morning I found myself suffering from swollen jaws. Every tooth was loose and sore, and it was difficult to chew even the flesh of bananas. This difficulty I had lately suffered whenever in the moist mountain district of Pennsylvania, and I feared that there would be no relief until I was permanently out of the district of forest-grown mountains. Nor was I mistaken, for 10 days passed, and we had reached the dry central tableland of Mexico before my suffering ended. One day, while we were on the finca, considerable excitement was caused by one of the Indians working in the field being bitten by a poisonous serpent. The man was brought at once to the house, and remedies were applied which prevented serious results, although his leg swelled badly. The serpent was killed and measured about 5 feet in length, having much the general appearance of a rattlesnake, but with no rattles. Don Enrique says that the most dangerous snake in this district is a little creature more brightly colored, with a smaller head which is less markedly flat and with smaller fangs. He showed us one of these not more than a foot in length, from whose bite a man on the plantation a year before had died. In telling us of this event, he gave us a suggestion of the working of the contract labor system. The man who died owed 140 pesos of work, almost 3 years of labor. The jefe, indeed, had sent the son to work out the debt, but the young man soon ran away, and the most diligent effort to recapture him had failed. Perhaps 200 persons lived as workmen on the finca of El Triunfo. They were of course all Indians, and were about evenly divided between Tzendals and Chols. It was impossible to gather them for measurement till Sunday, when they all came to the house and the store. It was a day of amusement and recreation for the laborers, a day when all of them, men, women, children, drank quantities of liquor. It was interesting to watch them as they came up to the store to make their little purchases for the week. All were in their best clothing, and family groups presented many interesting scenes. On Sundays and fiestas they played toro, one man creeping into a framework of light canes covered with leather meant to represent a bull, while others played the part of bullfighters. The Chols present a well-marked type. They are short, broad-headed, and dark-skinned. Their noses are among the most aquiline in Mexico. Men, especially those of Tombala, have a characteristic mode of cropping the hair. That on the back of the head is cut loose, leaving the hair of the forward third of the head longer. The men are almost immediately recognized, wherever met, by the characteristic camisa, made of white cotton, vertically striped with narrow lines of pink, which is woven in the Chol towns and does not appear to be used by other Indians. The doors of the hospitable home at El Triunfo are ever open, and a day rarely passes without some traveler seeking shelter and entertainment. Spaniards, Mexicans, Germans, Englishmen, Americans, all are welcome, and during the few days of our stay, the house was never free of other visitors. Among these was Stanton Morrison, famous in Yale's football team in '92. He now lives in this district and has a coffee finca 4 hours' ride away. Finally, at 10:10 Tuesday morning, April 2nd, having completed all our work, we started from El Triunfo for our last ride of the season. We could easily have gone starting in the early morning to El Salto before night. As it was, Don Enrique planned a different method. We had good animals which he had loaned us, or for which he had arranged for us with the muleteers. At 2 o'clock we reached La Trinidad, where he had promised that we should eat the finest meal in the state of Chiapas. We found a complete surprise. Trinidad is little more than a finca or rancho, but it has an agente and quite a population of Chol Indians. The agente was a decent-looking fellow, active and ambitious. He talks a little English and is something of an amateur photographer. His house of poles and mud presented no notable external features, but within it was supplied with furniture so varied and abundant as is rare in any part of Mexico. Chairs, rockers, tables, cupboards, washstands, all were there, and beds, real beds, which for cleanness were marvels. As soon as we entered the house, fresh water and clean towels were brought. On the tables were vases of fresh gathered flowers in quantities and beautifully arranged. The visible service for all this elegance and for the meals were 2 little Indian girls not more than 6 or 8 years old, neatly dressed, and an Indian boy of the same size and cleanness. The invisible helpers were buxom Indian girls, well dressed and clean, but who never came into the room where we were, leaving all carrying, setting of tables, and serving in the hands of these 3 little servants. There was indeed one other person in the household, a beautiful girl, slender and refined, whose relation to the master I do not know, but who was treated by him as if she were a veritable queen or some lovely flower in the wilderness. Here we rested, ate and slept in comfort, and here, when morning came, we paid a bill which ordinarily would have seemed large. However, if one finds beautiful flowers in the wilderness, he must expect to pay. It was worth while paying to enjoy the best sleep in the best bed that one had had for months. The agente rode with us in the morning quite a league upon our road to a place which he was clearing for a milpa. We had heard so much of the horrors of the road to El Salto that we were prepared for the worst. It was not an abrupt descent, as we had expected, but for the most part level over black mud. There were a few ups and downs, and there was one limestone hill with 3 ferns and begonias, and all that implies. Much of the way we had a drizzling rain, and everywhere the air was hot and heavy. After 4 hours riding, we stopped at 10 to eat a breakfast which we had brought with us, and then rode through to El Salto, where we arrived at 12:30. This is the cabecera of the district, and the jefe could not understand why we should continue on our journey, as the steamer would not leave until the following day. Don Enrique, however, had urged us not to stop at El Salto, where he insisted the risk from yellow fever was great. He advised us to go on to La Cruzada, where he had a house and an agent, and where, he told us, we could arrange for sleeping and eating as comfortably and far more safely than in the town. The distance was short, but the place, in truth, was dreary. The landing was at the bottom of a little slope, at the upper edge of which stood Don Enrique's place, the storehouse of the steamship company, the house and barnyard of the manager of the mule trains, and 1 or 2 unattractive huts. When we arrived, we found that the majordomo had that day resigned and left the place, going to El Salto. Before he left, he quarreled with the cook, and she had gone off in high dudgeon. 2 young employees, left behind, advised us to return to El Salto until the time of embarkation. We, however, had left El Salto behind us, and had our luggage with us, and were little inclined to retrace our steps. After some grumbling, we were supplied with beds, but told that the food problem was impossible. After much wheedling, coaxing, bribing, and threatening, a woman in one of the huts promised to cook something for us, and we had nothing more to do but wait until the steamer should be ready. The chief excitement of the day was when the mule trains were driven in towards evening. With them came a swarm of mosquitoes, which absolutely darkened the air. Fortunately, they did not stay, but after an hour and a half of troubling, disappeared as suddenly as they arrived. The river had fallen to that degree that it was impossible for our steamer, the Mariscal, to come up to La Cruzada, and we learned that it was anchored about a league down the river. A flatboat, pulled by Indians, came up to the landing, ready to receive cargo and passengers, and to transfer them to the steamer. In the morning, the loading of the flatboat and the getting ready for departure took all our thought. At 10 o'clock, Mr. and Mrs. Ellsworth, with their baby and 2 servants, appeared in small canoes, which had been pulled by Indians from the plantation several hours' journey up the Micol River. At the last moment, Mr. Ellsworth had decided to accompany his party to the city. When everything was loaded, quite promptly at 12 o'clock, the flatboat pushed out from its moorings. Mr. Ellsworth's little launch was standing at the landing, and he invited me to ride in it with him and Mrs. Ellsworth and the baby to the steamer. We started off right proudly in the Miriam, but alas, pride goes before destruction, and we had hardly left the heavy flatboat a little behind us when our machinery broke down, and we had to wait until the clumsy scow overtook us, when we became common passengers again and drifted down the stream to the Mariscal, passing the Lumeja plantation, an American enterprise. The Mariscal itself was a little steamer, too small for the passengers and freight it had to carry. It had no beds nor cabin. It was dirty and crowded. It had not food enough to feed the first-class passengers, who paid 25 pesos each for their short journey. There was indeed no other class of passengers, only one grade of tickets being sold. When complaints were made of the accommodations, or lack of all accommodations, the agente, who was on the vessel with us, expressed surprise and seemed profoundly hurt. The stream is full of curves and bends, is broad and notably uniform in breadth. It has considerable current and is bordered closely by the tropical forest, except where little clearings have been made for fincas. Formerly, caimans or alligators were common, but they have become rare through the diligent hunting to which they have been subjected for supplying skins. 2 days are usually taken in the journey to Frontera, though it is not a 15 hours run. Mr. Ellsworth arranged for our going directly through, so that except one stop at the Midway station, we made a continuous journey and drew up at Frontera at 9:50 in the morning. It is a mean little town, but far cleaner than Coatzacoalcos. Real grass grows there, and the little plaza is almost a lawn. Last year, when yellow fever was so terrible at Coatzacoalcos, and when even at El Salto there were 40 cases, there were none here. The town is hot, and during the 2 days we spent there, our chief effort was to keep cool. The steamer, Mexico, appeared upon the 6th, planning to leave the same day. A norther came, however, and rendered the bar impossible. In the morning, Easter Sunday, the wind had fallen somewhat. We saw the little celebration at the church, and, learning that the boat was likely to leave at noon, went aboard. At 1 we started. Sailing down the river, we soon found ourselves between the piers, and the moment of test had come. At the first thump of the keel upon the sand, we doubted whether we should pass the bar. Still, we kept along with steam full on, and the bow headed seaward. 9 times we struck the sandy bottom, but then found ourselves in deeper water, and were again upon the Gulf. The Mexico was just as dirty, the food was just as bad, and the crew just as unaccommodating as in 1896, when we had our first experience of her. Rather than lie in the stuffy cabin, I took my blanket out on deck and rolled up there for the night. Room was plenty, and there were only a score of passengers. When we woke, the boat was standing in the harbor of Coatzacoalcos, and we landed to eat breakfast at the hotel. Through the day, we wandered about town, but were again upon the vessel at 4 o'clock. We now numbered about 100 passengers, and everything was crowded. In the company was a comic theater troupe. The day before, a number of the passengers had been seasick. On this occasion, 3/4 were suffering, and the decks were a disgusting spectacle. Still, fresh air was there, and again I made my bed on deck. In the middle of the night, having moved slightly, I felt a sharp and sudden pain in my right temple, exactly as if I had rolled upon a sharp, hot tack. I had my jacket for a pillow, and thought at first that there really was a tack in one of the pockets, and sought, but in vain, to find it. Lying down to sleep again, I presently moved my hand over the blanket on the deck, and suddenly again I felt the sharp, burning prick, this time in my thumb. Certain that it could not be a tack this time, I brought my hand down forcibly, and rising, saw by the moonlight that I had killed a large black scorpion. For 2 hours the stings felt like fire, but my morning had ceased to pain me. Then I found 2 or 3 of the other passengers suffering from similar stings, and reached the conclusion that the Mexico was swarming with the creatures. At dawn we sighted Vera Cruz, and were soon in the harbor, standing at anchor. At 8 o'clock we stood upon the wharf, and our journeys in Indian Mexico were ended. End of section 36. Section 37 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 27. Conclusion. Itinerary. Conclusion. But it was not necessary to go to distant Oaxaca and Chiapas to find Mexican Indians. On the border of the capital city lie Santa Anita, Iztacalco, Mexicalcingo, Iztapalapa, and a quantity of other villages and towns where one may still find Aztec Indians of pure blood, sometimes speaking the old language, sometimes wearing characteristic dress, and maintaining to the present many ancient practices and customs. At Santa Anita, for example, one may eat huiles and tamales, catch a glimpse of Indian weddings, and delight his eyes with the fresh beauty of the chinampas, wonderful spots of verdure and flowers, the floating gardens of the ancient Aztecs. Half an hour or less in the tram car takes the traveler to Guadalupe, which may be called the heart of Indian Mexico. There, on the rock of Tepeyac, the Virgin appeared to Juan Diego. There, in the churches dedicated in honor of that apparition, thousands of Indians from leagues around gathered yearly. On December 12th, in the crowded streets of Guadalupe, groups, fantastically garbed as Indians, dance in the Virgin's honor, and in their songs and dances, modern though they be, can be found suggestions of the olden time. Now and then, one may witness what I saw in December 1895, a group of Indian pilgrims from a distant town singing and dancing to the Virgin within the great church itself. And near the high altar, where thick glass plates are set into the floor, letting a dim light into the crypts below, one may see crowds of Indians rubbing the smooth surface with their deceased parts to effect a cure. On the streets of the capital city, one daily sees bands of pure Otomis in rags and filth, bringing their loads of charcoal and of corn to market. Their ugly dark faces, their strange native dress, their harsh language, make on the stranger an impression not easily forgotten. Reliable figures are wanting as to the number of pure Mexican Indians. If the population of the Republic be estimated at 15 millions, it should be safe to say that 5 millions of this number are Indians of pure blood, speaking their own language, keeping alive much of the ancient life and thought. In some parts of Mexico, it almost seems as if what white blood once existed is now breeding out. The Indian of Mexico is conservative. He does not want contact with the larger world. His village suffices for his needs. He is ready to pay taxes for the sake of being let alone, to live in peace, after the way his fathers lived. In his bosom there is still hatred of the white man and the mestizo, and distrust of every stranger. The Chamula outbreak in 1868 and the Maya War just ended are examples of this smoldering hatred. Mexico has a serious problem in its Indians. The solution of the problem has been attempted in various ways, according to whether the population dealt with was Totonac, Yaqui, Maya. It is no small task to build a nation out of an Indian population. Soon after the publication of my Indians of Southern Mexico, I had the pleasure of presenting a copy of the book to President Diaz and of looking through its pictures with him. When we came to the general view of Yodocono and its little lake, tears stood in the old man's eyes as he said, "Sir, that was my mother's birthplace, and in her honor I have established, at my own expense, 2 schools, one for boys and one for girls." Looking at the round huts of Huaxtla, he shivered and remarked, "Ah, sir, but it is called in Huaxtla." I replied, "Your Excellency, I see that you have been in Huaxtla." When he saw the Zapotec types from the district of Tehuantepec, he said, "They are fine large fellows. They make good soldiers. When I was governor of Oaxaca, I had a bodyguard of them." He then told me of the 6 orphan boys who, in memory of his bodyguard, he had adopted and educated. He told me with pride of the success which the 5 who still live had made and of the positions they were filling. When he reached the portrait of the little Mestec carrying a sack of corn, who, with pride, had told me, in answer to my question, that his name was Porfirio Diaz, the President of the Republic, looked long and earnestly at the picture, and I noticed that, when we turned the pages, his finger marked the spot where the likeness of his namesake was, and, when the book was finished, before closing it, he turned back again and looked at the little fellow's face. At the first Otomi portrait he has said, "Ah, sir, but my schools will change the Otomis." It would be pleasant to have faith in President Diaz's solution of the Otomi problem, but to me it seems doubtful. Of course, I recall with pleasure my visit to the boys' school at San Nicolas Panotla. It was interesting to see those little Tlaxcalan fellows solve problems in allegation and percentage, in bonds and mortgages. But it is doubtful whether any of them in actual life will have to deal with blending coffees or with selling bonds and cutting coupons. Still, from such Indian towns, great men have come in the past, and great men will come in the future. Benito Juarez, who laid the foundations on which Diaz has so magnificently built, was a pure-blood Zapotec. From the Aztecs, the Tlaxcalans, Mixtecs, Zapotecs, and Mayas, we may hope much in the future. There were races of achievement in the past, and the monuments of their achievement still remain. But that the Oromi, the Triqui, or the Mixe should be made over by the schools is doubtful. Personally, I feel that the prosperity of Mexico rests more upon the Indian blood than on any other element of national power. That schools will do much to train the more gifted tribes perhaps is true, but there are Indians and Indians in Mexico. Itinerary. The expedition of 1896 was preliminary. We went by rail from the city of Mexico to Oaxaca, capital of the state of the same name. Thence we journeyed by horse through the states of Oaxaca and Chiapas to the city of Guatemala, entering the Republic of Guatemala at Nenton. The return journey was made by rail to the Pacific port of San Jose, steamer to Salina Cruz, rail to Coatzacoalcos, steamer to Veracruz, and rail to the city of Mexico. Only the portion of this journey between Oaxaca and Nenton is here described, the rest not lying in Indian Mexico. The city of Mexico was headquarters for the work in 1897-98. A trip was made by rail from there to Dos Rios to measure and photograph the Oromis of Huixquilucan in the state of Mexico. Thence we went to Pátzcuaro by rail and studied the Tarascans in the villages about Lake Pátzcuaro, visiting these by canoe trips. We then made a trip on horseback to Uruapan, then without rail connection, returning by some important Indian towns. After returning to Mexico, we visited the states of Tlaxcala and Puebla. In and around the city of Tlaxcala, we secured our Tlaxcalan subjects. At Cuautlancingo, we worked upon Aztecs. Our experiences at this large town of Puebla are not described, as Bandelier has already rendered the place familiar, and we ourselves have written of it elsewhere. With these two peoples, we made our first essays at bust-making. After returning to Mexico, we went by rail on the Guadalajara branch of the Mexican Central to Negrete. From there, by coach, there being then no railroad, to Zamora. Thence we struck on horseback through the Tarascan territory across to Pátzcuaro. On the way, we secured our full series of Tarascan busts at the Once Pueblos. By rail, we went from Pátzcuaro to Dos Rios to secure our lagging busts of Oromis at Huixquilucan. In the second field expedition, January to March 1899, we worked entirely in the state of Oaxaca. At first, a trip was made by horse from Oaxaca into the Mixteca Alta, where Mixtecs and Triquis were studied. Again, starting from Oaxaca, we traveled over our old trails of 1896 through the mountains to Tehuantepec, returning by the high road in common use. Zapotecs were studied at Mitla and Tehuantepec, and the Mixes, Juaves, and Chontals in various towns and villages. The season's work closed by study at and near Cuicuatlan of the Cuicuatecs. At this town, too, we began to work upon Chinantlecs. In the third field expedition, during the early months of 1900, we visited 7 populations, making a regular study upon 6 of them. To fill a week that would otherwise have been lost, we made a pedestrian trip through the interesting Indian towns on the slopes of Malintzi. Then, from Cuicatlan as a center, we made 2 journeys, one to San Juan Huauhtla and San Pedro Xochiapan to examine Chinantlecs, the other to Coixtlahuaca for seeing chochos. From Cuicatlan, we struck north by rail to San Antonio and by coach to Teotitlan del Camino, and by horse beyond penetrated to the great Mazatec town of Huauhtla. Chinantlecs, Chochos, and Mazatecs are tribes of Oaxaca. Leaving that state, we traveled by rail to Tulancingo. From there, by coach, on a horseback, we visited Oromi, Aztec, Tepehuas and Totonacs towns in the states of Puebla and Hidalgo. With the field season of 1901, our work in Indian Mexico ended. It was pursued in 3 separated areas. From the city of Mexico, we went by rail to Tampico. From that point, a journey by canoe and horse enabled us to see the Huaxtecs of the state of Veracruz. Returning to Tampico, a trip by steamer across the Gulf brought us to Yucatan. Progreso and Mérida were visited, and our work was done upon the Mayas living near the town of Tecax. A second trip on the Gulf brought us to Coatzacoalcos, whence the railroad was used to Tehuantepec and San Jeronimo. From the latter point, an ox cart journey of 10 nights across the states of Oaxaca and Chiapas brought us to Tuxtla Gutiérrez. By horse we continued through Chiapas to El Salto, where we took steamer for Frontera. From there, by steamer to Veracruz, and then, by rail, we traveled to the City of Mexico. Soques, Tzotzils, Tzendals, and Chols were studied in this portion of the journey. End of section 37. Section 38 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Appendix: The Purple Spot on Maya Babies. When I was in Yucatan in 1901, the parish priest of Texas told me that it was said that every pure-blood Maya Indian has a violet or purple spot on his back in the sacral region. He stated that this spot was called by the native name wheats, bread, and that it was vulgar or insulting to make reference to it. I at once examined 3 Mayas of pure blood, a boy of 10 years and 2 adult males, but found no trace of such a spot. I concluded that the presence of the spot might be an infantile character, as it is among the Japanese, but at that time I had no opportunity to examine Maya babies. Dr. Bells, a German physician who has spent many years in Japan, long ago called attention to the existence of such spots on Japanese infants. The spots described by him were of a blue or purple color, were located upon the back, especially in the sacral region, and were variable in form and size. They were temporary, disappearing at from 2 to 8 years of age. The occurrence of these infantile color blotches was so common in Japan as to be almost characteristic of the race. In time, other students reported similar spots on other Asiatic babies and on non-Asiatic babies of Mongolian or Mongoloid peoples, Chinese, Annamese, Koreans, Greenland Eskimos, and some Malays are now known to have such spots. Sacral spots have also been reported among Samoans and Hawaiians. Practically all these people belong to the Great Yellow race as defined by the Quatrefages and are, if not pure representatives of that race, mixed bloods in part of it. Bells and some writers have, therefore, gone so far as to consider the purple sacral spot a mark peculiar to that race and to believe its occurrence proof of Mongolian origin. They have asked whether this spot occurs among American Indians and would consider its occurrence evidence of an Asiatic origin for our native tribes. Satisfactory observations had not been made. Bells himself found 2 cases among Vancouver Island Indians. In my recent trip to Mexico, I planned to look for this spot among several Indian tribes. Out of 6 populations that I expected to visit, I really saw but 2, the Aztecs and the Mayas. I do not believe that this sacral spot exists among Aztecs. I made no search because Aztec friends, who would be sure to know, all agreed in denying its occurrence. Among the Mayas, the case is different. In the little Maya town of Palenque, I examined all the pure-blood babies. The back of the first little creature bared for my inspection bore a clearly defined dark blue-purple spot just where it might be expected. The spot was almost 2 inches wide and nearly 3/4 of an inch high. The child was a boy of 8 months. A brother 2 years old showed no trace of the spot, but the mother says it was formerly well defined. Every one of the 7 pure Maya babies below 10 months old in the town was purple spotted. A pair of boy twins 2 months old were marked in precisely the same place with pale blue-purple spots of the same size and form. In one boy of 10 months, the spot seemed to be disappearing and was represented by 3 ill-defined and separated blotches. In the village, there were 3 babies of suitable age, but of mixed Spanish-Maya blood. No one of these showed any trace of the colored spot. We may say, then, that in Palenque, every Maya baby below 10 months of age was sacral spotted and that no mestizo baby was. Does this prove that the Mayas are Asiatics by ancestry? The daily press asserts that I make that claim. It is mistaken. I am free to say I don't know what to do with my spotted Maya babies. I presume that Bells will cousin them with his little Japanese. Frederick Starr. From the Chicago Tribune, January 11, 1903. End of section 38. End of In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr.